Drakengard and NieR. Two universes that at first seem to be distant, far apart, and distinct from one another, but upon close examination are inextricably intertwined. They also happen to hold some of the most interesting and best stories in the gaming medium. The gameplay of the series has developed incredibly well over time, going from almost unplayable and repetitive to varied, in-depth, and just downright fun. But we can only truly see how these games got to the massive, incredible successes of NieR Automata and NieR Replicant Remaster if we journey back to the beginning. The stories that the games tell are so incredibly in-depth. Their worlds are beautifully crafted with massive amounts of lore that you can't even see if you only play the games. The characters brought to life in these worlds have dimension, motivation, drive, and purpose. This is all in favor of crafting a narrative that delivers a powerful punch when you reach its conclusion. The director of these games tells bleak, dark, and unrelenting stories, but does so with a masterful understanding of the craft. He utilizes the video game medium like only few can. His stories are truly one of a kind. These stories are something to behold. In addition to that, these two universes connect in a way that you might not expect. It can be difficult to piece together, but don't worry, because we'll get there. So that's what we're going to be talking about today. I will be reviewing every single game in the Drakengard and NieR franchises. Drakengard 1, 2, 3, and NieR Replicant, as well as NieR Automata. At the end of the video, we will also take a brief look at NieR Reincarnation, the weapons stories of these games, and then we will finally piece together the entire timeline of these 5 projects. I will be going in depth on each game in the series, talking about gameplay, mechanics, story, and everything in between. I will also point out that I will be talking about the NieR anime, NieR Automata version 1.1a, after we discuss the timeline, but that section of the video is only available in the Patreon version. You can find the link to that down in the description, but don't worry if you don't want to subscribe to the Patreon, as the anime is technically not canon and is a slight retelling of the events in the game, so it isn't 100% necessary to understand the overall story. Hey Dad, it's me, your favorite son. And today, I'd like to talk about and NieR. Drakengard actually had quite an interesting origin. It was developed by Kavia and published by Square Enix. The idea for the game began when Takamasa Shiba and Takuya Iwasaki were having a conversation at a bar. Shiba was working with Square Enix at the time, and Iwasaki had done some work on Final Fantasy IX and Kingdom Hearts at this point. The two had the idea to make a game that was like Ace Combat but with dragons. Yoko Taro eventually joined the project as an art director, but his designs weren't on par with what the team wanted. Since Iwasaki and Shiba didn't have confidence in their creative writing abilities, they made Taro the director of the project, and he wrote its script along with Sawako Natori. The team wanted to make a story that had a much darker tone than fantasy series at the time. They wanted to juxtapose themselves with the lighthearted and upbeat styles of Final Fantasy and Dragon Quest. Throughout development, the gameplay for Drakengard was shifted quite a lot. The team decided to add in ground-based combat, in addition to the aerial combat that the game started out including. This created numerous issues for the team. On top of that, Enix and Square were going through their merger at the time of development, so Taro was getting tons of suggestions for design changes from the board. The world of Drakengard was made particularly dark and bleak. Most of the characters in the games are morally gray. Drakengard's story was influenced by Celtic folklore and Neon Genesis Evangelion, so if you like those two things, you're in for a good time. At the time of development, Taro didn't think the game would be getting a sequel. The game included 5 endings, all of which were very bleak and dark. Taro was so worried about the game's tone and dark nature that Yosuke Saito went to pitch the game to Sony. They were so tired of reviewing pitches that day that they just approved the project without ever looking at it. Drakengard would eventually be announced in December of 2002. It was released in Japan as Drag on Dragoon on September 11th, 2003, and then was renamed for Western audiences because Drag on Dragoon didn't sound cool enough in English. Drakengard was released in North America for the PlayStation 2 on March 2nd, 2004. A few notes before we get into things. Drakengard was originally released for the PlayStation 2. I emulated the game for this review. I played it on the PCS X2 emulator. I did have some graphical issues in the beginning of my footage that I wasn't sure if they were a part of the game or not. For the most part though, the game ran fine with minimal issues or bugs. The second note is on the structure of this review. Like I said before, Drakengard has multiple endings, 5 in total. This would become a staple of Yoko Taro games moving forward. Because of this, I will first talk about the game, its story, its gameplay and mechanics, up until the first ending of the game. I will then go back to talk about all of the other endings, analyzing each one at the end. The game begins in an older time, when dragons still flew. The Union and the Empire are currently warring over a goddess. The Empire has gained great power recently, and they have begun to attack the castle where the goddess is held. We then see Furii, the goddess that all this killing is over. She's inside the castle, overlooking a book as its pages begin to flip. We see a battle raging outside. Furii's brother, Khaim, is fighting out on the field. Khaim is the heir to a small state that is part of the Union. During the battle, Khaim is wounded. He sees the Empire's troops begin to take the castle and makes his way back to the main building. Khaim and Furii are orphans. Their parents were murdered by the Empire, specifically by a black dragon. We officially get to control Khaim and start slaughtering our enemies on the battlefield as we head towards the castle. He defeats the commanders on the front lines, barely making it inside the castle gates, still bleeding from his side. When he does make it inside, he finds that the Empire has captured and wounded a dragon. This reminds Khaim of his parents' death. Because of what he experienced, he has a great hatred for all dragons. As he's about to kill the dragon, he decides to make a pact with the beast.
Kill me if you desire, but you can never dirty my soul, wretched human.
Tell me, do you still want her to live, dragon?
What?
A pact! There's no other way!
What makes you worthy of a pact with me?
Worthy or not, I wish to live. Despise me if you will, but I shall not die!
In the world of Drakengard, called Midgard, humans can make pacts with all manner of creatures. These pacts usually provide the humans some sort of abilities, powers, or help from the creatures. The pact requires that the humans lose something, though. Neither truly wanting to make a pact with each other, Khaim hating dragons and the dragon hating humans, but as the dragon says, they are united by their need to live. The dragon breaks from its chains, and they are both healed as Khaim rises into the air. But Khaim had to give up something, his voice. He can no longer speak. We begin our first aerial mission. Before we talk more about the story, we should probably talk about the combat in Drakengard. There are 2 types of fighting sequences in the game, ground combat and aerial combat. Ground combat is easily the worst of the 2. As I said before, this was mostly added to garner some more attention based on the massive success that was Dynasty Warriors. A lot of games were trying to be Dynasty Warriors clones at the time and grab some of their attention. So at its best, Drakengard's ground combat is a poor man's Dynasty Warriors. The combat is especially tired in the beginning of the game. We have a limited set of things that we can do in combat. Pressing square will attack, but at the beginning we can only really do a 3-hit combo. This will go up depending on the level of our weapon. Pressing triangle during certain points in one of these combos will do a special move that's different based on whichever of the 64 weapons that you're using. Attacking will also fill up our magic meter at the bottom of the screen. Magic is different based on the weapon we're using as well. This can be as simple as shooting fireballs out in front of us, or summoning a magic barrier that will burn down anything touching Khaim. As we level up weapons, the powers also get stronger, transform, and we get more magic meter when using said weapon. There's a large amount of variety here, and it's one thing I'll commend the game for. It seems that every weapon is distinct, and it depends on what sort of playstyle you want to go for. We start out only with Khaim's sword. This is a basic sword that gives us the ability to shoot out a fireball, damaging enemies it touches and in the area it lands. Ground combat also changes as we get the ability to use the dragon. We can hop on the dragon during ground combat and fly around, torching our enemies from above. The dragon can also use magic, which results in a hail of fire raining down on the enemies around us. This generally works alright, though the controls can be a bit awkward. Also, later in the game, enemies can get really tanky, so a lot of the time we just end up circling back to targets to wear down their health over time. We can also get knocked off the dragon by ranged enemies or archers on the ground. This creates situations where we really just can't use the dragon at all and are forced to go on foot. We can try and dodge around the volleys of arrows, but it just doesn't really work. Most ground missions are structured so that we have specific targets that we have to seek out. We kill these targets and then either other targets spawn that we have to kill, or we head to an area to end the mission. Usually it's the former, and the game likes to drag out missions spawning new targets over and over again. Enemies in Drakengard are generally pretty simple. Some of them will attack faster or slower, have more health or less, and there are even some spellcasters. The biggest variety in enemy design, though, is the anti-magic enemies. These enemies have a small red indicator letting us know that we can't use magic on them. Well, we can, but if we do, they counterattack, damaging us. This is fine and is probably a good way to introduce challenge and force the player to use different methods of approach. The only problem is we can't use the dragon on these enemies, otherwise we'll be knocked off by the counterattack. On top of that, the magic button and the combo button are the same, triangle. So when we're fighting non-magic enemies and we try to initiate a combo ability, sometimes we time it wrong and activate our magic, attacking the anti-magic enemies and taking damage from their counterattacks. If you want to play it safe, this leaves us only one way to go, which is spamming square over and over again. There really just isn't enough variety in combat in general, and it becomes very tedious over time. The ground missions just stretch themselves out so long, and there are so many of them. We're just slicing down hordes of enemies doing the same thing over and over again. It really becomes so tiresome and just not worth it. That's the biggest problem that this game has, is just tedium. I should also note that we cannot control the camera when we're on the ground. This creates so many awkward situations where we're trying to run at the camera and hope that the enemies don't attack before it flips itself around to show us our battlefield. It's even worse in situations where we're fighting against ranged foes. There was a point early on where I started to believe that I was enjoying the ground combat. I quickly realized that I was being tricked. I wasn't enjoying the combat because it was good, it was because there was a momentary satisfaction. Slicing down big groups of enemies was pleasing to my brain, and seeing the numbers go up was great, but there was nothing else there. We can dodge and block with Kayam, but the dodge is the worst thing ever. It's mapped to the right and left bumpers. We can only dodge right or left, and don't ask how the game decides which way it's going to dodge outside of that. I think it's based on the camera placement, but every time I would try and dodge, it would throw me in some wild direction. It also just wasn't really ever useful because Drakengard isn't really hard. There was one boss fight towards the end of the game where I absolutely needed to dodge, but outside of that, just slicing up enemies and using magic was really the only necessary thing in the game. The other type of combat encounter in Drakengard is the aerial combat. Aerial combat is much better than ground, and you can tell that the game was originally designed to include just this. The ground combat was definitely an afterthought. In the sky, we can control our dragon. We can fire at enemies manually or lock onto them. We can also charge up our magic meter here and use it to send a massive volley of projectiles at enemies. The types of enemies that we'll fight are pretty varied. I will say the flight missions are where the art direction really comes into play. We get to see wide vistas, powerful enemies, and really great sights. The style and aesthetic of the game is really unique and genuinely good. The aerial missions do have an enemy variety problem of their own. They surely aren't as bad as the ground missions, but it is an issue. There are tons of different types of enemies, but a lot of them result in the same thing. There are too many enemies that will block our attacks until they attack us. It got to a point in the game where a new enemy was introduced, and I just automatically assumed I had to wait for them to attack so that I could damage them. And most of the time, I was right. That being said, the aerial missions are quite fun for the most part. Generally, they don't overstay their welcome. We just have to take out the targets on the screen and usually kill everything in front of us. They aren't as watered down as the ground missions. There are some that are a little too long, but never to the extent that Khaim's solo sections were. In general, combat feels like two wildly different games. One feels half-baked with some alright ideas, but really poor execution. The other feels like a genuine attempt at making something fun while also introducing new style and design to the formula. Overall, it's alright, and there were genuine good moments and really bad moments. There's a lot of good here, but just as much bad. Khaim mounts the dragon and takes it into the sky. They begin to take out the Empire forces swarming the castle. While in the sky, we will often hear interjections from our dragon or from other characters in the game. This creates a constant flow of narrative information, developing characters and plot lines as we're fighting waves of foes. We learn pretty quickly that the dragon that Khaim made a pact with detests humans. She thinks they are a foul race that is far below dragons and doesn't understand them at all. The dragon remarks that with Khaim's voice gone, she will speak for both of them. This sets the tone for the game, the story, and the turn that Khaim will make throughout the tale. The distaste, disgust, and apathy that the dragon spits out is representative in a change in Khaim as well. Khaim heads into the castle to save his sister. Fyriai is incredibly important, not only because she is the goddess, but because she is a seal. There are 4 seals in Midgard that protect it from falling into madness. Fyriai is one of these, with the other 3 being the desert seal, ocean seal, and the forest seal. We head through the castle, cutting down any soldiers in our way. When we arrive at Fyriai, we see that Inuart is already there. Inuart is Khaim's friend, and he's staving off soldiers that have already made it to her room. When Khaim makes it to them, he begins repeatedly stabbing a soldier. We learn that Khaim has a massive bloodlust and anger and rage inside of him. Fyriai and Inuart realize that Khaim can't speak. Inuart suggests that they take Fyriai to the elf village. The elves are bound to neutrality, unable to take a side. Before Fyriai was the goddess, she was betrothed to Inuart, so he will do anything to keep her safe. Inuart is a harp player, and before they head off, he decides to sing a song for the two.
The usual song?
When we arrive at the elf village, we find that it's already been attacked. The neutral place and safe haven that the group has sought out isn't what they needed to find. Inuart decides to look at the village for himself. He doesn't trust the dragon pack beast. We have to defend the skies from the Imperial forces inhabiting it and the forests themselves. We eventually arrive at the village to find it completely destroyed. Inuart has completely lost hope at this point. The dragon then begins to hear the voice of the hierarch Verdele. He is essentially a priest who acts as a guardian of the 4 seals. He also has a pact beast in that of a petrified dragon. Since he has a pact, he can therefore hear and communicate with other pact holders. He's currently at the temple in the desert. Inuart feels a failure for not being able to protect Fyriai as easily as he thought he could. The group decides to head to the desert temple to find Verdele. Before we leave, Khaim finds a message written in blood.
Speak not the watchers, draw not the watchers, write not the watchers, sculpt not the watchers, sing not the watchers, call not the watchers' name. What is this?
The Watchers are some type of otherworldly beings that will arrive if the seals are broken. We find a woman dying nearby who tells us that the cult of the Watchers attacked the village and took everything to a place in the valley. We track down the cult and defeat them in the valley, battling a massive wave of priests. When we finally slay the final priest, we realize the elves were taken somewhere else. At this point, the dragon loses Verdele's voice. She can no longer hear him. A man crawls up and tells us that the Empire has taken his village in the Fairy Valley. The dragon asks Khaim an important question.
Do you go to save lives, or to take them?
Khaim has built up a massive hatred for the Empire. He wants them dead, and nothing the dragon can say will stop him. We take out the Imperial forces about the village, but when we arrive, we see a man with a knife pointed to his neck. This man is Leonard. He lives in the forest with his 3 younger brothers. Leonard has a bit of a fucked up story, which is really the only way to put it. I'm literally just not even going to talk about it. He's probably the most controversial character in the series, and if I went into detail here, YouTube would just nuke my channel immediately. If you're interested, just go look it up. Regardless, Leonard was gone while his brothers were murdered. He feels personally responsible and decides to take his own life, but he doesn't. A fairy comes along and begins jeering at him and making fun of him. He makes a pact with the fairy and loses his sight in the process. Since Leonard has a pact now, we begin to hear his voice. We find him among the forest, and he tells us that he knows that the goddess is in danger. He decides to join our party and come with us, but he still cannot forgive himself for the things that he's done. We gain Leonard as an ally here. Allies are characters that we can equip and use on ground missions. 3 times per mission, we can press circle to summon an ally for a short period of time. They have their own weapons, abilities, and skill sets. We finally head to the desert to seek out Inuart and Furii, as well as find Verdele. Furii tells us that Inuart and Verdele were taken in the process of protecting her. We eventually find the dungeon that Verdele is being held at, but Inuart was taken elsewhere. We rescue him, and he tells us that the Empire is trying to reconstruct the world. When the seals are broken, the seeds of resurrection will appear. The Empire wants these seeds to restart the world itself. As each seal breaks, Furii grows weaker and her burden is heavier. We see Inuart in his prison. He begs for strength, but a voice of the cult of the Watchers begins to speak to his inner desires. This is where the aesthetic choices and design really begin to shine in Drakengard.
My betrothed, she shall love only me.
Please stop.
All mine, Furii, all mine, all mine, all mine. No man can have her, no man, not even Khaim.
The game will shift greatly over the course of our adventure. Towards the end of the game is when things really start to get interesting, not only in the story, but also in the environments, characters, world, and lore. The piece really is crafted masterfully, and nothing is accidental here. The voice speaking to Inuart tells him that the burden will kill Furii. Inuart sees a way to help Furii, but the only way he could get the strength to do so is to make a pact with a dragon. Inuart then opens his eyes to reveal they've changed to red, signifying that he's been taken over by some dark presence. We have to go protect the desert seal, as the Empire has already begun to target it. We defeat much of the Imperial armies, but wraiths begin to attack us. These are supposed to only target us if we move quickly, but they're really pretty weak, so we can just take them down. We take out the Imperial commanders and try to hold back the Empire's forces from the seal. Verdele is shocked by the sacrilege that he witnesses, but their efforts are futile. The desert seal is destroyed. While they guarded the sacred symbols, they found Inuart's harp in the sand. Khaim and Verdele return to Furii to tell her what happened. The group has begun to hear a strange voice, and it seems their only lead at this point. The voice is coming from an Imperial jail. We then see the prison, 2 guards talk about a mad woman that's being kept there. She's laughing, and the only thing we learn about her is that her whole family died. Just then, the Union begins to attack. This woman's name is Ariosh. She is an elf woman whose family was slaughtered, leaving her mad. She then began killing masses of children to try and save them. She was then jailed for her crimes and created a pact with 2 elementals, Udine and Salamander. Ariosh, like Leonard, is another ally to us. At this point, our dragon levels up, giving us more power and more lock-on targets in battle, as well as another magic bar. We then see another dragon arrive, and Inuart shows up. He's made a pact with a black dragon. He tells Furii to come with him. He tells Khaim that he traded his songs for strength. He can no longer play music. The thing that made Inuart himself is gone. Khaim doesn't let him take her. This is a massive betrayal to him. His greatest ally and friend has now sided with the same beast that killed his parents. The two dragons begin to battle, and the red dragon is losing. Khaim rushes to save her, but is blasted with flame. His dragon steps in front of the fireball. Inuart attacks Verdele and takes Furii. The harp has been cast down. Inuart is gone, and something else has taken his place. Khaim is frustrated. He feels betrayed, alone, and defeated. Verdele says that anger filled him when Inuart attacked. He feels that he has lost his soul in this, his priesthood. The group heads towards the castle to try and rescue Furii from Inuart. On the way, we meet Sire, a young child that's made a pact with a golem. This is our final ally of the game. Sire is a twin, with his sister being Mana. He was attacked and his mother was killed by the Empire. This led him to making the pact with Gollum. Now, each character has their own little side path that we'll talk about during the endings section of the story. These are extra chapters that build up the characters further and let us into their backstory, as well as provide vital plot information. Sire does join us to try and find his sister Mana, who was abandoned by their mother after being neglected. As the group battles the Empire forces, they hear the death rattle of the fairies. This means that the third seal has been broken. The only seal left is the goddess. Khaim now has to head to the Empire's lands to find the fortress that Furii is being held at. When we arrive, the Empire and the Union have amassed all of their forces for one final battle. The Empire has revealed a new creation, though, the Cyclops, massive war monsters created in their factories. I love the design on the Cyclops. It's the first introduction of something truly massive and warped in the game. It's not a natural beast, but it is a representation of how far the Empire has gone. Even the Red Dragon questions whether this could have been made by man. We defeat a few of these, and Khaim begins to assist in the final battle. As we take out all of the important soldiers, the day is won. The Union is victorious. Just then, the sky is darkened and magical bombs are let loose by the Empire, destroying the rest of the Union soldiers. The environment around us has been turned into a wasteland. Verdele thinks that Furii must have been killed. The last seal must have been broken. We have to head to the Empire's flying fortress in the sky. Before we do that, the Empire's soldiers begin to rise from the dead. As we head towards the fortress, we begin to fight pure manifestations of evil, warped and twisted creatures coming from all sides. We then see Furii being held in the fortress. She is with the voice that we heard before, controlling Inuart, and Inuart himself. We then have to fight Inuart, our first large boss fight of the game. Here, Inuart is on his black dragon, and he's actually pretty hard to hit. Most attacks he will either dodge or counter. His attacks aren't very hard to avoid though, but we have to shoot at him when he's vulnerable. When he's already doing an attack is normally when he'll get hit. He flees the battle before we can defeat him. We head to the fortress and have to make our way inside. Once we do, we have 20 minutes to find Furii. When we make it in, we find the High Priestess of the Watchers. This is Mana, Sire's younger twin sister. In addition to that, Furii has already been killed. The final seal has been broken. As Inuart sees her, the influence on him is broken. Inuart begins to despair and decide whether this was all his fault or not. As he cries out, Mana dances around the tragic scene.
What have you done?
I broke the seal. Now she's useless.
The Watchers left.
The Watchers laugh. La 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 la.
Inuart takes Furii into the sky, her lifeless body on top of his dragon. He gave up everything to save her, and he still couldn't do it. But Inuart hopes for a miracle. He needs to bring her back to life. The seeds of resurrection are now here, now that all the seals have been broken. Inuart is trying to find one of these seeds, but only evil can come from them. We battle Inuart again and stop him from doing this. We head to the Imperial City, which has now been bathed in red. Hell has arrived in Midgard. We have to fight the Worm, which is a member of an ancient race of dragons. These are vilified as myths, and the red dragon quakes at the mere sight of one. They are not meant to be attacked. We have to battle the worm. We attack it and its minions until it balls up and we can't do damage. We repeat the process until he's dead. With this, the dragon thanks Khaim and she begins to feel a kinship towards him, never having felt anything for humans before. We battle more hellish beasts above and inside the city itself. Once we get to the temple, Mana awaits. These last missions are particularly rough, especially the temple mission. We have to fight so many enemies here. They just keep coming over and over, and most of them are repeats. It's just jacked up the level of foes to inflate the challenge of the mission, but it really just makes it tedious. Khaim is going to kill Mana to get his revenge, but Verdelé stops him. He tells him that killing a child is too great an evil for his soul to bear. He steps forward to seal the evil within Mana. Verdelé casts the seal, but it doesn't work. It only makes Mana grow even stronger. At this point, if you can't see the Evangelion influence, I don't even know what to tell you. We have to defeat Mana, only attacking her when she is vulnerable. After this, Mana still is being controlled slightly by the Watchers, but she's lucid enough to beg for death. Khaim refuses this, though. The group has to decide who the next seal will be so that the world can be safe from the Watchers once more. The Red Dragon offers to be the next seal. This clearly shows the dragon's change over the course of the story. She started out hating humans and everything they represent, but her pact with Khaim has changed her, and she now offers her life to protect humanity. The seal is a painful process, and Khaim sheds tears as his companion writhes on the ground. The dragon decides at the end of her life she will finally tell Khaim her name.
I have never seen you weep before. There is but one thing I wish for you to remember. Angelus. My name is Angelus. You are the first and the last of your kind to know my name.
Angelus fades away into the sky as the seal is created. This is the first ending to the game, the anguish of an unsmiling watcher, or ending A. This is what's considered to be the main story of the game, or at least your first route through the story. I really enjoy this one, and it does a lot to develop characters, but there are still 4 more endings we need to talk about. The second ending that we can achieve is ending B. In Drakengard, the story is laid out in chapters and verses. Verses are generally either missions, events, or just cutscenes that we experience as we play through the tale. Some of these verses will require us to come back to them later, hiding parts of the story until we've finished others. Some of these will also be locked based on how fast we completed certain missions. The route for ending B sees Inuart taking Furiai's body to the Seeds of Destruction. He successfully places her body inside and she is resurrected, but not as he thought. The seeds seem to use the individual to create a massive power that is hell-bent on taking down humanity. Furiai's boss battle is a little difficult, but nothing we can't handle. We have to attack her and avoid her volley of powerful blows. As Khaim holds Furiai in his arms, dozens of copies of the monster that Furiai became have been created by the seeds, signaling a battle that Khaim and Angelus probably cannot win. This is Flowers for the Broken Spirit, or Ending B. Ending C sees Khaim arriving before Furiai is actually killed. She reveals her true feelings about being the goddess, but due to some translation issues with the English version, the full meaning isn't explained. In the Japanese version, her true motives are fully revealed, that she has feelings for Khaim, her own brother. She then impales herself with the dagger, either out of shame or because of the burden of her duty. Again, Inuart tries to take her body to the Seeds of Resurrection, but fails in bringing back Furiai. He dies beside her, at least finding some sort of peace in death. Mana is then standing at the altar attempting to summon a dragon, but is killed. It's then that Angelus takes on her chaos form. She has decided to disband the pact between her and Khaim, altering their deal. We learn that dragons were created by the gods to guard the world and destroy humanity. The dragons have now begun to revolt against the Watchers, though, and Angelus can no longer be used by a human. She turns against us and we have to fight her. Now, this was easily the fight that I thought was the hardest in the game. It was somehow my favorite and my least favorite battle rolled together in one. The fight is interesting because we actually have to pay attention to mechanics, dodge, and pick our strikes when we can. Angelus will throw fireballs at us, lunge at us, and rain magic down from the sky. We have to dodge all of this and use the moments when she isn't attacking to get in hits. We also can't use magic against her, which makes this more difficult. The last couple phases are the worst ones, though, where balls of energy chase us on the ground in random patterns, and we can never tell when they're going to hit. But I do really love the symbolism of the battle, Angelus finally fulfilling the corruption that she spoke of so much and going against humanity in full. Also, since the pact is broken, we finally hear Khaim speak again, regaining himself once more before the end.
I am Khaim.
Eventually, we take down Angelus and he destroys the Seed of Resurrection. But outside, the dragons begin their uprising, ready to take down humanity for good. Khaim rushes towards the light, ready to defend the world, to use his sword to save, not to kill. Even though this ending is just as tragic as the rest, if not more so, I think it's probably one of my favorites. It just really makes sense for the whole story and wraps it up very well. This is a companion's eternal farewell, or Ending C. Ending D sees us starting from the same section. We are journeying through the fortress attempting to find Fyriai, but if we go a different way and find Mana, Ciri confronts her. As Mana is killed by Gollum, the Watchers begin to descend from the skies. They float down and kill Ariosh, as well as Leonard, as he sacrifices himself trying to destroy them. The Queen Beast arrives, or the Queen of the Watchers. We have to defeat the Queen, and Verdelet comes up with a plan to save everyone. Since Ciri gave up his time as a part of his pact, stopping his aging, he believes he can break his pact and freeze the Queen in time. On the way to get Ciri to the Queen, Khaim and Angelus are killed, but Ciri arrives, breaking his pact and trapping the world around him in time, saving Midgard. This is the wild dreams of a deluded child, Ending D. The final end, Ending E, is easily the most difficult one to get. I really shouldn't say difficult, but just time-consuming. Like I said before, there are 64 weapons in the game, and we have to find every single one to be able to get this ending. This requires a lot of work, a lot of venturing to hidden areas, waiting for chests to spawn, completing missions under a certain time. It's a lot. But eventually this unlocks a final chapter. This takes place directly before Ciri is sent to trap the Queen. Instead of trapping the Queen, the group attacks her and a portal is opened. They all fall inside, only to be transported to modern-day Tokyo. We have an incredibly strange boss battle where we have to match the colors of rings that emanate from the Queen. Square is white and triangle is black. This is incredibly difficult because if we get one wrong, we lose and have to start over, and it really goes on for quite a while. This ending was actually an homage to the end of Evangelion and was originally meant to be a joke ending. The ending was originally conceived as a singing competition against a giant version of the pop singer Ayumi Hamasaki. After the Queen is killed, her body begins dissolving, introducing an unknown substance to the world. Khaim and Angelus are immediately shot out of the air and killed by Japanese fighter jets. Angelus's body is impaled on Tokyo Tower. There's a lot more to this ending that would actually create the spin-off series for Drakengard called NieR, but we'll talk about that later. The story overall for Drakengard is fantastic, and if you know me, then you know I'm a huge fan of multiple endings. It lets the players decide which one is best, which one they like the most. It also just introduces variety into the story. What would have happened if? The endings in Drakengard are also particularly tragic. Each story ends in a way that either wrecks the world or someone dies. Angelus is sacrificed as the seal, Furii is transformed and the world is doomed, Angelus betrays Khaim and humanity, Khaim and Angelus have to sacrifice themselves to save the world, as does Sirei, and the group is transported to Tokyo, fighting a fierce battle with the Queen, only to be killed directly after. Drakengard is an incredibly ambitious project. It attempts to tell a new story in a unique world. The aesthetic and design of Midgard feels incredibly fresh even today. Seeing the grotesqueries crawl from their portals is an eye-opening sight. A scene like this makes us realize that the people making this cared about what people were playing. They wanted to tell a story that was new, that was fresh. The characters are given ample time and story to develop their personalities. Each one feels like a fleshed-out being, a person with faults, flaws, and room to grow. Speaking of flaws, every character in Drakengard is incredibly flawed. They're all morally gray. No one here is good. Angelus hates humans and thinks they should be extinguished. Verdelé doubts his faith and constantly punishes himself for it, pushing his life into non-confrontation. Furii is into her brother. Inuart is obsessed with Furii to the point that he becomes corrupted and leaves his soul behind. Leonard is... Ariosh has gone mad and slaughtered children. Sirei is really not flawed, but you get the point. And most of all is Khaim. Khaim, our main character, is filled with a bloodlust in revenge. He wants to kill everything that stands in his way, no matter what the cost. The game doesn't try to hold this fact from us. We, as the player, are constantly told by the game to kill. That's our whole mission every single time. We have targets, we must seek out and defeat them. There's no way around this at all, but the characters in the game are constantly shouting at us, telling us that we slaughter needlessly, that it's too much. But there's nothing we can do. We play Khaim and he has lost his speech. We can't rationalize this. We can't break through and speak to these characters to tell them why we do this. We just have to do it. In one of the characters' individual paths, we have to rescue one of our companions in the forest. The Empire has employed young conscripts, just kids forced into military work. His group tells him not to kill these kids, but he does, because they're in his way, because he has to save his sister, to save the world. Do you go to save lives or take them? With that all being said, Drakengard is not a great game. It's an amazing, fantastic story, fresh with things that feel genuinely new to me, but the gameplay portion is just not good. The game is unbalanced with poor design. The ground combat can be incredibly slow and just grating at times. It's clear that this was not what the original game was supposed to be. It was supposed to be something wildly different. Fighting through crowds of enemies feels okay at first, but after the 200th time we've done it, it starts to get a little old. The game's combat only finds its full flight towards the end when things become difficult and more scenically interesting. The air combat is better, but with its own problems as well. The controls can be incredibly awkward at points, and most levels can be a little too easy to provide anything new for us to deal with. Once we get the hang of it though, it is fun, but it's still flawed in its own way. Regardless of its faults, most of Drakengard tries to do something new, and that's always something that I'll commend. Trying to break the status quo and introduce new ideas is fantastic, and something we need way more of today. Drakengard didn't do very well sales-wise. It was no blockbuster, but by the end of 2003, it had sold 240,000 copies. The reviews weren't great either, sitting at a 63 on Metacritic. Most praised the story, calling it the game's biggest strength, but the gameplay was torn apart, with critics citing the bland environments and repeated enemy designs. Even though Drakengard wasn't a huge success, Square Enix decided to greenlight a sequel, though the next game in the series would not be directed by Yoko Taro. Drakengard 2 was announced in 2004, with Takamasa Shiba returning as producer. Yoko Taro was not brought back on as director because of two reasons. First, because Yoko Taro was already busy working on another project at the time, and he didn't have the ability to work on the game's sequel. Taro was also pretty outspoken about how much of a disaster the first game's production had been, and had made it clear that he didn't want to work on another one for quite a while. He did pitch the original idea for the sequel, which was a space tale that involved dragons, but it was shot down pretty fast. He was eventually brought onto the project towards the end of development to work on the CGI cutscenes. He ended up having a love-hate relationship with the new director, Akira Yasui. The two had many creative differences and butted heads at times. This probably had something to do with the direction that Yasui wanted to take the series in. He wanted to make Drakengard 2 much more colorful than the previous game. He wanted to make it the opposite of Drakengard. Square Enix had also stepped in and informed the team that they wanted to cut some of the more mature themes from the first game. They wanted to make a more mainstream product that broader audiences could enjoy. They did want to keep some of the darker tones of the first entry, though. They wanted to showcase war and death with this story, and love and hate. The new main character was designed to be able to explore the themes of father and son, and the child overcoming his parent. The team also wanted there to be a slight parallel to Chaim and Angelus from the first game. Noe was also made to be a stereotype of a hero. Some characters were also sharing traits with others from the previous entry. This was to signify that the torch was being passed on to the new guard. Eris, a new character for Drakengard, was designed with heavy inspiration from the character Casca in the popular manga Berserk. One of the main things I noticed while researching the development for Drakengard 2 was that the returning producer, Shiba, was also not interested in a lot of the changes that were being made. It kind of seemed like he was staying in the series to try and direct things as much as he could, but he really couldn't alter too much. Drakengard 2 was released in Japan on June 16th, 2005 as Dragon Dragoon 2. It was then released as Drakengard 2 in North America on February 14th, 2006. A few notes before we get into things. I just want to first point out that I played this game using a PS2 emulator. Specifically, I played Drakengard 2 on the PCSX2 emulator. I had very few issues running this game, barely even a graphical bug here or there. It ran very smooth and was probably even better than the first Drakengard game. The second note that I have is on the structure of this review. As you know, if you've seen the previous video on the first game in the Drakengard series, these games normally have multiple endings. Because of that, I'll first be talking about the game's mechanics, story, and gameplay while running through my first playthrough of the tale. At the end of that section, we'll then be talking about the other endings to Drakengard 2 before wrapping up with my final thoughts on the project. I should also note here that while the game was originally announced as a direct sequel to Drakengard, it technically isn't. The game was originally supposed to follow ending A of Drakengard, where Angelus was made to be the final seal guarding the world. This was eventually retconned, and now Drakengard 2 exists in its own separate timeline. This is sort of a pointless distinction in my mind, but I figured I should at least point it out, considering the game was developed as a sequel to ending A of the first game. Drakengard 2 begins with a narration from our new protagonist, Noe. He talks about the war between the Empire and Union from far before he was born. It is strange because this intro does show footage from multiple of Drakengard's endings. Noe ends his narration with the reveal that this game takes place 18 years after the first. Now, 5 seals hold the Red Dragon, or Angelus, in place. The Knights of the Seal, a new order, has been formed to keep the seals in place. Each seal also has its own guardian, a lieutenant, charged with making sure the seals are not destroyed. Noe himself has been just accepted into the Knights of the Seal. Noe is a little different than others because he was raised by dragons, specifically a blue dragon named Legna. Noe talks to his friend Eris as she wishes him luck in the Royal Duel. She tells us that the Royal Duel is meant to assess the training of the knights in the service. She tells Noe to not embarrass himself in the battle.
We then get run through the practice course to get our tutorial for Drakengard 2. This seems as good a time as any to talk about the combat for Drakengard 2. A lot of things have changed since the first entry, but a lot of things have stayed the same. We still have two types of combat, ground combat and aerial combat. Ground combat has generally the same function as it did before. As long as we're outside, we can switch between flying our dragon around and burning down enemies, and fighting with our weapons on the ground. We again have many different weapons to choose from, which all change the way that the game is played. In almost every regard, though, Drakengard 2 makes this a bit more complex, adding in a few more mechanics at each turn to spice things up a bit. Each weapon now has its own specific combos that can be done with it, activating special abilities. These can be simple things like rushing forward, or incredibly powerful moves like jumping in the air and clearing out a room. This variety makes things go a lot better, and with the whopping 66 weapons that the game holds, there's a lot of different moves to be found. This also generally keeps us from just doing our normal 4-hit combos and incentivizes the player to think outside the box a bit. Each of these combos is gained by leveling the weapon up. Each weapon has 4 levels, just like in Drakengard. Magic also makes a return in this entry, each type being tied to the weapon that we're currently using. These are generally pretty good, though some weapons do use the same magic as others, so there isn't as much variety. But the magic feels satisfying to use, especially when you can use it to wipe out a whole host of enemies. Taking out a group of monsters with the use of your magic bar is incredibly useful. Drakengard 2 also introduces the charge bar, which works in tandem with your magic. We can do some really powerful stuff with this system, and once we get towards the end of the game, wiping out enemies feels really great. There's also some more depth to the system in terms of the small stuff as well. We can again dodge and guard and down slash in Drakengard 2, but because the enemy design has been buffed up in this entry, these things are actually useful. Guarding an enemy's attack at the right time will allow us to parry, knocking them off balance and giving us time to attack. Certain enemies will guard more, some will move about faster. There's an actual difference between sponges here, so combat has actually become a bit more interesting. We aren't just slashing the same combo over and over again. Also, we can finally move the camera however much we want. This allows us to be able to see more of the battlefield and removes one of the biggest annoyances of the first Drakengard game. Noe can also be leveled up, gaining experience each time he gets a kill. The game tries to go a bit more in the RPG direction by introducing stat points, but there really isn't a ton of gear to be found, so it doesn't seem to matter that much. Changing weapons with Noe can also change the character that he's controlling. We'll gain allies throughout Drakengard 2 just like in the first game, but instead of summoning them a limited amount of times, we can use them as much as we want. They have their own health and magic meters. This allows for some change in combat as well, and each character has their own strengths and weaknesses. Certain characters will deal more damage against magic users, others will deal more damage against monsters. This creates situations where we have to swap out characters when battling new enemies. Again, all of these new features introduce more variety and interest in the combat system. We can also encounter shops out in the world where we can buy weapons and items to use. Our weapon wheel now allows us to use items to either heal ourselves or increase our magic gauge. This is another welcome change because it allows us to be in control of how much health we have. The only way to really heal in the previous game was to collect health orbs, and that could be random. We can also now purchase accessories from shops that will affect our stats slightly. These can increase attack damage, magic damage, physical defense, etc., etc. These didn't seem to do a whole lot until the later game. For the most part, they didn't really seem to matter too much. Overall, the ground combat system has been completely redeveloped. It's much better to play. It has way more depth than Drakengard did. A lot of the problem with the ground combat in Drakengard was the tedium. Here, a lot of that does still exist. Giving us different things to do is fine, but there's still a little tinge of us just running back and forth and killing targets. It's definitely not as bad as the previous game, but it's still not perfect. Flying the dragon during ground combat sections has also gotten a bit better. There aren't nearly as many things that can knock us off our flying beast. There are certain times where we need to get off to defeat certain enemies on the ground, but when we are burning enemies from the sky, it's just a bit better than before. They also seem to have fixed the issues when mounting the dragon. In the first game, you couldn't hop on the dragon too close to any other objects. This didn't always work the best though, and sometimes we'd just have to run around and spam the mount button until it worked. That mostly seems to have gone away, and it's a welcome fix. Aerial combat is something that I can't say is greatly improved or downgraded though. It's honestly mostly the same. We fly around in the sky and attack enemies, either firing at them manually or by locking onto targets. Drakengard 2 adds more special magic attacks that we can do with our dragon though. This system can be a bit confusing because we keep constantly unlocking these powers, but we can only use them by picking up floating objects while fighting. These objects aren't really that common, or at least they weren't for me, so it wasn't something I really got to use that much. Combat in general has just risen to alright in this entry. It can be fun at some points and entertaining, but it's definitely far from being great or perfect. There's still some issues with both, even with the new mechanics and added complexity. I will say though that it's much less tedious and a bit more enjoyable than the previous entry. During training, we encounter another knight who, through his quarrel with Noe, teaches us more about his situation. Noe is apparently being called a savior by the hierarch, and some people resent him for it. We end up having to fight General Gizmor in the royal duel instead of another knight. This is mostly because he doesn't think that the normal knights will be a match for Noe. After we fight him, he then calls more senior knights to the front. Eris protests this, but Gizmor decides that he needs the challenge. Noe was actually adopted by General Auror, who is now dead. After his duel with the knights, Noe talks to Sire, who is now the hierarch. Sire tells Noe that he reminds him of his father. Noe doesn't like praise, but he especially doesn't like being called the savior. He seems to want to be normal. This could have something to do with the adversity of being raised by dragons. We learn that Verdele was killed around the same time that Auror was, leaving Sire to become hierarch. I will say that the writing overall for Drakengard 2 is pretty bad. There's just so much exposition that's given through dialogue in incredibly unnatural ways. This could have something to do with translation issues, but whatever the problem is, it results in very poor delivery of information throughout the story. This is a notable downgrade from the last entry. Most of the time, the dialogue feels like a bland RPG that was just made to cash in on market trends. They didn't really need to go this route, considering this was a sequel to a mildly successful previous entry. Sire tells Noe that he has to make sure his father doesn't die in vain. Noe declares that he'll achieve vengeance for his father's death. This is the reason that he became a Knight of the Seal in the first place. Just then, monsters have begun showing up in the district of Shining Life. Eris and Noe are then sent out to deal with the problem. We have to defeat tons of monsters in the sky and on the ground. We get Eris as an ally at this point. Her spears can be good for dealing with tightly grouped enemies in close corridors. Sire is very concerned about the outcome of the battle at the District of Shining Life. Now monsters are beginning to show up at the gates, a full-out assault beginning on the place. Eris explains the districts to us. There are 5 of them, and they are mostly uninhabitable. These places are protected by the Guardians of the Seal, hoping to keep the destruction of the world at bay. With the reinforcements called, we begin to fight larger enemies. These usually require us to attack their legs and take them down before being able to do significant damage. We end up finding prisoners inside of the district. Eris says that these prisoners are traitors to the Empire, former soldiers that tried to destroy the world. Eris then begins to spit some more exposition at us. In each of the districts, there are keys. These keys seal in the poisonous air in the district. The Shining Life's key is called the Holy Flowers. The Holy Flowers draw on the life force of those around them to clean the air, causing the poison to be neutralized. Noe then realizes that the people that are here are being sacrificed to the Holy Flowers. Eris says that they're martyrs, and it's worth the cost in the end. Noe doesn't like this and thinks that it's immoral to be killing people for something like this. The two then return to the Grand Shrine now that the land has been cleared of beasts. Gizmor says that there have been disturbances in the district of Soulflame. We have to go there with the lieutenant of that district, Zhangpo. Each of the lieutenants seem to be a bit eccentric in their own way. Zhang Po definitely doesn't want to go to the district and clearly doesn't want to do his duty at all. He's also very outspoken and has his own specific style. It's clear that this is the structure that the game was trying to set up, each of these lieutenants having their own personality and character that almost reflects the districts that they protect. We're introduced to Yaha, the guardian of the District of Precious Light, and Haunch, the guardian of the District of Hallowed Water. Gizmor wants us to head forward and clear the way for Zhang Po at once. Legna seems to be pretty outspoken about Noe, taking orders from Eris. He thinks that Noe is above that sort of thing. Legna is clearly set up as Noe's father. The two have a very specific bond, one to protect each other. They care for each other quite a lot, like Angelus and Khaim. Noe doesn't quite agree with Legna, though. He thinks Eris is more experienced and able to give him orders. Legna is disappointed in Noe. Seeing him taking orders and following around someone else like a lapdog doesn't make him happy. I will say that this entry doesn't give us as much of the conversations during battle. It seems like they lessened the Pact-Bearer conversations in Drakengard 2. I felt that these were a pro for the first game because they kept the information flowing. It felt like the first game was very efficient with providing us context and lore. This game doesn't do that as much and puts a lot of that information in cutscenes instead. This tends to draw out the story a bit longer than is necessary and also gives us a exposition dump fatigue. Once we get closer to the district, there's a thick fog about. We find that it's coming from some rocks that are spitting out poisonous fumes. We have to destroy these before it wipes out the nearby soldiers. We have to head to the Soul Flame Key, and Noe once again voices his concern that this key is killing the people around it. Eris tells us that the Guardian of Shining Life went missing. There is none currently, which is why we had to protect it before. Zhang Po decides to send some traitors to the Empire inside, which would be a death sentence. Just then, we see Mana walk through the crowd and stand as the leader of these people. Mana has clearly grown a lot older since we last saw her in Drakengard. She offers to go inside since she knows some magic. Zhang Po says it's her fault that they have so many martyrs to sacrifice to the key. After Mana journeys inside, the earth begins to quake and the fog has lifted, but Zhang Po seems worried. The group has to head inside to see what Mana did. Eris tells Noe that the reason Zhang Po is a lieutenant is because he entered a pact. We have to make our way through the fire cavern, opening many doors and gaining access to the deeper levels. We eventually reach the flame dais, the key to the district. Mana has clearly established herself as the head of some sort of resistance. Zhang Po tells her that if the keys are broken, the poison in the districts will be released into the world. Drakengard 2's story can be kind of confusing because it uses many terms to describe the same things. It leaves us wondering exactly how the world works. Because of this confusing terminology, combined with the fact that most of the characters' motives are unknown, it leaves us wondering exactly what's happening. It's revealed that Zhang Po's pact has lost him the taste of food. Mana pities him and it bothers Zhang Po. We're then ambushed by traitors and monsters who we have to take out. Zhang Po couldn't stop the flame dais from being destroyed. Mana reached her goal. This frees her and her companions from the district, but she soon falls down, unable to stand. Exposition Eris tells us that when a key is destroyed, the lieutenant is killed with it, meaning Zhang Po is dead. This also means that the Knights of the Seal lose control of this district. The two leave the flame caverns with Mana locked up. The general will decide her fate. Noe seems to empathize with Mana. He realizes that the reason she did what she did was for the people. Eris doesn't want to hear any of this. We have to clear out the rebels from the rest of the ruins. Eventually, Noe talks to Mana and asks her why she broke the key. She thinks that the reason people suffer is because the knights control the districts. She thinks the keys are locks that bind the people to their chains. Eris finds Noe talking to Mana, and it's clear she's upset. Gizmor arrives to deliver the sentence on Mana. Eris gives her the choice of beheading or burning at the stake, and Mana takes the burn. As Mana begins to turn, a huge smoke surrounds her and she's gone, boarded a ship out of the place. Gizmor tells Noe to chase down the ship and get Mana. On the way, he begins to rationalize Mana's actions. Legna just tells Noe that he should ignore the women because they will lead him astray. We hit Mana's ship and it crashes, but she survives and makes her escape once again. We head down on the ground to look for her. We eventually find a secret passageway hidden behind the rocks of the area. We get our first boss fight here against a giant berserking boar. It's a pretty simple boss fight, but it's welcome, considering there were barely any ground boss fights in the previous game. The boar will charge and jump on top of us while spitting out fog. Once we take him down, strange portals appear around the area. These will transport us to different places. This is a small sort of puzzle where we have to find the way forward. Mana tells her rebels to not protect her, to flee with her so they don't have to die for her. The game really tries hard in the first half to make Mana basically the savior of the world and the nicest person ever, so that we will want to side with her. Regardless, Mana escaped again. Gizmor sends orders to tell us to withdraw, and we have to listen to him. We then see Gizmor talking about putting a plan into action. When Noe arrives, Gizmor wants to have a drink with him, telling him that it was his father's favorite. Then he clearly turns, telling Noe that his power bothers him. After this, he reveals that he's poisoned Noe, just as he poisoned Auror all those years ago. He did this and is currently trying to kill Noe because he feels that they are fools, and he wants to crush them. It's then that Noe feels a burst of power, briefly taking on a new form and rushing towards Gizmor, stabbing him. Eris walks in at the worst time, realizing she's been betrayed by Noe. Our protagonist then jumps out the window and makes his escape. We then have to get outside before the poison works its way through Noe's veins. Legna comes to give us a ride out of the place. Now that Noe has been labeled a traitor, they've begun to attack him on sight. Noe then goes into hiding, finding a man in a nearby village who needs someone to find the missing merchants that were supposed to arrive. We have to seek them out in a nearby area and rescue them. One huge downside to Drakengard 2 is that it reuses environments a lot. Oftentimes throughout the course of our story, we'll be fighting enemies in what is supposed to be a new area, only to realize that we've definitely been here before. It reuses temples, outside areas, all kinds of places are recycled over and over. It just really feels lazy and removes the illusion that we're actually journeying through this grand fantasy world. We then see a brief scene with a silent man, with a voice calling out his name, Khaim. As we've now journeyed to new lands, Legna's body has begun to change and evolve to the new environment. We eventually return to the place that Noe was raised. He recalls being a child and only having Legna in his life. The two get to share a wholesome moment, father and son. When we find the Forgotten Ruins, truly, Gizmor and Eris are already there. We have to defeat the Knight's ambush. Mana arrives and offers us an opportunity to escape. We barely make it out and Mana becomes our ally. Mana is more of a magic-based character. She can still use her attacks to do physical damage, but her strength lies in her spells. She also deals more damage against magic casters, so she's useful when fighting sorcerers. We follow Mana back to her hideout. She tells Noe that she's going to destroy another key, the one located in the district of Hallowed Water. Noe decides to go with her, only to figure out what's going on and what the truth is. Once we arrive in the district, we find that the river has dried up, forcing all of the people that lived nearby to leave. Once the Knights took the area, it caused the place to become a wasteland. Mana finds a child that has died. She tells the mother that she was too late, but she will destroy the district and help these people. The people that inhabit the desert aren't allowed to leave, either, punished by the Knights if they try, but they die if they stay. This is enough to convince Noe of their cause, and he decides to head with Mana. We end up assaulting the fortress and making our way into the shrine. We find the key inside, whose destruction will cause the water to release back into the land. Just then, Haunch arrives to protect her district. We then have a boss fight with Haunch and her packed beast, Kelpie. Haunch and Kelpie will fly around, attacking us from the sky. We have to damage them in between this. At certain points, magic users will begin to attack us from the ground, so we have to get down to take them out, which really slows down the fight in general. Eventually, we take down the pair. Haunch despairs at her defeat, the life that she lost. The vial is destroyed and the waters begin to flow again. Eris then shows up, convinced that Mana is controlling Noe through spellcraft. Noe only tells her that he can't go back to the Knights of the Seal, that he needs answers. Noe and Mana hear rumors of a masked man nearby. The merchant there wants us to retrieve some weapons for him, though. We have to head into a nearby ruin and grab them. He then gives us the weapons, making the whole trip kind of pointless for him. The two have to head to the city of Rust to learn more before heading to the district of Precious Light. We once more see a scene between Angelus and Khaim, her calling out to him. As we approach the city of Rust, we learn that it was one of the places to escape the destruction of the war between the Empire and the Union. We have to look for the masked man here, contacting informants throughout the city. We eventually find him, and he reveals himself to be Uruk, a man that served under Noe's father. Uruk joins our party at this point, becoming a very useful member very quickly. Uruk is used more for crowd control. His base combos will see him swinging his axes around in a great circle, damaging everyone nearby. He also does extra damage to monsters, but he seems to just do a lot more damage in general. Uruk is incredibly powerful, and when I had him in my party, I often just used him in most situations I could because he was so good. Uruk tells us that we have to get out of the city before he can tell the group about the districts. Apparently a one-eyed man is hanging around, and he's very powerful. We have to make our way out of the city, and once we reach the gates, the one-eyed man shows himself. It's Khaim, just quite a bit older. This changes something in Mana. She seems afraid suddenly. Uruk says that they can't fight him now. They have to leave. Legna helps the group escape. Apparently, Khaim also killed Noe's father, Auror. He was weakened by the poison that Gizmor gave him, and Khaim snuck in and finished the job. The group decides to head to the district of Precious Light next, even though Mana is acting very strange after seeing Khaim. We have to assault the fortress here, with a huge presence of Empire guards present. We do actually have to solve some puzzles here. These were mostly absent from the first Drakengard. I do think that it makes level design a bit better, requiring us to do things other than just kill targets, but because the levels are mostly very long, it tends to drag the game out a bit more, lending to tedium. We eventually find our way to the Holy Crystal, and Yaha, its guardian, is already protecting it. We then have a boss fight with Yaha, which was the first one that I actually had some difficulty on. Yaha summons a ton of goblins during the first phase. We have to defeat these and every so often track down a tree that's moving underground. Once we defeat all of the goblins, Yaha brings out the real boss, a massive stone golem. The strategy I used here is just to burn it down as fast as possible because it's pretty strong and will kill us very quickly. Yaha is then killed as the key is destroyed. Drakengard 2 does have a slight trend of trying to get us to sympathize with the villains before they die. They begin to tell us a bit about themselves as they begin to perish. This furthers the entire theme that the game has, which is who is really the hero here. We start out as a knight, and we think that the side we're on are the good guys, protecting the world from destruction. We then realize that that protection is actually harming a lot of people, so they must be the bad guys, right? Well, they do have their own rationalizations, and there is some thought-out character here. These people believe what they're doing is right. For the most part, they aren't mindlessly evil villains, other than General Gizmor, who just seems to want to crush fools. We find an informant in the city who tells us that apparently a man who knows about the districts is being chased by the knights. He's hiding out in the closed lands, so we know our next destination. We see another one-sided conversation between Khaim and Angelus, where she tells him that she can see the light. We once again see Eris, who confronts us about the districts. She ambushes us with more knights that we have to defeat. I will say one huge downside to Drakengard 2 is its cutscenes. There are very few scenes that are actually animated. Most are just stills of the character models with this weird blur on them. It seems split down the middle, and it honestly strikes me as a way to save money on the project. It's odd because there doesn't seem to be a logic on when they are used and when they aren't. The whole thing just adds another tally on a list of shortcuts that the game seems to take. We eventually defeat the ambush, but the one-eyed man has arrived. Noe then connects the dots, realizing that he is the one who saved the world 18 years ago. Mana begins to fall into a strange haze. This causes the group to have to escape, leaving Noe's revenge for later. Eris then reveals to Noe that Mana was the one who tried to destroy the world 18 years ago, calling into question her judgment. At this point, we don't know who to trust. We're not sure if Mana is actually using us, and if Eris is right. Regardless, we have to disable the engines on Eris's ship. It crashes and we have to leave. Noe confronts Mana about what happened. Apparently she blocked out the memories, but they're starting to come back to her. At this point, Mana leaves the party, not understanding her purpose or motive in this world anymore. Noe is incredibly confused, but Uruk just tells him to come with him to the District of Shining Life and say to hell with it. This seems like a trend in the story. Noe never really has a reason to do anything. He just does it because everyone else is telling him to. This could be the goal of the writing team, wanting to make him the stereotypical hero, but it just seems really tropey to me. At the district, we have to destroy some pylons that are guarding the place. We then see Kayam, who has captured Mana. He pushes her aside, and it seems Kayam and Uruk have a grudge to settle. Soldiers have taken Mana, though, and we have to save her, leaving the two to fight each other. By the time we cut through the soldiers, Mana is already gone, taken away by the Empire. Uruk says that he lost track of Kayam. We track Mana back to the Grand Hall to find that General Gizmor has taken her. We have to cut through scores of Empire guards before reaching her. General Gizmor is ready to fight. He intends to kill the group and take Uruk captive, torturing him. We can't let this happen, though. Noe has to get his revenge. We have to fight Gizmor here, and the boss battle is actually incredibly difficult. That is, if we don't have a specific sword. If we use Auror's Lion Blade in this battle, then it will deal extra damage against Gizmor, making this battle much easier. With that, it's actually not that hard of a fight. Gizmor makes all kinds of big sweeping attacks, dashes, and sends swirling blades at us. Timing our guards and dodges, though, will keep us from taking too much damage, and when Gizmor is open, we can strike. We don't actually kill Gizmor, though. He gets away and heads for Mana. We have to save her, but we only have so much time, so we have to rush through hordes of guards, ignoring them and making for the main goal. Eventually, we find her in the dungeons below, and she apologizes to Noe. Noe doesn't take this apology. He believes in Mana now, and it's not necessary. Because the District of Shining Life doesn't have its guardian, the group decides to head there next. When we get there, we are forced to use every member of our team to take out those who stand in our way. Once we arrive at the Life Dais, Kayam is already there. He has a bone to pick with Uruk, though, so he tells the group to stay back. Mana has already figured it out. Uruk is the lieutenant, the guardian of this district. Uruk calls himself a coward for this. He was defeated by Kayam 3 years ago, and Auror saved him, but Uruk ran, leaving Auror behind. Uruk made a pact with the land's Reaper, and in turn, he'll never die. But this means that if the key is destroyed, Uruk will die. Uruk tells Noe the only way he can truly die is if he's killed when the Reaper enters his body to resurrect him. It's a little confusing, but it kind of makes sense. Noe doesn't want Uruk to die, but this is the only way. We then have to fight Kayam. This fight is ridiculously hard. Kayam does so much damage, and a lot of his attacks are incredibly hard to avoid because he's just so fast. It's really hard to get some breathing room here, but just like the last boss, if we have a specific weapon, we can do extra damage to Kayam and make this battle go faster. This weapon is Inuart's longsword, clearly a reference to Drakengard. The only problem with this was I had missed this longsword during my first playthrough. It's an optional weapon that can be found in a chest. There's also no way to go back to previous verses in Drakengard 2, unlike the first game. Because of this, I was kind of screwed. I just had to brute force my way through this battle. Eventually, we best Kayam. He goes to attack Noe, but Uruk jumps in the way. Kayam looms over our hero, but turns his attention to Uruk again, who has the Reaper inside of him. He slays the Guardian, destroying the key and casting the Reaper out, but Uruk pushes Kayam off the edge of the dais. As Uruk lays dying in Noe's arms, he begs him to stay. Uruk says he's lived long enough, and says that he'll see Auror in the afterlife. The holy flowers begin to burn, and with that, the Life Dais is destroyed. With one district left, the two have to head to it, but they're not sure where it is. They only know its name, the District of Heavenly Time. Outside, Mana tells Legna what happened. The dragon has a characteristically blunt response to Uruk's death. Legna has received a message regarding the location of the last district, so the group heads there. Before we head there, we see some guards witnessing the awakening of Angelus. We have to destroy the barrier around the district, after which we crash land on a battlefield full of soldiers. We have to cut through the crowds, slaying everyone in our path. We eventually arrive at Heaven's clock tower. Gizmor is there, considering this is the final stand, with the last district just beyond him. Eris is also with him, confronting Noe once again about his betrayal. But Noe questions her. He doesn't think she thought all of this through. Before he can convince her, though, Gizmor casts her aside. Noe fights Gizmor once more, but he casts off his armor, revealing something sinister beneath. Before Noe stabs him, he pulls Eris in front of the blade. Eris realizes the betrayal that Gizmor has cast upon her in this moment. With her dying breath, she tells Noe that the final key is on the top floor of the clock tower. It's called the Holy Sands. Legna takes us up the tower. Once we're inside, we find Sire. He's happy to see Mana, his sister. He reveals this relationship to Noe, who is surprised. Sire then tells Mana that he's not the enemy, and they leave him behind as they head off to destroy the last key. We have to make our way through the time-disturbed halls of the final district. Here, some rooms move slower than others, causing us to have a harder time with battles. Making it through this maze and climbing an absolutely atrocious set of stairs sees us meeting Sire again, who has followed us. He tells the two not to destroy the final key. It has nothing to do with the Knights of the Seal. Mana refuses to listen to what he has to say, though. Inside, Gizmor reveals himself as the guardian of the final key. We have to fight him once again, but things are a little different this time. We can still use a blade, Auror's Falcon Blade, to do more damage to Gizmor, which I did have this time around. Gizmor mainly teleports around the room, causing us to have to dodge his attacks and chase him. If we can get to him quick enough, we can get a few attacks in before he runs away again. This battle actually wasn't that difficult. It was mostly just keeping our distance until the right time. Halfway through the battle, Gizmor reveals that he suffered through the Empire. Noe is confused, wondering why he would take such a tyrannical approach if he had seen the horrors of the world all those years ago. But once again, Gizmor falls back on power being his main goal. We then defeat Gizmor, who is disgusted with Noe. Gizmor says he doesn't care about the world if he can't use it. He then pushes his blade through the hourglass. Gizmor destroys the key, taking away the win from Noe before it was over. Noe rushes out of the tower and barely escapes the black explosion. With the final key destroyed, Angelus has fully reawoken, and she doesn't seem happy. Mana and Noe talk to Sire on the ground. He tells her that she didn't set the people free by destroying the keys, she freed the final seal. He says the purpose of the sacrifices was to seal Angelus away. The people were martyrs because they kept the world from falling apart. This is where, again, the game toys with the idea of good versus evil. It does really try to break down the boundaries between the good guys and the bad guys. In the beginning, Noe thought he was on the right side because he had joined the Knights of the Seal. The stereotypical knights seemed to be a symbol of justice. But when Mana came along and convinced him otherwise, he realized he might have been living wrong. That sacrificing others in the name of controlling the land probably wasn't a good idea. He then joined her to pursue a rebellious and just cause. Now it seems like there might be no perfect option, and he may have been in the wrong yet again. But Noe decides to seek out the final seal, the red dragon Angelus. We see her already laying waste to the land, lighting everything aflame. The knights are still fighting us though, so we have to take them out with Legna. Finally, Angelus makes an appearance, but we aren't her targets, not yet at least. She doesn't attack, so we have to chase her down with Legna, though she's very fast. The red dragon is speaking, but Legna and Noe seem to think her mind is broken beyond repair. She's spitting out pure rage, ready to destroy anything that lies in her way. She says that she became the final seal for the sake of him, but she can't remember who it is. We then have to chase down Angelus once more. Legna says that someone is calling to Angelus. He can hear her name. Angelus lands inside of a castle and the group follows suit. The castle turns out to be the one from the beginning of the first game. We have to make our way through this place fighting reanimated suits of armor. When we find Angelus in the courtyard, Khaim is there. Noe tells Kayam about Angelus and that she's been broken. He then realizes that Kayam was trying to wake Angelus the whole time. She thinks she's being used and turns on the group, and Kayam protects Noe. We then have a boss battle with Angelus in the sky. She's pretty difficult to defeat. She's very strong and moves incredibly fast. We have to make sure we stay on her and avoid her myriad of attacks. During the battle, Kayam sends a message to Legna to kill Angelus, that it will be a blessing for both of them. It seems that Kayam has been trying to free Angelus so he could give them both the gift of death. As we defeat Angelus, she calls out to Kayam. She realizes that Kayam was trying to set her free this whole time. Their reunion is welcome, and this is quite the touching moment, seeing the two reunited. But this comes to an end quickly as Angelus is set ablaze, and so is Kayam. We see flashbacks to their moments from the game before. The two fade away into dust as they are given the peace of death. I will say I actually like this moment, and it's probably my favorite part of this entry. It gives these two characters a send-off and lets them have their exit, while trying to pass the story off to the new characters that were introduced. It also just does justice to the characters and allows them to have their peace. After these characters exit the story, Mana has seemed to regress even further, back into the trauma that she experienced as a child. But with the final seal destroyed, the world's end has come. The sky has been broken, and it all comes crumbling down, revealing a wider darkness beyond. Once again, in trying to save the world, the group has pushed it further into madness. Legna reveals that this is the true state of the world. The only way to restore it is with a goddess, one that could reestablish the seal on the world. We have to find Sire to be able to get information on a goddess that could complete this task. Inside the Grand Hall, we have to contend with the spirits of the soldiers there. Mana has again begun to regress further, barely able to speak as an adult. We have to journey to an ancient tomb to find a power that can both save Mana and the world. Legna doesn't exactly want to do this because he thinks that the girl only slows the two down. We venture to the tomb regardless. This tomb holds the knowledge of the holy dragons, and that might be what we need to persevere. This tomb is in the sky, and it's possible that Sire is already here. Once we reach the place, we have to fight the holy dragons surrounding it. Inside, the structure is unlike anything we've seen. Legna is happy to be home, to be in the place of his people. Inside, we hear a voice delivering a strange prophecy, or possibly history, or maybe both intertwined. Noe doesn't seem to understand any of this, though, as Legna tries to tell him that the prophecy talks about him. We have to stop the turning rings on this massive structure. At the center of the tomb, Legna says that Noe will learn the truth. The dragons and the gods are at war without end. It's revealed that the dragons created humans from the gods, but from the wars will come a new breed, and this will cause the dragons to rise against the gods. The bone casket, a weapon, will awaken something in the new breed. The new breed is Noe, a prophesied savior. With the truth revealed, Legna and Noe escape as the tomb begins to fall apart. Just then, we see a ship that's being attacked by dragons. Noe wants to help them, so we have to defeat the dragons attacking them. The ship crashes outside the tomb. Noe and Mana approach to realize that Eris was on board. Sire nursed Eris back to life, and she's not ready to die yet. Sire said there was something he must do, so he's not with Eris. As she and Noe have their reunion, though, Mana begins acting strange, the corruption taking her over once again. We somehow journey into Mana's mind at this point. She sees her past, remembering what happened before. We have to fight Mana here, her child self from the first game. There are tons of her, but we have to focus on one. They'll all attack us, though, and dealing damage while staving off their attacks can be pretty difficult. With this, we save Mana, and her mind seems to not be broken anymore. Eris then tells us that we must take her to the Promised Land. This was the place where the world was created. Sire is there trying to seal the world once again, restoring order. Sire has supposedly already found a goddess. Once we get there, though, Legna has had enough of the group's games. He doesn't want to seal the world. He wants to take Noe to the relic to unlock his true potential. Noe decides not to follow Legna and to try and restore order to the world. Legna then calls forth his brothers, the Holy Dragons, and they begin to wage war against an army of mechanical giants. Sire then arrives with Gollum. He tells the group that the dragons are trying to overthrow the gods. They would create a new world even worse than this one. Legna didn't want to save humans from the beginning. He wanted to achieve his own goals. Legna then attacks the group, sending them into the pit below. We see the bone casket, which is actually a seed of resurrection. Legna wants to use it to turn Noe into a soldier to take down the gods. We then have to rush toward Legna as he fires massive projectiles at us. We only have to hit him once to stop the fight, but it can be a trying task to get there. Once we do this, Legna leaves and Mana rushes to Noe's side. Noe then tells Mana that he wants to save her, that is his destiny, and why people called him a savior all this time. He then reveals his true power, which is new to him, the new breed. Legna tells him that he was awoken. This is the power in his blood. He wants Noe to rise against the gods with him, but Noe doesn't want to do this. He begs Legna to not turn on him. He doesn't want to fight his own father, but the two have to battle it out. This is our final boss battle, which is actually really awkward and weird. Flying around as Noe is a little sticky and strange. It feels like a foreign form of movement. We can slash at Legna with our sword, and we basically just have to repeatedly do this until he's dead. The boss fight itself is pretty emotional, though. The entire time, Noe is begging Legna to stop and despairing at the betrayal that he's seen from his own father. When Legna is defeated, he can't understand. The Book of Seeds was wrong. As Legna falls to the earth, Noe thanks him for raising him.
You thank me still? You're a sentimental fool. Just like your father.
Noe tells the group that he's surpassed his father, and Eris steps up as the new goddess, the new seal of the world. This ending, once again being still images, is just another example of the entire project really cutting corners. The ending is quite hopeful though, but Mana yet hopes for something greater beyond this, a better future. The main story of Drakengard 2 as a whole isn't my favorite. As you can tell, it kind of removes a lot of the Yoko Taro weird that was so welcome in the last game. With Drakengard, you could feel a deeper and stranger world lurking beneath the surface. You understood that there were stronger forces at play. During the finale of the game, this is revealed and the ethereal beings begin to show themselves. Hell on earth, so to speak. Drakengard 2 reduces all of this to a stereotypical JRPG story with some slight surprises and twists. I do enjoy the theme of good versus evil and blurring the lines between the two. I think Taro would do this a lot better in some of the later games, but this one starts to play with that idea. That's probably the strength of this game, but I feel that it doesn't do it as much on an individual level as the previous game did. The last game was incredibly morally gray, and every character had their downside. This game seems to have some winners in the end, some clear saviors of the day, with everyone mostly going home happy. It also devolves a bit into a family drama at the end, which sure has its moments, but it's nowhere near the heights of the original. With that being said, this is only the first ending of Drakengard 2, Ending A. There are two additional endings to the Drakengard sequel. These aren't as easily obtained as the original games. Instead of playing certain verses or completing missions in a certain time to unlock new chapters, we now have to replay the entire game again to seek out the next ending. This is incredibly time-consuming, as Drakengard 2 is quite a bit longer than the first game, so it requires a lot of commitment. Regardless, in Ending B, the second path, Noe decides to accept his destiny and use the bone casket. He decides to join forces with Legna and take down the gods. But it doesn't matter, because the bone casket rejects him and we have to battle it. After we defeat the bone casket, Mana realizes her destiny, to serve the gods. She joins with the casket and we have to battle her in the air. As much as Noe doesn't want to, he has to destroy Mana, because she's been fully taken over. Before she dies, it's revealed that she tricked the gods. She sacrificed herself to destroy their weapon. In the end, she saved the world, but this isn't the end, because the battle against the gods has just begun. Noe convinces Eris of their new quest, to take down the Nameless Ones. The two head through the skies to wage war. I actually kind of like this ending more than the original one. It's still a little bit hopeful, but the tragedy lies in Mana's story. Her sacrifice is a pretty large redemption for her character. It also gives Noe and Eris a purpose moving forward. It again serves the theme of blurring the lines between good versus evil. We have no idea if what the dragons are doing is right, and having that line obscured going into the future is fantastic. Ending C is kind of the worst ending. Noe battles both the Bone Casket, saving Mana, and battles Legna, killing him and overcoming his father while taking on his new power. The gods have been stopped, and so have the dragons, so the world is theirs now. It's kind of the all-around good ending for the story, but a dragon is seen in the sky at the end. Overall, I think the alternate endings were alright for this entry. It feels really tedious to go back and get them, though. I will say that ending B is probably my favorite of the three, and probably should have been the original ending of the game. That being said, they're all a bit hopeful, and I feel that there just isn't enough tragedy here to fit with what the original game was trying to do. Drakengard 2 really is a downgrade. It's a devolution from a game that was already not the best. The first game in the series had its problems, sure, but it was still worth venturing through because of the prize deeper within. An interesting story with enticing lore, a cast of morally gray characters, and a world that seemed tragic, unfair, and unyielding. Drakengard 2's story really tones a lot of this down. You can clearly see that the studio was switching from appealing to the artist to appealing to the publisher. They had to make something that could grab a wider audience here. They couldn't return to what they had before because they needed to give people conclusions and service for playing the first game. It feels like most of the soul has been pulled out of the original story and replaced with tropes that we're familiar with. Not to mention the writing is exposition heavy, constantly throwing facts and lists of information in our faces. It just doesn't work, and while there are redeeming factors in the story, it's not enough to make it worth it. Improving the combat of Drakengard was a valiant effort, I will admit. Most of the changes are welcome, but it doesn't go far enough to make this something worth playing. It's still mostly a tedious endeavor. There are some highlight moments when you get a big upgrade or a new cool sword. Even some of the boss battles were challenging enough to be interesting. But all of this is not enough to make up for the drudging through crowds of the same enemies over and over. Top it off with the fact that the game has been lengthened from the previous entry, and we have even more levels of the same thing. There's also the fact that this game just seems like the budget has been massively reduced. Either this was an allocation problem, or the team just didn't get enough money. But half the cutscenes aren't animated well. There's reused environments everywhere. The whole thing is just kind of a mess. Drakengard 2 is an effort, I'll say that for sure, but it doesn't come close to the redeeming qualities that the first game had to keep us interested. It's honestly really not even worth playing, considering it's basically a retconned alternate timeline at this point as well. Drakengard 2 was not well received among critics. It currently sits at a 58 on Metacritic. Most seemed to favor the story and thought it was a good continuation. Others thought it was predictable and bland. Critics also remarked that the graphics were dated even upon release, and even with the changes made to combat, it was the most criticized part of the game. Despite all this, the game seemed to sell decently well, shipping 100,000 copies in its first week. By the end of 2005, it had sold 206,000 units. Square Enix would go on to make the first game in a new spin-off series, but before we visit that entry, we should probably take a look at the final Drakengard game. After NieR was released, the spin-off of the Drakengard series, Kavia was disbanded and merged into another developer/publisher, AQ Interactive. AQ Interactive actually was defunct shortly after this, but had made mostly games for the Japanese markets. They focused on puzzle games, pachinko simulators, and some fighting games. They even released a game called Higurashi no Naku Koro ni Jong, which was a mahjong version of Higurashi When They Cry. The idea of Drakengard 3 had begun after the second game was released. At the time, Takamasa Shiba, returning producer in the series, didn't want to make a game for the PS2, which was about to become obsolete with the new PlayStation console around the corner. The ideas brought up for this sequel actually ended up being NieR, but the team returned to the idea of making an actual third entry in the Drakengard series once that game was released. But because Kavia was gone at this point, the team decided to use a new developer to work on the third entry. It wasn't really a concern that the original studio wasn't working on the game because Yoko Taro was returning this time around. The team felt that as long as they had Taro, they could still make Drakengard games. Shiba and Yoko Taro eventually ended up choosing Access Games to take on this project. At this point, Access Games had worked on Deadly Premonition, a few Ace Combat games, and some scattered action titles. They were specifically chosen because Taro and Shiba thought that they made good action games. With the previous games in the series having notably atrocious action gameplay, they wanted to choose somebody who already had experience in the genre to really get the action right this time around. Shiba was really focused on creating a game for hardcore gamers. He felt that not enough games in the market were targeting this audience. It was an untapped market in his eyes, and he felt the need to tap it. He realized at some point that this market was growing, not shrinking, and audiences were clamoring for something like the older games that they used to play, not the ones that they had now. Overall, because Drakengard 3 was a prequel, it was ultimately geared toward new fans, but the team still wanted to cater to the people that had been with the series from the beginning. Along with the action being a main focus of the development on the third Drakengard game, the team also wanted to pay special attention to the aerial combat for this entry. It also seems like Access was a great fit for this because they had already made multiple Ace Combat games, which gave them more experience in that genre. Kimihiko Fujisaka returned to the series. He had been the character designer for the first 2 games and would take up this same role once again. He stated that he designed the characters independent of their personalities. This is because he would design characters and then Taro would specifically make the characters' personalities the opposite of how they looked. With the previous game's character designs being focused around medieval Europe, Fujisaka tried to go a different direction this time. He wanted characters to have a more modern feel and leave the NPCs and enemies to have the medieval Europe look. Many wondered and speculated about the reason for the main characters being female in this entry, and Taro really said the only reason was because all of his other ideas were scrapped. He didn't think that the gender of the character affected the plot whatsoever. Music was also a big focus for the team in this entry. Kaiichi Okabe, who worked on the music for the first NieR game, had returned to score Drakengard 3. He wasn't involved in Drakengard 1 or 2, so he wanted to stay away from copying the soundtracks of those games. But he also couldn't make something similar to NieR because Taro specifically requested that this OST be distinct from that game's soundtrack. The result then had to be something completely original for the series. They ended up making something much more intense than what the first 2 games or NieR had to offer. The main theme of the game was sung by Aoi, who was actually a massive fan of the Drakengard series. Shiba felt that this was a huge plus because it meant that the person behind the main theme truly understood the series from the ground up. Yoko Taro was clearly the man with the plan behind this entry. It seems like most entries are really spearheaded by him, and he's generally given a large amount of creative control. Because of this, I want to quickly focus on this specific interview that he did before Drakengard 3's Western release, because it really sums up a lot of the thought behind the game, and honestly explains Drakengard 3 really well. It's a little long, but bear with me. Taro first begins by talking about the limitations of gaming. One of these restrictions, or invisible walls, is the demand to create games in which we kill things. That's the objective for a vast majority of games out on the market. If we're not killing, we're gaining an advantage over someone. What do we do in sports games? You defeat your opponent and strive to become the champs. It was about 10 years ago when we were working on the original Drakengard that I thought about the meaning of killing. I was looking at a lot of games back then, and I saw these messages like, "You've defeated 100 enemies," or "eradicated 100 enemy soldiers," in an almost gloating manner. But when I thought about it in an extremely calm state of mind, it hit me that gloating about killing 100 people is strange. I mean, you're a serial killer if you killed 100 people. It just struck me as insane. The vibe I was getting from society was, you don't have to be insane to kill someone, you just have to think you're right. So that's why I made NieR, a game revolving around this concept of being able to kill others if you think you're right. This whole time, I've been thinking about these games in which we kill, and looking at the world, the gaming industry, and my own work after making the third installment in the Drakengard series. I have to say that there has been no revolution or great change. I perceive that as a failure. At least for me, it's a personal failure. But I say but because I remain convinced of the tremendous potential in games. I think the hidden barriers are many and various visually and functionally, especially regarding the limitations in having to kill in our games. perhaps the solutions to breaking through such limitations may not be found in a place like Japan, where it's relatively peaceful, but in countries that are more directly impacted by terrorism and war. What I would really like to see is for game developers to not take these limitations as a given, to bring about some real change to the world. Clearly, Taro wanted to say something with this game. He wanted to present a narrative that tried to break this limitation, not entirely remove it, but at least talk about it within the game that he was making. Dragon Dragoon 3 was released in Japan on December 19th, 2013, and was then released as Drakengard 3 in North America on May 20th, 2014 for the PlayStation 3. A few notes before we get into things. First, I want to talk about how I played Drakengard 3. As I said before, the game was released on the PlayStation 3, and this is the only way that it can be played today. I did actually buy Drakengard 3 on the PS3, and was originally going to play it on there, but I quickly realized that I needed a specific switcher to remove the HDCP to actually record footage from the system. Because of this, I decided to just at least try out the emulator version of the game before I got into that. Turns out, it actually works pretty well. I used the RPCS3 PS3 emulator, which I remember trying a few years ago, and most of the games I attempted to run just didn't work at all. So it's really nice to actually see this project coming together and making it possible to run PS3 games on modern hardware. It's just odd to notice that we're at a point where a majority of PS3 games can be played on PC, especially considering how most of those games are just stuck on that console. I will note that I did get some performance issues with the game and some frame drops, but this was not due to the emulator, mostly. This is actually due to Drakengard 3 itself, which had a ton of performance issues on release that were never really fixed. So I apologize if some of the footage looks off, because most of it really just was the game itself. The second note I want to make is on the structure of this review. The Drakengard series is known for its multiple endings. Because of this, just like my other videos on this series, we will first talk about the main story of the game, Branch A, and then at the end of the game, we will go back to talk about the other branches of the story, which provide different endings. These branches are sort of different from the other games in the series, and this is mostly because of the story itself, but we'll get there. After that, we'll then go back to talk about all of the DLC that was released for the game before moving on to my final thoughts about the project. Drakengard 3 begins, like the other games, with some backstory. Long ago, 5 goddesses fell upon the land. During this time, there was unending conflict in the world. These goddesses sang songs that restored the world that was once broken. These goddesses were worshipped and called intoners. With their presence, war became a memory. Just as this tale is told, our narrator is killed by our protagonist. We're then told that she is an intoner, one of the ones that we just learned of. She falls upon an army that attacks her below and begins slicing the soldiers to pieces. She then calls upon her dragon, Michael, who also lays waste to the troops. This woman declares war on the other intoners. This woman is who we will play most of the game as, Zero. I would like to note here that this intro is kind of a troll. It stops the narration in the middle by killing the narrator himself, pulling the audience out from a deeper layer in the game to the one that we'll be playing at. There are a lot of these types of tricks in Drakengard 3, and I have to say that they're mostly pretty welcome. I really enjoy when games break the fourth wall, or when the developer themselves kind of trolls the audience, attempting to subvert expectations. If you also like that kind of thing, then this is the game for you, because it happens quite often. As we begin playing as Zero, we start fighting our way through the fortress. Clearly she's after the intoners, but we're not entirely sure what her real goal is here. I suppose this is as good a time as any to talk about the combat in Drakengard 3. Drakengard 3 is a far cry from any of the previous games in the series. It's either different or upgraded in just about every single way. The combat is not safe from this distinction. The simplest way to describe it is that Drakengard 1 and 2 feel like buttering toast with cold margarine, and Drakengard 3 feels like we're using warm butter. I will say, though, that the combat system is not perfect. Not every single problem has been fixed, but when compared to the previous games, it works like a dream. This is probably just because we're finally working with an actual functioning combat system instead of whatever the first 2 games were.
For starters, a lot of the core mechanics are the same. We're functioning off of a basic action combat system here. We can slash at enemies with our equipped weapon by pressing square, and use combos by throwing in some triangles. Using attacks with triangle will deplete our stamina gauge, though. The gauge refills pretty quickly, so it's not something that we often have to worry about. But if our gauge is empty, we can't block. Again, we can also block and dodge in this entry, which both work much better than the previous games. We have a health meter and have items that can be used to refill the health gauge when it gets low. We also get access to strength and defense potions, which can be used in battle to deal more damage or take less, respectively. The largest change to this game is probably the intoner gauge. This is a small flower bar in the top left corner of the screen that will fill during regular combat. We can activate intoner mode by pressing both sticks in, which grants us invulnerability and increased damage and attack speed. It's basically a super powered mode that we can use to wear bosses down or wipe out crowds of enemies. We also have access to a myriad of weapons in this entry. Instead of having a weapon wheel where we can choose from any that we have equipped, we can now pick from 4 while in combat. These are 1 sword, 1 spear, 1 pair of gauntlets, and a chakram. Each have their own functions in combat and serve their purpose when needed. The sword is the most basic all-rounder weapon that we start out with. Each weapon will also have a weight, which will determine how fast we can swing it and how large the sweeps of its attacks are. Most swords are generally all function and can be used in most situations. They deal moderate damage, but generally attack faster than other weapons. The spears are mostly slower and attack in a straight line or an overhead arc. These are all, of course, general descriptors because each weapon has its own distinct style, and you can find some that don't fit the category that they're put in. Spears also tend to do a lot more damage in general, and were probably my go-to weapon type for the second half of the game. Gauntlets are a much faster weapon type. We sacrifice damage for speed here, but we also get style in return. The gauntlets can be used to fling enemies around in the air, kicking and punching in a fast and massive flurry of blows. The chakram is probably the weapon I used the least. They're mostly about crowd control, being thrown out in a circle motion. They're great at dealing with crowds, but they also have a special feature that the other weapons don't. They can be used to do ranged attacks on enemies. We can enter a sort of Deadeye mode to slow time, and aim at multiple enemies to toss our chakrams at them. They again don't really do much damage, but have a lot more function than the others. The weapon system in general doesn't have a ton of balance, with a few weapons coming out as the clear winners and the ones that you would want to use over the rest, but there is a large variety. This variety again serves to make the game more enjoyable for a large amount of people. One person can sift through each weapon and decide which playstyle works best for them. Even replaying through the game with a different style can be a totally different experience. In Drakengard 3, there are no ground sections, at least not like there were before. We can't just hop on our dragon whenever we want to. We can summon our dragon during certain combat sequences to assist us in battle, but we can't control him while fighting. I honestly don't mind this change. I think the idea of being able to switch between the two was probably good in the beginning, but clearly the team found that it just wasn't working and wasn't as necessary to the core of the series as they thought, so they scrapped it. I honestly respect these kinds of decisions because they're often the ones that need to be made. Too frequently, games will try to justify keeping a mechanic because it's on brand for the series, when the game could just be better without it, and I think that's the case here. Just because that feature is gone doesn't mean that we don't get to ride the dragon, though. We still have aerial sections which see us flying on the dragon, defeating enemies either on ground or in the air. When we're fighting enemies on the ground, we generally have free reign to fly where we want to. We can use the dragon's manual attack or lock on, which hasn't changed from previous entries other than being smoother. We can also use triangle to unleash fire breath, which lets out a consistent stream of flames, decimating small enemies in front of us and doing big damage to bosses. When we're fighting enemies in the air, it's mostly on rails. We can move around the screen, but it's more of a kill all the enemies before they fly away type of gameplay. I'm actually also fine with this change because I think it fits the series much more, and if it's between this and janky flight sim mechanics, then I'm all for the new way.
We will fight a lot of the bosses in Drakengard 3 on the dragon, but bosses are mostly well designed with good and interesting mechanics, so this isn't usually a problem. Combat overall has just been vastly improved. It's wild what happens when you give an action game series to a developer who has already developed action games. I will say again, it's not perfect. There's definitely some complexity that could be added to the system and some balancing. We could get some larger variety of combos added, which could make the fighting system feel even more in-depth, but overall it genuinely feels good. It feels fun to play, and it's just a great time. But you might also notice that as I'm talking about all of this, there is blood splattered across the screen. Every time we kill an enemy on screen, our vision gets covered in their guts. Drakengard 3 is a deliberately gory game. If you remember the quote from Yoko Taro before, this will make a lot more sense. As soon as we boot up the game, we begin automatically killing the enemies in front of us. But why do we do this? Well, because they have a health bar, and we have a sword. This is what we're conditioned to do. The parameters have been set, and when those things are in play, our hands take over. We are no longer making the conscious decision. The body is reacting and putting into motion controls that we aren't physically aware of. But as soon as the blood hits the screen, we almost feel bad. We didn't realize it would be like this. We then become annoyed by the blood on the screen, and I honestly think that says more about us as the player than it does the game itself. Add to the pile that the enemies scream as we kill them. There's tons of enemy dialogue in the game as we trudge through hordes of soldiers, screaming troops begging for their lives, pleading not to be killed. But we do it anyways. Why? Because it gives us experience points, because we might level up a little bit more if we do. This is exactly what Taro wanted us to feel. He wants you to feel uncomfortable. He doesn't want you to be okay with slaughtering the enemies in front of you. He wants you to understand that you are an all-powerful being who can slice through hundreds of grown men with a sword, and he needs you to do that to progress in the game, but he doesn't want you to feel good about it. As we make our way through the castle, we fight our first mini-boss, the Titan. This is an enemy that we'll encounter a lot throughout the experience. The Titan is something not quite human, but something else. They're tall and use a large blade to deliver swooping attacks onto the battlefield. But as is the strategy with a lot of enemies in this game, if we are faster than them, we will succeed. As we're making our way through the fort, we're constantly talking to our dragon, Michael, who is giving us vital information and also helping us in battle. Michael is incredibly powerful, with tons of strength and fight prowess to go around. It seems that he and Zero have an established relationship, one that we haven't seen quite yet. After we defeat the Titan, Michael tells Zero to go defeat her sisters while he takes care of the Titans. Michael calls her a fool as she runs off, and this will be important later. It's also important to note here that Zero declares that she will kill anyone in her way, women, children, and even the elderly. She doesn't care, but as the player, we have to ask ourselves the question, do we? As we reach the center of Cathedral City, we meet Zero's sisters, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Each of Zero's sisters have their own distinct personality, each different from the last with their own histories and reasons for existing, but we'll get into all that in due time. Now it's time to fight the sisters. We have to fight all of them at once, at least 2, 3, 4, and 5. None of them actually die though, they all escape before we finish them off. After we defeat the sisters, one calls her dragon Gabriel, which is clearly a twisted and demonic version of a dragon. One has done something to her dragon, something to gain more power. We don't have to defeat Gabriel, just do a bit of damage, because when we do, Zero is attacked and loses her arm. She's about to be killed by one, but Michael steps in to save her. The sisters escape before he can kill them, and Gabriel counterattacks. Michael sacrifices himself to save Zero. One declares that killing the Intoners is a lost cause on Zero's part. One massive strength that Drakengard 3 has over the previous entry is that it leans closer to the original Drakengard when it comes to storytelling. We're back to the days of efficiency in the game's script. The game is constantly throwing information at us. It's not so much that we're going to get lost in the muck, but it's just enough to keep us interested. The game also assumes that the characters already know the world that they are living in. We don't have characters monologuing to other ones about the history of Midgard. It makes them feel more realistic, like they've actually lived here their whole lives. It's also just a better way to transmit information to the audience. If you wait for every cutscene to deliver a slew of exposition, the user is going to get bored and probably only retain half of it. Drakengard 3 doesn't do this. It drip feeds us new developments across the course of its story, which keeps us on our toes and keeps us wanting more. We then hear a new narrator telling us about the world. She tells us about the world protected by song, divided into 5 lands: the land of seas, the land of mountains, the land of forests, the land of sands, and the cathedral city, the place we just were. Zero's goal is made clear, that she is determined to kill her other 5 sisters. She's currently in the land of seas, healing and regenerating. 1 year has passed since the events that we just witnessed. Zero is having a nightmare of the events, begging Michael not to leave her. She has since replaced her arm with a mechanical version of the appendage. Even though she could regenerate it, she prefers not to. I should also note here that Zero now has a flower in place of her right eye. This in-story is supposed to have been present from the beginning of the game. This was not something that happened to her when she was at Cathedral City. When we look at the in-depth lore of Drakengard later, we will notice that Zero had this eye very early on in her story, and it's not a new development. This was an error in continuity and something that Taro stated himself was supposed to be there from the beginning, but that someone higher up thought that should be a character development trait rather than part of her original design. Outside, Mikhail is playing in the mud. Mikhail is actually a reincarnated version of Michael. Dragons have one last wish to spend their life on when they're dying. They can use this wish to reincarnate themselves if they so choose. Mikhail is a far cry from the terrifying beast that was Michael, though. He's very childlike, immature, and doesn't take much seriously. He also doesn't retain any of Michael's memories. He's basically a new child dragon that was born from Michael's death. Mikhail is doing something in the mud. I should also note here that Drakengard 3 really lays into the humor in this entry. This is present much more in the beginning half of the game than it is in the second. There is a point where the tone changes drastically and the game becomes much darker, and I do think at its core this is a very dark story, but the beginning sections are pretty joke-heavy. I don't mind this too much, as some of the humor is actually pretty top tier. There is one scene in the game that actually had me laughing pretty hard. Some of it is a little juvenile and doesn't exactly land, but for the most part it's pretty good. It also tends to lighten the tone of the game so that we aren't just trudging through the dark and dreary muck for 20 hours or so. We actually get to see these characters interacting as they normally would, making the dark moments that much darker when viewed in comparison. Zero is clearly very strict with Mikhail, screaming at him and sending him running off crying. Mikhail and Zero establish their boundaries pretty quickly. She tells him that she can't call him by his name, Mikhail, until he becomes a full-fledged dragon. Until then, she calls him things like dummy or hey you. As she makes her way out of the cabin, Zero spots soldiers off in the distance. She tells Mikhail to deal with the battleship up ahead, and she'll take care of the trash on the ground. It should also be noted here that parts of a brief poem grace the screen as we journey through this intro scene. This is a prophecy that will spell out the events of the game. The game is telling us its end from the beginning, but clearly too vague for us to glean any meaning from it just yet. As we make our way through the scores of soldiers, we also see how Zero treats Mikhail. Their relationship is very rocky. Clearly, Zero doesn't respect him. She looks down on him and thinks that he doesn't have enough experience yet to exactly help her in battle. Mikhail doesn't exactly understand Zero yet, though, either. He has no idea why she wants to kill her sisters, something that Michael was more than willing to help out with. This is a mystery that we also need to solve along the way. This is one of my favorite parts of Drakengard 3, the setup. The game doesn't let us know the motivation of the character that we're playing. On the outside, this motivation looks pretty grim and particularly tragic. We're playing a character who is seeking out her siblings to kill them, but why? We have to then assume that the siblings are each unredeemable characters, that they have done something so wrong that they must be taken care of. We assume that Zero has a reason for doing this, something that we're not aware of yet, but we're willing to go along for the ride. The setup is simple in this way. We know what we have to do, we just don't know why we need to do it yet. It's up to the game to explain this to us. Zero does say that she wants to be the only intoner in the world, that she wants there to be no others, and this is why she's killing her sisters. But as the player, we just assume that there's more than this. Most ground combat levels in Drakengard 3 are laid out in a similar manner. We run through a linear path, defeating enemies and reaching a sealed area. The sealed areas usually see us killing a certain amount of enemies or mini-bosses until we're allowed to leave through the exit door. We usually do this 2 or 3 times and the level is finished. Towards the end of this level, we find a weapon shop that is currently unmanned. There's a note left by a woman named Accord who says that the owner is away, but they're still conducting business through mail. In between each mission, we're allowed to buy new weapons or items from the shop. We can also upgrade weapons which cost gold and 1 material. Materials rank from most common to least: bronze, silver, gold, white, and black. These materials can be found in chests through our ground mission. There are 3 chests in each ground mission that contains them. These can have anything from weapons to materials or gold. From the menu, we can also change the weapons that we want to equip for the mission, swapping them out for new or better ones. Zero then makes camp at the cove with Mikhail. Mikhail asks why Zero doesn't stand in for the shopkeeper until he gets back, but Zero obviously thinks this is dumb and beneath her. Mikhail wants to rest longer, but Zero is ready to head out, so the group leaves. While killing soldiers, we learn that Zero can exploit her sister's powers once she kills them. We're also learning more about Mikhail. He's clearly set up to be someone who needs to be taken care of, almost a child. He's constantly talking about fish and really hates the fact that the two have to kill people at all. He's averse to any sort of violence and wants to just relax. Down at the beach, we have to fight a Gigas, another giant mini-boss. These things are also pretty simple. The basic strategy is really just to stay close to them and take them down while avoiding attacks. That's honestly how a lot of the boss fights and mini-boss fights go. There is some variation, and listen, I'm not going to complain because the game actually gives us some variety in enemies, so it works. Just then, platforms begin to arise from the water, taking us deeper into the Land of Seas, and hopefully closer to 5, the first sister we have to track down. Here we also get access to Accords missions. These are basically like the free expeditions from previous games. They are just a little one-off side mission that either require us to defeat a certain amount of enemies or gather loot under a specific time constraint. There are some missions here that will give us tons of gold if we can kill all the enemies quick enough, but it's mostly best to save these for the later game gold grind. Most of the missions are pretty simple, but some of the later ones can be frustrating, especially the ones that constrain you to a specific weapon type. These aren't all really necessary though, as only some of them reward us with weapons. The ones that reward gold or materials can be skipped if you aren't into them. We arrive at the Sunken City, where we have to again cut through scores of soldiers. Towards the end, we get to ride Mikhail for the first time. Mikhail, of course, hasn't even touched the battleship he was supposed to destroy, because he just didn't really want to. We have to pilot him around and take out the cannons on the ship. Mikhail can also use a special attack in the air, which will cause him to fly straight at an enemy. This is usually used to open enemies up for weak spot attacks. I should also note that when we fly Mikhail, we actually have to manage his height in the air. Pressing the X button will cause him to flap his wings and rise slightly higher. He will slowly lower and fall in the air while in battle. At first I thought this would be really annoying, but it actually turns out to be a neat little feature. It makes us feel like we're less on rails and that we have more control over the outcome of the battle. This can also be used to dodge, giving us additional movement in fights. We eventually locate the shrine that 5 is hiding out in and make our way there. Now, I feel the need to point this out before we go any further, but a lot of the themes in Drakengard 3 are pretty, well, Coomer is the best way to describe it, honestly. There's a lot of carnal references, let's say. 5 herself is a very active person inside the bedroom, and this is basically her whole character, at least for now. This is how Zero herself describes her, and we'll see more of that as we go. I'm not the biggest fan of the Coomer aspects of this game, and it's probably the humor that I like the least from the whole thing. A lot of it is played for a joke, but the joke seems to be repeated over and over again. I also think it kind of acts as like a pleb filter, because the game is just full of this stuff at the beginning, and it could turn some people off of getting to the more redeeming parts. 5 laments the fact that Michael is gone and Mikhail is in his place. Mikhail is a shadow of the strength that Michael had. She's going to make Mikhail a pet after she kills Zero. 5 then sings her song and summons an angel to battle us. Phanuel is our first real boss battle of the game. We fight a lot of these real boss battles with Mikhail. This one is very simple overall. We basically dodge all of his attacks and charge at him to open him up to our attacks. We can then shoot a barrage of fireballs at him. His attacks are pretty simple, shooting jets of water at us from underneath. There's really not much to it, but we can activate our Intoner mode here to power up Mikhail's attack speed and damage for a short period. After Phanuel is destroyed, Zero goes to finish the job on 5. There's quite the funny moment here where the game breaks the fourth wall a bit, but this doesn't kill 5, not quite yet. She pulls the sword from her stomach and sings another song. Just then her disciple Dido slices her in half. The game again references itself by blocking out the sound of Dido beating 5's dead body. Dido relishes in the revenge that he's exacted on his Intoner. Each of the Intoners normally have a disciple. They are like their assistants of sorts. Their sole purpose and duty is to serve the Intoner that they are linked with. Dido is clearly linked with 5, but once that Intoner is dead, the disciple is relieved of their duty and they usually will serve an Intoner that is nearby. In this case, Dido pledges himself to Zero, now becoming our companion. Dido was brainwashed by 5 and was forced to do unspeakable things with the woman. It's clear that the Intoners possess a great power over their disciples and exert this power to get them to do their bidding. But with 5 dead, Dido can't even seem to remember her name. With him in our party now, we have access to spears. We can hot swap to different weapon types in combat by clicking the right trigger and then using the face buttons to choose a weapon. While doing this, we will actually let out another attack, creating some interesting combo opportunities while switching through our arsenal. With Dido in our party, he will now become our disciple. Disciples will follow us into battle and assist in fights. We can have 2 equipped at a time. Using disciples will also increase their trust, and at a certain point they will give us more weapons because of it. With this, the group heads off to the Land of Mountains. They have to search for a citadel ruled over by 4. Zero hears Michael in her dreams once again. She tells him that not all dragons are like him, clearly showing that she's being forced to deal with Mikhail rather than enjoy her time with him. Mikhail doesn't want to go kill 4, especially after what he saw when Zero killed 5. He doesn't like the violence and doesn't want to continue with it. Zero explains her reasoning to Mikhail, though, with a meat analogy. He wouldn't want to share a pile of meat with other dragons, and Zero doesn't want to share her power with her sisters. Therefore, she has to kill them. In the mountains, we can now use our spear to defeat shield barricade enemies. We can't jump over these guys or hit them normally. We have to use a special attack with our spear to get past them, and only then will they relinquish their defenses. We make our way through the mountain fortresses, which begins to introduce some platforming. I will say that the level design in Drakengard 3 is much better than anything we've seen in this series so far. These feel like actual levels with traversal and hidden items throughout. There's a reason to go exploring, and there's some slight challenge in getting up to the next area. It just works well and feels like an actual game rather than heading from point A to point B. We encounter a Cerberus, a massive 3-headed beast that serves as our mini-boss for this level. He will breathe fire at us, use his tail to sweep the battlefield, and viciously bite at Zero. With that being said, he's still pretty simple to defeat. If we just stay close to his side and attack him repeatedly, eventually his heads will be severed and we will win the day. He does run away before we can take him fully down though, and we have to trace him throughout the rest of the level. After he dies, Zero's arm is severed by his head. The flower in her eye then fully blooms and she regenerates through it, taking a new form. The group is shocked at the power that Zero exhibits. Mikhail has already scouted out the next shrine that they need to go visit, a massive spread out plaza to the north. We head into this facility introduced to the ogres that dwell there. These are pretty simple enemies, somewhere between the size of a grunt and a mini-boss. They're a little faster though, so we have to avoid their attacks and take them out. We're then matched up against another Gigas. Most of the mini-bosses that we fight will be repeated throughout the game. I assume this was to save on costs and not have to create 100 different ones for the game. There are different variants of each mini-boss though, like fire versions or cold versions, usually corresponding to the land that we find them in. I could have used a little more variety here, but the new mini-boss types are spread out enough that it wasn't too big of an issue. After this, the group attempts to cross a bridge, but Mikhail destroys it before Zero can make it to the other side. Zero then stabs Mikhail on the way down so she doesn't fall. She ends up getting back onto the bridge, and Mikhail calls her mean, pouting as he flies ahead. We do begin to learn a bit more about Dido here as well, who has shown himself to be incredibly sadistic. We clearly saw that when we met him, as he was laughing while killing his intoner, but he always just generally revels in chaos and death. Four's song is putting up a barrier preventing the group from getting too close to her. Mikhail tries to find another route inside the shield. Zero describes Four as a sleazy evil hidden beneath an exterior that makes her seem kind and caring. The group makes it inside the fortress, and we have to contend with soldiers and cannons on the back of Mikhail. Once we take them out, we have to defeat 3 Gigas that can be easily destroyed by just shooting fireballs and staying in the sky. Mikhail tries to tell Zero that families are important. It seems like family is something that Mikhail values because he doesn't have one, but Zero can't see this situation through his eyes. Four is nowhere to be found though, so the group has to head to a snow-capped mountain range to look for Four once more. As we head through the snow-covered mountains, we meet a new enemy type who are incredibly annoying: spirits. Spirits actually have pretty low health and don't do much damage, but when they attach themselves to another enemy, they make that enemy very strong and resistant to being stunned. This creates a huge annoyance, and they can be pretty tough to take down. Taking out the spirits before they attach themselves to an enemy is the best option, but it isn't always easy. Zero and Dido are hit by an avalanche while traveling through the mountains. The game gives us a joke ending as Zero is determined to go on, and Dido completely breaks the fourth wall by looking straight at the camera. Once we defeat another Titan, the group finds a tablet. This tells them they need to head to Mount Bernstein of the Weiss Norden, which the group decides to call Mount Whatever because the name is too long. This is a man-made fortress located deep in the mountains. We head through the fortress and we get some more platforming sections, which Zero specifically talks about and references the game designers themselves, again breaking the fourth wall. We defeat another Cerberus and a Titan before the group realizes that Four is probably hiding out in the sky. Zero has to get on Mikhail's back and find her sister. We get our first on-rails flying section, having to contend with groups of wyverns that are coming at us. We also learn that Mikhail hates wyverns. He thinks they're low-rent versions of dragons, and they're seemingly the only things that he does want to kill. We eventually find Four's airship in the sky. Four doesn't seem to want to fight, and she begins to sing her song, Impenetrable Shield of Antiquity. Decadus, Four's disciple, then summons an angel, our next boss, Armoros. Armoros is pretty easy as well, considering most of it's on rails. The thing is covered in cannons that are shooting at us. We can destroy these cannons to stop the assault, but the main part that we have to focus on are these crystals located on the 4 corners of the massive living fortress. We only have a limited time to destroy each of them as we are sucked in by the castle's pull. Afterwards, we have to fire at the exposed core that Armoros lets out, while it shoots out tons of projectiles that are mostly pretty simple to dodge. Zero then boards Four's airship. Decadus tries to stand in front of Four, but something has happened to Zero. She seems to have regressed to a former or younger personality. Four rejoices in this, realizing that she seems to have her sister back, but this is all a trick to reveal the location of her other sisters and get close to Four so she could stab her. She's killed, and Decadus reluctantly joins our cause. We then realize that Mikhail has taken on a new form, growing slightly stronger than he was before. As his form is upgraded, Zero's sword also levels up. We now have to head to the land of the forests to look for 3. But we luckily have a massive airship to do most of our flying. The treasure room seems to be locked, and we haven't found the key yet. Before we can find it though, the airship is shot down, and we land in the forest below. Zero ends up taking revenge on the soldiers that took her brand new airship down. She eventually finds some fairies who are just as rude than when we saw them in Drakengard. Mikhail is lost at this point, and we have to go find him. The fairies tell us that he's in the land just up ahead, but Zero kills them immediately after getting this information. The fairies continue to taunt as we move through their land and find Mikhail tied in some vines, which we cut down. He was of course scared in this situation, but characteristically, Zero doesn't care. We end up meeting the Fairy King. He tells Zero that 3 is in the forest shrine. He doesn't tell us exactly where it is, because he's smart enough to realize that Zero would kill him if he gave her the information. Zero ends up killing him anyways, and Mikhail freaks out. With a good lead, the group has to wander the forests to locate 3. We end up defeating 2 Cerberus monsters at once, which can be a little difficult because we can't just use our strategy from before. We have to do a little more dodging here to make things work. I will say that Drakengard 3 is pretty easy overall. It really never gets that difficult. The challenge isn't that high, and as long as we have some healing potions, we can usually survive the situations put in front of us. I only died a couple of times throughout the course of the game. There's always a pretty easy way to cheese most of the fights with a spear, which, I'll be honest, I did start doing towards the end of the game because it was honestly faster than really anything else. Once we make it through the forest, we end up meeting 3's disciple, Octa. He's actually not here to attack us, he's here to join our side, and this results in one of the funniest scenes in the entire game.
If you only knew the surprise I've got in store for you! I surrender.
You what?
I surrender. I came here because I want to join your cause.
Well, hey, guys, this is great! If he wants to be our friend, we don't have to fight or anything.
Well spoken, my winged friend.
Shit.
Sure. Whatever.
With this, we get Octa on our side as a disciple, and we now have access to chakram weapons that he uses. These are our one ranged weapon, which can actually be used to take down enemies from far away. It is pretty situational though, as it really doesn't do a ton of damage. It's really only useful when we encounter an enemy that we just can't reach normally. Octa tells us that he left 3 because his drive for booty, as he calls it, was so strong that 3 couldn't satiate his needs. Again, pretty Coomer. We end up using the chakram across the next level to solve the puzzle boxes that 3 has created. These are actually enemies that will shoot out balls of energy at us, but we have to hit them with the chakram when they're opened to solve the puzzle. We find out the shrine is off in the distance, past the Lost Forest, and Mikhail takes a poop on the side of the road. The Lost Forest is a particularly foggy level, one that we just can't navigate with the minimap alone. We have to follow certain statues that will guide us. These statues are only activated once we defeat the undead around them, which require us to kill them after the bones have split apart. Once the statue is activated, they will point us in the general direction that we need to travel, eventually arriving at another statue. Rinse and repeat until we've left the forest. We then arrive at the shrine to find that Mikhail is once again trapped in vines. We have to rush to the top to save him. Once we do this, 3 arrives, wielding her scissor blades. She realizes that Octa has abandoned her. We then see some sort of brainwashed soldiers wandering towards us. We have to hop on Mikhail and dispense with a whopping 99 of them. 3 then uses her influence to control Octa. As he doesn't have a choice, he inadvertently summons an angel, quickened puppets of antiquity. Armisael arrives, which takes the form of an army of puppets. One of the best things about Drakengard 3 that it has over the other games is its environment design. We get a lot more color in these games, way more vibrancy. This world feels a lot more alive than the other 2. It makes for an incredibly interesting place to spend time in, to fight in, to see scenes in. Especially this boss battle makes us realize that stark contrast to the bland and uninventive environments of the first two. Introducing new spaces and a change in scenery also tends to give the game more identity, letting it become its own thing rather than just another drab medieval world. The boss fight with Armisael is pretty simple. We have to defeat 50 of the walking creepy dolls, which will attach themselves to Mikhail. We can shake them off by dodging, which makes this thing kind of a walk in the park. We then have to fight one larger doll. This one will shoot a beam at us and we have to dodge it. Afterwards, we then have to dash at it a couple times to open it up for damage. Once we do this a few times, the boss goes down. 3 then gets crushed by the boss's head, but it doesn't quite kill her. Mikhail then eats 3, shocking everyone. This is clearly very much against his nature. This whole time he has detested violence, hated killing people, and advocated for this crusade that Zero has led to stop. But just then, someone named Sent arrives. He's 2's disciple, and he's captured Mikhail. Sent is very cocky and brash. He takes Mikhail back to 2. He's gone from our party. Now we not only have to find and kill 2, but rescue Mikhail as well. We have to head to the Land of Sands. The new main enemy type that we're introduced to here are the wolves. These travel in pack with a larger alpha wolf leading them. They can be kind of annoying because they like to jump attack at us and can be pretty quick, so tracking them down to get hits on them can be tough. We then find Mikhail, who's trapped by a golem. The golem is a pretty simple mini-boss. He will shoot projectiles at us in the air and slam his fists into the ground. We can safely defeat him by locking onto him and circling around while avoiding his fist attacks. Sent then arrives and admits defeat, letting them take the dragon, but warning them that he is far more powerful than he can deal with. Before he leaves, though, he tells Zero that the dragon will be her downfall. With Mikhail back, he tells us that 2 is located in the Shrine of Sands. In this new temple, we're introduced to wizards who really just shoot projectiles at us and teleport around annoyingly. We contend with some golems and jumping puzzles before Zero wipes out a few ogres. Her arm is then sliced off and begins to regenerate. She doesn't feel pain in the arm anymore, and she feels like she's becoming more human by the day. Documents inside the base point to the Shrine of Sands. Before we can locate it, though, we have to navigate the desert. Here, when we stand in the sun, we take damage. This damage can luckily be recovered when we stand in the shadows, but if we get hit, then all the health we lost from the sun is gone. We have to travel to 3 separate temples in the area, defeating the enemies within. These are mostly wizards who have a similar mechanic. If we stand too close to their spell, we take damage. Prioritizing the wizards and stopping their spell makes these fights a lot easier. Eventually, we come across a flame centaur who works like other centaurs, but his flames damage us. It's the same mechanic as the rest. Standing close will damage us and we can recover by stepping away. He's not that difficult though, so putting damage on him fast will take him down easy. We then have access to the shrine and have to take out soldiers with Mikhail. These are basically just fodder that we have to blast through. Inside we find 2, who seems to be in a catatonic state from her song. She can't handle the power of it and it's wiped her mind. Zero wants to put her out of her misery. She doesn't feel like 2 should have to exist in this state, and she also just wants to kill her. Sent then summons 2 angels, the ones we saw from before, Igregori and Igregori. This is a pretty annoying boss battle, but not because it's difficult. I'm not sure if I was doing it wrong, but it just took me forever. We have to repeatedly slam into the bosses to take their armor off. Once it's off, we can then damage them, but they regenerate their armor. We have to do this over and over until the enemies are dead. It just took quite a while and was a bit tedious by the end of it. The enemies explode and Mikhail protects Zero from the blast, getting them out safely. His prowess and strength shocks Zero. She's surprised at how much he's grown. Mikhail kills 2, who calls him Michael right before she dies. Sent then decides to serve Zero. He doesn't care whose side he's on, he just wants to serve an intoner. With that, 1 is the only sister left remaining. Mikhail once again raises concerns about the deaths that they've caused in their crusade. This time, though, it's a lot more chilling than him just not wanting to. Mikhail is actively traumatized from being forced to kill. This is an incredibly tragic moment and gives us perspective on what we've done. Zero seems to have morality, but this cause blinds her from all that. This crusade cannot end, and it doesn't matter who it hurts or kills. She has to finish it.
There's just 1 sister left, huh, Zero?
Finally down to 1.
So I guess you're gonna kill her now, huh?
You got a problem with that?
It's just that we've killed a lot of people now, you know?
And?
Well, when I try to sleep, sometimes I can still hear them screaming. Do you, Zero? Do you hear them scream?
No, I don't.
Wow, Zero. You sure are strong.
Mikhail's innocence is the perfect way to show the battered and dark end of this, to show that this corruption has wrecked him and turned him into something that he never wanted to be. He just wanted to be a good dragon. But this is what being a good dragon really is. Our last location is the Cathedral City, the place where this whole game started. The group decides to head in from the air. Here we have another on-rails section and are quickly met with a boss fight against Gabriel, the one responsible for Michael's death, one's demonic dragon. One reveals that she doesn't have a disciple, she has no need for one. We have to defeat Gabriel by shooting at his mouth. We can really only do this when he's attacking. Gabriel is winning the fight, so Mikhail and Zero run, but the city is falling down around them. We then have to make our way through the city, retracing the steps that we took at the beginning of the game. After we defeat a Titan and some Lancers, Mikhail and Zero are split up at a falling bridge. When we arrive at the Cathedral Tower, the place where we fought the sisters the first time, there's a Cerberus to greet us. When we defeat it, Zero tells her disciples that she needs to go alone. She doesn't need them. She tells them that they can't remain human without an intoner. She gives them their old forms back, and they appear as white doves before her. She tells them goodbye as they fly off. Heading inside, we have to make our way to the top of the tower, defeating all of the soldiers that stand in our way. Once we arrive at the top, one sits on a throne awaiting Zero. She's reading something, a record of life in Cathedral City. Cathedral City was the origin of magic, yet their civilization has no knowledge of the creation of these magics. One is looking for the purpose of the intoners. One then summons Gabriel, who attacks Mikhail. The dragon remarks that Gabriel is incredibly strong, but the two team up ready to take him down. This was probably the first actually difficult fight in the game. I did die here a couple times. Eventually you get the rhythm, but it was nice to feel some challenge. Gabriel's attacks all have to be avoided until he charges up his fire attack. We can then shoot fireballs at him to knock him down. After this, we can damage him. We have to do this over and over. While fighting, Mikhail says that he feels bad for Gabriel. He doesn't want to have to fight him and doesn't want to be doing any of this. After we defeat Gabriel, Mikhail is hit by one of his blasts. He lets out a burst of energy and Mikhail is gravely injured. Zero tells him to reincarnate so that he can come back again. He'll be able to use his final wish to come back. Mikhail doesn't want to do this though. He uses his life to try and kill Gabriel, to save Zero. He wants nothing more than to help, to be strong and powerful. Zero, finally showing emotion for Mikhail, begs him to stop. She truly doesn't want him to be gone. She wants him to live under any circumstances. Mikhail doesn't care. Even if he regenerates, he'll lose his memory again and he won't be the same person. He'll be different. In the end, Zero uses Mikhail's name, showing that he's finally become a full-fledged dragon. This moment is so incredibly sad. It's tragic, it's bleak, but it's also a fitting end for these two characters. To see Zero finally realize that she does care for Mikhail, and for Mikhail to realize his own potential and save Zero like he always wanted. It's great to finally see that we're back to the levels of Yoko Taro's story writing that we saw in the first game. With that, Gabriel is weakened and we have to finish him off. This isn't too hard. Slashing at his weak spot will send him falling down. We can then wail on him over and over until he's destroyed. After this, One says her goodbyes to Gabriel as he fades. Zero approaches her sister and brings her sword down on her. Completing her mission, she has killed her final sister. She tells Mikhail it's over, but his dead body doesn't respond. She's then stabbed in the chest, but not by One. Well, sort of. This is One's brother. He was created from One, just like Zero created her sisters. The sword he carries was made from a dragon's fang, which can kill an intoner. One's brother was created to kill Zero in case One was bested, but it doesn't matter. Zero never intended to live through this. She reaches out towards Michael. One's brother is then left without any intoners, doomed to live in a world without them. The game ends, but after the credits we see One's brother leaving the cathedral. With no intoners left, he aims to form a new religion, taking on One's name, cackling and laughing.
We then see white doves fall upon Mikhail and Zero's bodies. A woman approaches, saying that this branch's ending should have been known. She says that they should have taken a different branch somewhere along the way. A lot of this doesn't make too much sense as it stands, but trust me, we'll get there. First, I just want to say I love the main story of Drakengard. We're not really even done yet, as there's a lot more to get to as we journey into the other branches, but I consider the first branch the main tale. It's a fantastic story and sets up a fresh, vibrant, and interesting world. It brings back the tragic, bleak, and unyielding nature of the world that Yoko Taro created. Its characters are all incredibly interesting, even if they are a bit wacky and odd. They all feel distinct and unique. They have their own roles to play in this world. The story is also just full of so much emotion. It builds up to a perfect finale that wraps everything up. Every character is given ample time for us to get to know them throughout the tale, and there's just so much depth and mystery here. So many little threads for us to go off of and look into. A world with so much depth and lore that we can only help but wonder what came before. With Branch A completed, we should probably talk about the other branches to the story. So like I said before, Drakengard 3 does retain its alternate ending structure from the other games in the series, but unlike those games, there's actually an in-world reason that these endings exist. Instead of endings, we get branches. These are other paths that the story could have taken. They will be explained further as we journey through these branches, but for now, all we know is that this mystery woman is venturing into these other branches and observing them to see if things could have turned out differently. Branch B begins with this mystery woman explaining that when a unique set of conditions are met in time, called singularities, splits occur. On April 1st, 1000 AD, one of these splits occurs. This is where Branch B begins. This takes place around when we met Octa in the original branch, but here an anomaly occurred. The forest that the group was supposed to travel through actually took a different form. We start at camp and talk to Sent, who seems to have no recollection of Tu, his intoner. We fight through the forests, defeating some necromancers, and eventually coming across Armisael again. Things are slightly different this time around. We have to defeat the Horde, which is pretty simple because they're very weak. They begin rolling heads around and 3 arrives. She says that something is wrong with the forest, but Zero can't hear the crying that her sister speaks of. 1 holds the secret, deeper inside the forest. The dolls begin to break apart and 3 disappears. We once again head deeper into the forest. This time, Zero is ambushed and attacked. She's absolutely brutalized, but she once again begins to regenerate from the flower. We defeat these titans with Mikhail. The mystery narrator then goes on to jot some notes on the timeline. This time around, the forest is more violent and it has changed. The other big change to this branch is that Tu and Sent are independent. They don't exist normally as Intoner and Disciple. We then have to defeat multiple statues of 3 in the forest. We eventually find her, but before she can attack, she collapses. She invited 1 to the forest to try and kill her, but it didn't work out. She dies without us having to do anything. 1 is clearly up to something in the forest, and this timeline is obviously off, and Zero realizes it. We find Tu dancing in the forest, and Dido attacks her, but Sent gets to him before he can land a blow. It seems that his true nature has come back to him. Dido is killed by the betrayer. He pledges himself to Tu once again, and we have to fight the both of them. This fight is pretty simple because we only have to take one of them down. The tricky thing that Tu will do is mimic our moves, especially if we use Intoner mode. She will also activate it. Being fast and dealing a lot of damage, though, takes her down. Decadus then stabs Tu. As Sent tries to rush at her, he kills Octa, and Zero stabs Sent. The 2 crawl on the ground towards each other, finally able to be together. As they touch hands, a beam of light shines down. This magic allows them to combine and create an angel called Raphael. We have to defeat him. He's pretty simple, but we have to defeat him in a certain time frame, 5 minutes. The goal here is pretty similar to the other large boss battles in the game. We have to dash attack to open a weak spot and do damage when the enemy is stunned. Once he's dead, the poison is about to take over the forest. Mikhail is once again weakened, gravely wounded from the battle. This time, Mikhail says that he's done. He just can't take it anymore.
Sorry, Zero, but I think I'm done. I'm really sorry, Zero.
Don't you die on me, you asshole! Don't you dare leave me alone again!
This ending is just as tragic as the previous one. Hearing Mikhail apologize to Zero for dying is just heartbreaking. Zero weeps over his body and begs Mikhail not to leave here. She laments the flower that's sprouted from her eye, but then she has a realization. She uses her song to forge a pact, to bring Mikhail back. She's glad that she met Mikhail. Her song does bring Mikhail back, but Zero is nowhere to be found. The flower that was present in her eye is now a part of Mikhail. The two are able to be together as one. I don't mind this ending. It isn't my favorite, but it isn't bad either. I do think it tugs on the heartstrings a bit, but it isn't as fitting as the other ones. We see a small cutscene after the credits summarizing what we saw. The narrator says that Zero created an entirely new concept known as a pact, one that we're very familiar with if we've played the previous Drakengard games. With this, we unlock another divergence, Branch C. This takes place after 2 had captured Mikhail. The anomaly here is that 2 enacted some type of influence over Mikhail. Zero was the only one to do this previously, so it doesn't make sense that it's happening in this timeline. Here we have to cross the desert once more, heading to the 3 temples and staying in the shadows. This time we're avoiding the cold rather than the heat. Once we reach the end, Mikhail seems to be in pain from some type of spell. He seems to have devolved to one of his previous forms. At camp, Mikhail tells Zero that he wants to be better and stronger. She tells him to stay back and rest because whatever happened to him could be dangerous. We head through the ruins and temples just as we did before. Mikhail is with us at this point. The mystery woman is observing the events and thinks that this branch could be very important. She then tells us that this branch has significant anomalies. Both Mikhail and the group are experiencing anomalous behavior that's worth studying. We then arrive in Cathedral City. We seek out 2, who has placed the curse on Mikhail. She seems to be under some sort of control, wanting to kill Zero. We have to fight her, and it's pretty similar to the last time we did. She's a little stronger now, though. It was at this point that I started cheesing the game by using the spear attack. Certain spears can attack downwards and do a ton of damage. Dodging out of these attacks mostly keeps you from being harmed. Doing this over and over again lets you beat most foes unpunished. After 2 is defeated, she approaches Scent, a smile on her face, only to be stabbed by Dito's spear. Everyone in the group attacks her, but she won't die. Then Scent finishes her off. Something is summoned at this point, but Zero recognizes the trap. The entire group is destroyed, only Zero and Mikhail surviving. The 2 make their way out and eventually find 1 underground. She thinks intoners are a scourge on human life. She realizes that Zero is trying to kill her sisters because intoners will bring an end to the world. She intends to take them out and then take her own life to keep the world from ruin. The thing is, though, an intoner has to be killed by a dragon, so she intends to use Mikhail for this purpose, something he hasn't realized yet. This is kind of the full reveal of Zero's plan this whole time. It turns out she did have good intentions in the end. We haven't fully realized the details of all of this, but her killing was for a reason. The question the audience member has to ask themselves is, was the killing worth it? Or alternatively, does it matter? These are the questions Taro himself presents us with, the creator asking the player. 1 agrees with Zero's conquest. She thinks the world has no place for the intoners, but she also knows about Zero's flower and thinks that it will destroy the world before she can be killed. The 2 sisters are determined to kill each other, and 1 doesn't think that Zero can take care of herself, so she wants to do it for her. We have to fight Abdiel here. These are golems that will do big damage to us if we are hit. The goal here is to dash attack the golems and reveal the core underneath one of them. The core changes each time the golems are put back together, but we have to locate it to be able to do damage to the boss. Once we defeat Abdiel, 1 summons Gabriel again. Mikhail attacks him and takes out Gabriel, but he was also killed in the process, viciously cut in half. This is an incredibly brutal ending for him. We now have to fight 1, who's pretty simple overall. She does some damage, but we can avoid her attacks pretty easily. Zero takes her out, finishing off the final sister, but this leaves Zero alive. She can't take her own life because Mikhail is gone. She needs a dragon powerful enough to kill her, but she doesn't have one anymore. This leaves her quest unfinished, and the world is left to ruin. This is probably one of the more sad endings. It's heartbreaking to see Mikhail's lifeless corpse laying there as Zero limps away, defeated and emotionally broken. It's incredibly brutal and just gut-wrenching to watch play out. This ending does not relent, it just keeps punishing the viewer, forcing them to feel. It's beautiful. Zero heads off to find a dragon. With Branch C completed, we only have one left, but beating Branch C doesn't automatically unlock the final branch. There are some requirements that we have to finish first. We have to collect every weapon in the game first, which really isn't that hard of a task to complete, especially if we've been gathering all of the chests along the way. The game doesn't make it hard to revisit chapters and go back to previous levels, so it doesn't take that much time. We also have to finish the Accord missions that do reward us with weapons, get the weapons from our disciples after using them in battle enough, and buy the weapons in the store. Again, none of this is incredibly time consuming. It doesn't take much extra effort if we were already collecting them along the way. To unlock Branch D, we also have to play through the Lost Verses. These are unlocked after completing Branch C. The Lost Verses begin when the narrator realizes that she lost some verses somewhere along the way. The first verse actually takes place in Branch A at the end of Chapter 4 after 2 has been killed. Zero needs to return to her cottage to get something. When we arrive at the cottage, Zero goes in by herself. She's become aware of Accord, the narrator and observer of this story. She's looking for some sort of clue that could lead her to a world where the flower never appeared. Then Accord herself arrives. This is who has been tracking us the entire time and studying the events of the timelines. She tells Zero that no matter the branch, it seems to always end in disaster. Zero thinks that Accord is making the future, some type of god controlling these events, but she denies this theory. The second lost verse occurs during Branch B. When the group was looking for 3, they decided to head back into the mountains. The group tries to find some treasures in the chests nearby, but only find junk. They then take shelter in the mountainside. Zero decides to get some sleep, but she ends up meeting Accord again. She once again warns her that she needs to change course, otherwise this branch will end in disaster. Zero tries to get the book from her, but she dodges every attempt. Zero almost gets it, but Accord does something weird that I'm just not even going to talk about. Accord is technically not allowed to interfere with the world. She is a recorder, and it's her job to record the distant past and future. She was sent by people from the old world, the place before. Accord has been tempted to help, though, because of the bad timelines that Zero has been encountering. The final lost verse takes place during the middle of Branch C. Zero once again meets Accord, who tells her that Zero is running herself into the ground. She can't brute force her way through this. She wants Zero to let the recorders handle the intoners. Zero says she'll kill Accord if she gets in her way. If Zero can't find a way to rectify these timelines, then Accord will be forced to neutralize her. We have to destroy 3 towers in the desert by taking out the wizards controlling them. Mikhail realizes that with this ending, they can go back and see everyone, but Zero doesn't want to do this. With this, the last of the lost verses has been found. Branch D has been unlocked, the final record of Zero. This branch begins during verse 3. The party is all here, but the group has one final shot to see if this ending will work out for them. Here at camp, Zero reveals to Mikhail that dragons were meant to kill intoners. They naturally have a craving to eat them. Zero is okay with this because, as we know, she needs Mikhail to kill her once this is all over. We then assault Cathedral City, fighting through the forces ahead of us. We find 4 inside, who summons a demon dragon, which she shouldn't be able to do naturally. 1 is the only one that could do this. This battle is pretty easy and very similar to the Gabriel fights from before. We stun the dragon when it attacks and damage it when it's down. We don't get many opportunities to do it though, so this fight can just take a while. With Zophiel defeated, we have to take on 4 herself. She's quick and powerful, especially when she charges up attacks, but she's no match for Zero. She kills 4 and Mikhail finishes the job, eating her. This causes Mikhail to evolve twice in one evolution. This is clearly another anomaly, not normal for this world. We then meet Accord again, who explains Mikhail's hunger for intoners. Apparently some dragons can control it, which is why Mikhail resists eating Zero. Accord can't tell the group where the cravings for intoners comes from. Accord asks Zero if she's afraid of losing her friends, but Zero says she doesn't have any. Accord only offers a warning that the branch they're in is damaged and the group will grow chaotic as they venture forth, but this means a greater chance of saving the world. We journey through the forests once again, defeating the now chaotically warped monsters. There we find Five. She should be dead, but somehow resurrected herself. She summons beasts to her side. Dido loves this, enjoying the chaos of this world. He decides to switch sides and rejoin his former intoner. He summons Phanuel, another angel, for us to fight, but Cent summons E. Grigori, and the two do battle in the background while we fight Galgaliel. We have to defeat 99 of them, and once this is complete, 5 is open to be damaged. We then have to defeat more of the roaming beasts and finish off 5. Zero slices her up while Dido and Cent watch their summons battle. The two both start to disappear. Zero realizes that they summoned angels without an intoner to aid them. This is a price they have to pay, causing them to disappear. Cent realizes his mistake, but he doesn't want to live in a world without two, and he accepts his death. At this point, Accord started to find that she was feeling strange emotions, unbeknownst to us. Octa seems to think that Mikhail won't be able to restrain his appetite. The group starts their search for the final sisters, and we have an on-rails section in the sky, while Mikhail sings an original song for quite a while.
Stinky dragon, nor am I a dirty dragon. Hop on my back and let's go for a ride.
We have to fight some wyverns and gargoyle cubes. We face off against another summon brought upon by 3. This is called Ezrael. He will shoot massive amounts of projectiles our way. Our goal is to dodge these attacks and shoot at him while he's open. He goes down pretty easy. Decadus then decides to sacrifice himself, at least in this form, by summoning his angel and defeating Ezrael. We finish him off and Zero takes down 3. Only 1 is left now. Zero decides that it's finally time to tell Octa about the flower in her eye. We have sort of a flashback to 2 years ago. We fight enemies while Zero narrates her backstory. She saw the flower on the day she died. The flower has kept her alive this whole time. She's really just a walking corpse. It threatens the world, though. While it exists inside Zero, it grows and feeds off of her. Zero tried to take her own life when she realized what the flower was going to do, but it didn't work. Ripping the flower out made things worse. The flower sprouted 5 children, girls, her sisters. The flower had a defense mechanism to create copies of Zero so that she couldn't end her own life. Each of the sisters ran off with a piece of Zero's magic. Her sisters then started fighting for peace, which she thought was ridiculous because they were born from a flower that would end the world. Michael is in this flashback. Zero found Michael because she needed a way to kill her sisters. This is when she met Michael, the strongest dragon of all. We hear Michael asking Zero if she's sure about killing her sisters. We then see Zero arrive at Accord's shop. She's ready to hear her out. She wants to talk about her sisters and how much time she's got left. This is the big reveal of the game, Zero's origin and why she's doing this. The whole time she's really been trying to save the world. She's fighting her sisters because she knows that if she doesn't, everything will be wiped out. This is where the fervor comes from, the determination, the hatred. Accord says that she will never forget this journey, no matter what happens at the end of this branch. Zero and Mikhail fly into Cathedral City with Gabriel on their tail. Zero tells Mikhail to fight Gabriel while she runs into the city. We have to fight across a long bridge full of pretty difficult enemies. It's not an easy battle, but we can make it through by taking it slow and picking our moments. At the end of the bridge, Gabriel and Mikhail come tumbling to the ground, and one is ready to fight. Our final battle is against her. She's actually pretty easy, and Zero's sword will do more damage to her here, making it pretty simple if we have it equipped. We then hear silence and Accord talking. She says if the flower isn't destroyed, this will bring an end to humanity. Some people in the old world think that this branch should be erased, but Accord doesn't agree. She then questions herself, saying that she should erase this entry, hand off the recording. She then adds the recording. Octa then comes in at the last second as one is about to defeat Zero. He sacrifices himself as well to weaken one, giving Zero an opportunity to take her down. Then Accord shows up, interfering in battle and breaking her protocol. One just won't die though, and Accord calls in some sort of strike. This will cause the shield to vanish for half a second. Zero uses this moment to take her shot and kill both Accord and One. Zero limps away from the fight. Accord is still alive, barely hanging on. She says that she didn't see this coming, but it was more human than she expected. It's also revealed that she's actually some sort of mechanical android. Accord begs for her death. She's tired. Zero gives her this piece. With that, we have one more verse, one final level to play. Zero tells Mikhail this is it. Once the flower goes into full bloom, Mikhail needs to destroy it. Before she goes, she needs to tell him one more thing.
There's one more thing I need to tell you.
What?
You've grown strong, Mikhail.
Zero. Zero, you big dummy.
And then the shit begins. If you've heard of Drakengard 3, then you've probably heard about the final boss. If this is the case, then I can confidently say it's everything you've heard and more. This final fight is actually a rhythm game, just like in Drakengard's final ending, and not unlike the original ending E that Taro had envisioned for the game. Here we fly around the flower with a statue of Zero in the center. The statue will start to emit rings that will kill us if we are touched by them. We have to pull our shield and defend ourselves against them. We have to time it though, bringing in the rhythm game that we were talking about before. Now, this doesn't sound too bad, and even the first Drakengard ending E wasn't very hard, but there's a lot of things that make this final fight incredibly frustrating. First, the fight is incredibly long. There are technically 7 phases to the fight, one for each sister, and then one where the sisters all work together. Each section lasts such a long time, and top it off with the fact that we can't skip any of these cutscenes, this makes for an 8-minute fight every single time we want to try it. So the length is frustrating, but it's also just the fight itself. Zero's sections, the first phase, is incredibly easy, especially when we get used to the timing. The rings come out normally and there's no issue here, but every phase is different, and we quickly realize that this whole thing is just the game trolling us as hard as it can. 5's phases move the camera while the rings are coming out, causing us to not be able to see where Mikhail is or the rings themselves. 4's phase sends the notes out closer together while moving the camera up and down, making it harder to have perspective and see where the notes are in relation to Mikhail. 3's phase zooms the camera on her face so we can't even see Mikhail, and we have to work completely blind, only going off sound. 2's phase closes in on Mikhail so that we can't see where the notes are coming out. 1 just sends a ton of notes at us while the camera goes crazy, and we have no idea where anything is. Then the last phase combines everything into one section. The whole thing is just insane, incredibly frustrating, and hard to get to. Top this all off with the fact that when the final cutscene starts, there's still one note left that we can't see, and we have to hit it without seeing anything to keep the cutscene going. The whole thing is just incredibly unfair, difficult, and cheap. It's incredibly frustrating, and I'll be honest, I gave up after about 2 hours. I got to 1's phase multiple times, but this fight honestly just broke me. Fuck! 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 Ugh! Fuck me, bro. Fuck! 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 But to be honest, that's not the whole story, because this fight is incredibly fitting for this entry. It ends the game perfectly and is a fantastic finale. The character design of the boss is fantastic, bringing us back to the original Drakengard, evoking images of the Queen. The symbolism is quite clear. The sisters have all returned to the flower and become pawns of it, each blooming from its petals and doing its bidding. The petals represent one of the number of sisters, and Zero exists in the center as the plant's origin. The entire game ends in song, the chimes of the songs sung by the intoners. The gray statue goddesses hover over the world, fighting a battle not of swords and blood, but of notes. The choral music that backs the entire thing is also perfect, giving the whole fight a biblical feel. It's almost religious in spirit and theme. The whole thing is wonderful. On one hand, I love this fight and everything it represents artistically and creatively, but on the other hand, I hate this fight when I actually have to play it. After the fight ends, we hear Mikhail talking to Zero, in a final scene that brings emotion out of me, only like Mary's letter at the end of Silent Hill 2 could.
Hey, Zero?
Yeah?
I had a lot of fun. With you, I mean. It was fun being with you. The killing was hard. It was really hard. But
Stop repeating things.
getting to be with you, Zero, getting to eat next to you, getting to fly around with you, getting to have you yell at me, and then getting to be friends again. It was really, really fun.
I'm glad. Mikhail,
Yeah?
it's almost time.
Okay.
This short scene just makes it all worth it. The whole arduous and tortuous endeavor is made all right because this is what lies after. Before we talk about the DLC, we should probably talk about the music of Drakengard 3. Composed by Keiichi Okabe, the soundtrack is just wonderful and is a huge step up for the series in terms of music. The whole thing is wonderfully crafted, and you can tell that time and effort was put into the music and making sure that it fit with the game. The Forgotten is a beautiful track with choral voices bleeding through. It gives us a grand vision of the world, a wholly forgotten one beneath the one that we see today. Ray of the Brave Battlefield rings through with a massive scope. It feels grandiose, and we envision a wild battlefield beneath us, hundreds of soldiers ahead. The flutes and instruments all come together to create a clear and perfect vision. Leaf of Chaos rolls in with scattered keys, the piano glittering over the track. The angelic voice pops through the song, giving this another biblical quality, fitting with the game's theme and structure. The whole soundtrack is incredibly good, offering a new vision for the series, something we haven't seen from it before. But before we can talk about my final thoughts on the game, we need to talk about the DLC, to visit each of these characters individually. There was a lot of DLC released for Drakengard 3. A lot of this was cosmetic, allowing us to change our outfits for characters or even change the background music. We could dress up like Kaim or use his sword in battle. But what's more interesting is the story DLC that was released for the game. Each of these packs allow you to play as one of the different sisters from the game and gives us a bit of backstory. 5's DLC sees her traveling with Dido before the events of the game to try and find some delicious food that she can eat. Each of the sisters are a representation of what Zero has lost. They are a part of her personality that has been split from her. Because of the incident with the flower, the sisters that were born from it are really just parts of her. 5 represents Zero's lust, greed, and confidence. 5 clearly has cravings for everything. She lives to fulfill her desires and wants whatever she can think of exactly when she thinks of it. She can't wait and can't enjoy the things she already has. This eventually sees us taking down a massive crab to try and satiate her needs.
4's DLC sees her trying to protect the world from evil. 4 is very much a graceful and refined person. She's almost the opposite of 5. She doesn't debase herself or lower herself to a carnal level. This is clearly the part of Zero when she was a child, before she was corrupted and held on to her pride. 4 ends up encountering a band of pirates in the air and slaughters them as they beg for their lives, and this clearly furthers the theme of the game and the idea that violence is something more than just numbers on a screen. 3 is more wild. She is lethargic and paranoid. She obsesses about anything she finds herself fixated on. This is the part of Zero that was relentless when she was younger and poor, killing only to get food and be able to survive in the world. 3's DLC has a heavy presence of her disciple Octa, seeing her fall down deeper into the macabre parts of her own personality. 2 is a brighter, more colorful soul. She expresses herself and is very considerate of the people around her. This reflects an alternate version of what Zero could have been had things gone different. This is sort of the good ending version of Zero that never really was. 2's DLC is very dark, eventually seeing her fighting a homunculus and falling deep into despair after seeing the horrors of battle. Her and Cent are forever scarred by what they experienced. 1 is the most logical character. She values her intelligence, and it's the largest part of her character. Now she is also very dour and doesn't seem to smile or find joy in anything. This is the representation of Zero before she died. She was unsatisfied with the world and angry at the chaos, searching for logic and reason where she could find none. Her DLC mostly focuses on the relationship between her and her brother, seeing that she doesn't have a disciple. The final DLC, the one based around Zero, sees us playing her in various flashbacks. It seeks to further flesh out the relationship between her and Michael and exactly how the two came together. We realize that she is telling this story to multiple accords in her cottage. This was the original warning, telling Zero that she needed to destroy the flower. We also get to see Zero talk about Michael and what she enjoyed about him so much. These DLC all further the world of Drakengard 3, attempting to flesh out the characters further and explain the backstory of the world as well as the people in it. Most of these are very short and don't have any large bearing on the larger plot overall. A lot of them feel unnecessary, even though they're fleshing out the characters that we see in the main game. Just because they're so short means that we don't get another big grand tale, it's just tinier adventures. Drakengard 3 is incredibly impressive. It's a feat of storytelling, weaving a narrative that wraps all the characters into one interesting and unique tale. The world that it tells this story in is so chock full of lore and depth that we're always searching for more information on what's around us. The story starts out as a goofy and wacky fantasy in a strange land that seems incredibly foreign to us. But when the real feelings start to come and the story becomes this bleak and dark epic, those quirky upstarts seem incredibly far away. We're left wondering how we got here and how things could end so tragically. But this was something we knew from the start. We knew that tragedy was baked into this tale. No one was coming out unscathed. Even the so-called good ending is terribly sad. But still, the complexity of this game and how it interacts with itself is amazing. The theme of violence and war, revenge and hatred run through the veins of this game. Yoko Taro had a clear vision for this project, wanting to say something. He wanted to deliver a message, one that he had been trying to get across since he started this series, and he does it so incredibly well. I will say that delivering this message does force some of the gameplay to take a back seat, as this story becomes the priority in a lot of ways. But honestly, I'm all for it. This game hits the sweet spot for me. It's something that can be played and understood as a director taking full control of a project. You can feel the passion in the story and the work. It's just there, and the thing pulses with the soul of the man who created it. The gameplay is the best we've seen so far in this series, even though it's still not perfect. There are large downsides to the combat, and they don't come close to being a full-fledged system with no flaws. It's still a massive step up from what we saw before, but the clunkiness of the system and the performance issues can really drag the game down. That being said, if we can see this project for what the vision was, then it's something truly special. What's presented to us is something unique and gut-wrenching, an emotional gauntlet that never stops pushing.
The world can be quite confusing, and it only entirely makes sense once the entire timeline is viewed at once and all the supplementary material is consumed. If you're still confused, don't worry, we'll be looking at the full timeline once we wrap this entire series up. Drakengard 3 sold fine in Japan. The numbers definitely weren't anything to look at. Its first week saw it selling 114,000 copies, and it ended up selling 150,000 units in Japan by May 2014. The reviews were mixed. Some outlets gave it great scores, while Famitsu totaling a 34 out of 40, but the West didn't receive it as well. The game currently sits at a 61 on Metacritic. Most praised the story, saying the characters and dialogue were well developed. The gameplay was also received positively, but most noted the dragon gameplay as being less than satisfactory. The graphics were the most criticized, as a lot of reviewers had screen tearing issues and poor texture quality, as well as FPS drops. This was the last game released in the Drakengard series, but we can't talk about Drakengard without talking about its incredibly successful spin-off. This series had already had one entry by the time that Drakengard 3 would come out, and with this, we haven't even touched upon Yoko Taro's best works yet. But we'll talk about that next time. Bye, Dad.
NieR actually began development shortly after Drakengard 2. Yoko Taro had begun working on an idea for a third game in the series. Takamasa Shiba and Kaguya both didn't want to develop another game for the PlayStation 2, when another new console was just around the corner. Working around this, Taro began coming up with an idea for a spin-off game, which ended up being NieR. The game was originally designed with heavy RPG mechanics. During production, producer Yosuke Saito wanted to shift development to a more action-oriented game. Saito had worked as producer on the original Drakengard games, but Taro didn't agree with this, and mostly ignored his requests, keeping the RPG elements. NieR was developed with a relatively small team at Kaguya, and it took around 3 years to complete the project. Taro took an unorthodox approach to storytelling with this entry. He liked to write the story starting from the end of an emotional arc and working his way backwards. He found that designing the game's story around emotional peaks and then working to find the reasons those emotional peaks have impact worked better for him. He also wanted the story to have a different structure than most RPGs out there. He felt that a lot of game stories were too predictable. Because of this, he wanted to show different sides of the same story, giving the audience something unexpected. Taro's focus was again on the ruthlessness of killing and finding the morality in there. He was actually heavily inspired by the 9/11 terrorist attacks when creating the story for NieR. Throughout development, Square Enix had determined that Western audiences would not identify with the younger protagonist in NieR. Because of this, Kaguya had to develop 2 versions of the game, one with a younger protagonist that aged over the course of the story, and the other with an older protagonist. The music for NieR was composed by Monica, with Keiichi Okabe directing the soundtrack. Okabe had worked on the music for many different games at this point, including some of the early Tekken entries. Kakeru Ishihama, Kaigo Hoashi, and Takafumi Nishimura all assisted on the soundtrack. Okabe was given great freedom over the project and was actually allowed to develop most of the songs separate from the game. The soundtrack was designed to have a sadness across the entire thing, even during the more action-based songs. Emmy Evans did a lot of the vocals for the soundtrack. Evans didn't have a ton of experience working on games at this point, only really having provided cello for a game called Time Hollow on the Nintendo DS. The team wanted Evans to write her own lyrics in a new type of future language. Evans wrote the songs in many different languages and then tried to imagine what those languages would sound like after drifting for 1,000 years. NieR Replicant, the Japanese version of the game, was released on April 22nd, 2010 for the PlayStation 3. NieR Gestalt, the Western version of the game, was released in the EU on April 23, 2010, and in the United States on April 27, 2010, for the PlayStation 3 and the Xbox 360. A few notes before we get into things. The first is about the version of the game that I played. As I said before, there were two versions of NieR released. NieR Replicant in Japan, which featured a young boy protagonist trying to cure his sister's illness, and NieR Gestalt in the West, which featured a much more matured man trying to cure his daughter's illness. I actually remember NieR being released in the West, and I have a specific memory of an advertisement for NieR in Game Informer, which I can't find to this day. This was just a mystery image of the main character that was released by Square Enix to tease their new game, but I remember fawning over it because it looked so interesting to me. For this review, I played the Replicant version of the game. I specifically played the remake of Replicant that was released in 2021 called NieR Replicant version 1.22474487139. The reason I chose to play Replicant for this review is just because it honestly works better than Gestalt. The two games are very similar and have very little difference outside of the change in protagonists, but this change actually has a cascading effect, which causes the story to have a completely different impact. We'll get into this issue later and talk about the specific details of why Replicant tells a much better story. I chose to play the remake of Replicant because it's honestly just a better version of the game. It features improved graphics, a re-recorded and arranged soundtrack, upgraded gameplay, and many additional pieces of story which flesh out the characters more and bridge the gap between this game and its sequel. The second note is on the structure of this review. Because this is a Yoko Taro game, we know what we're in store for when it comes to endings. NieR is no different in that multiple playthroughs will provide us different endings and different playthroughs that will give us different views of the story that we're playing. Because of this, I will first talk about the game and its first playthrough, going in depth on gameplay, characters, world, and everything else we'll see our first time around. At the end, we'll then venture back to talk about the other endings and playthroughs that the game provides. NieR begins in the summer of 2053, in a city with modern architecture, something unfamiliar to us in the Drakengard games previous. The buildings are broken down, dilapidated, almost post-apocalyptic. You'll also note that it doesn't look very summery here, as the structures are covered in fresh fallen snow. Inside a nearby building, a boy is falling asleep, and a nearby book is beckoning him to take the power that he's offering him. Shades begin to attack the building, and we get our first tutorial for the game. The boy's sister is nearby, and she begins coughing. She's wrought with sickness, overcome by some mystery disease. The sickness does not make her bitter, though. She is scared and innocent in this. The boy ventures out to find something to eat, warning his sister Yona to not touch the book beside her. Outside, the boy is overcome by the shades and is forced to turn to the book for more power. This book becomes our ally and a source of magic. We then get another tutorial on how to use the rest of the systems at our combat disposal. While the boy was gone, his sister found a cookie that they split. She begins coughing once again and drops the cookie. She begins to succumb to her illness as black words spread across her skin. The boy begs for help, screaming into the void for someone, anyone, to help. But this is not where our story takes place. Our tale begins 1,412 years later in a small village centered around another boy and another girl. These two are in a similar predicament. The boy is taking care of his sister, as she is sick with a mystery illness as well. The main character in NieR doesn't technically have a canon name. We are allowed to choose our character's name at the beginning of the game, and I chose Sun. But for the purposes of this review, I will be referring to him as NieR, or our protagonist. Most of the community around the game calls him NieR. Yoko Taro wanted him to be an unnamed protagonist so that he could effectively be anyone, but it seems that his wishes weren't the same as the production team's because the character is referred to as NieR on some of the game's sites. Because of that, I'll just be calling him NieR when it makes sense. NieR has to leave to go make money and get food for the two to eat. He is the primary breadwinner for the pair since they don't have parents to take care of them. The world of NieR can be pretty harsh, and these two children have been left alone to fend for themselves. Since Yona is ill, NieR then becomes the de facto provider for the household. Yona wants to go with him, but of course he won't allow this as she is too sick to leave her bed. He tells her to go get some rest, and we head out into the world. Nearby our protagonist's home is a library. This is where Popola makes her home. She is one half of a set of twins that have served as surrogate parents for Yona and NieR.
The two help them out in any way they can and have helped to raise the two since they were young. Clearly, they still live on their own, but the twins are very close to our protagonist. He confides in them and looks to them for emotional support. Popola has a request from someone in town. They want us to get some mutton for them in the northern plains. Popola also wants us to grab some medicine for her. She gives us more than enough money to cover the cost of the medicine, clearly showing that she takes care of the kids. Popola believes in the spirit of community, and most of the village does as well. They want to see Yona get better, and they'll help in any way that they can. On our way out, we find Yona searching through the library. She's looking for books that could tell her how to cure her sickness. NieR tells her that if she gets rest, she'll get better, so she has to get back home, and she believes him. The world that we see now, though visually different from the world we saw in the prologue, isn't that much different in state. Plague has run rampant, monsters called shades roam the lands, and people say that the world is dying. This is a bleak outlook, but our protagonist has made it his goal to help his sister get better, to ensure that they both survive. He doesn't have another choice. Out in the northern plains, we have to take out some sheep to get the mutton that we were requested, and defeat some shades in the process. Shades being this close to the village is not a common occurrence. This is an oddity for this world, a change to the status quo, a symptom of something to come. We head back to the shopkeep, delivering the goods and getting Popola her herbs. She thanks us, and we then head back to see Yona. Yona is incredibly excited to see us every time we walk through the door. NieR is Yona's favorite person in the world. He's the only family that she has left. She cares for him deeply, but he's also an incredible excitement, a change in her daily life. She has to sit inside 24/7. There is no respite from the boredom of the four walls that she's confined to. She says that she's tried to read books, but she read all of them. Hearing her brother talk about the world outside gives her some escape, a life that she could live someday if she gets better. The feelings of sadness are clear here. This girl is an innocent, and a bright, hopeful, and cheery one at that. She seems to have done no wrong, yet she is caught up in an illness that she can't yet defeat. NieR tells her of a legendary flower called the lunar tear. This flower is incredibly rare and will bring massive riches to the one who finds it. Yona asks if it could even cure her illness, and with the money they gain from the lunar tear, they could buy any medicine they could think of. The next day, our protagonist heads out on another day of running errands. Popola has another job for us, to head out to a nearby bridge that's being repaired. The crew was attacked by shades. There isn't much known about the shades that roam the world. Most know that they attack humans nearby and like to stay out of the sun as it damages them. But that day it was overcast and the crew was caught off guard. We have to rescue an injured carpenter who is still stuck out by the bridge. We take down some larger shades, learning some more about the combat system, which we'll go over shortly. When we get back, Popola tells NieR that Yona was asking her about the outside world. When we get back to the house, we find that Yona is gone, and we can probably tell where this is going. Apparently, Popola told Yona that lunar tears can be found outside the gates at the Lost Shrine nearby the village. Yona went looking for these lunar tears, and we can find evidence of this at the gates of the village. We can head out the eastern gate and head towards the Lost Shrine. This is a massive structure standing alone in the center of a canyon. A large bridge connects it to the rest of the world. We can make our way through the tower, heading up the stairs and taking some side rooms to access what looks like ramshackle ladders that take you up to the top. Shades have infested this place, attacking us as we make our way through the structure. Once we reach the top, we find Yona unconscious on an altar, guarded by two massive statues. There's a small book in the center that seems to be emanating some sort of barrier. We can free this book, who calls himself Grimoire Vice. Vice has a very large ego. He knows the power he holds, and he isn't afraid to tell us about the gravity of those abilities. He expects to be treated as a being that can take down kingdoms, and doesn't settle for anything less. Because of the desperation of the situation, NieR decides to join forces with this book, and use his powers to help out his sister. I'm sure you can see the parallels here between the NieR-Vice team-up and Chaim and Angelus. Vice will become a father-like figure to NieR throughout the tale, though. He serves as a strict shadow, always watching over the actions of our protagonist. He tries to guide this young man in the way that he feels best. He tries to use his influence to shape the person that he will become. He now has both the mothers in the village back at home and his father at his side. With this, we get the powers of Vice and have access to some of the magical attacks that we could do in the prologue of the game. This is probably the best time to talk about the combat of NieR.
NieR is somewhere in the middle of an action game and an RPG. You might even call it an action RPG. The game's combat, though, is pretty simple to start. We can attack with a variety of melee weapons, either delivering a regular attack or a heavy attack by pressing square and triangle respectively. This is about as simple as it gets, and is what we'll do for most of the game. Slashing at enemies feels alright in the beginning and gets slightly better as the game goes, but the biggest critique I have about it is that it's very simple. There just really isn't a lot to do here. There is a good amount of variety provided through the weapons in the game, changing combos or attack styles, but this won't become very prevalent until about halfway through the story. Different weapons have their own style of attack and also their own damage ratings. These can be upgraded through a mechanic that's introduced later, so we won't talk about that just yet. Each weapon does have its own weight to it, which should theoretically affect its speed and heftiness, but there really isn't much of a difference at all. This was more of an issue in the original version of the game, but with the overhauled combat system, there really isn't a point. Vice will allow us to cast many different spells or verses. These verses are gained throughout the story and range from shooting heavy damage bolts at enemies to shooting light damage balls to summoning spears from the ground. There is a good amount of variety here, and we can choose to do many different things with the system. We can also equip words, 2 per item, that will increase different stats. They can be equipped on weapons to increase damage or speed, equipped on verses, even our guard or roll. These are collected throughout the game from various enemies and types, but this is where the problems come in. NieR is very easy, way too incredibly easy. And you know it's a problem if I'm saying it's easy, because I'm about as average in skill as it possibly gets at video games. There just really isn't any reason to ever upgrade your weapons or ever switch out your spells. This was the second time that I played through NieR Replicant, getting all of the endings. The first time I played through the game, I tried everything out, all of the different weapons, upgrading things to make fights easier, testing out new spells to see how they turned out, but this time I went through the entire game without upgrading a single weapon or really ever changing my spells. I just wanted to see if I could do it, and let me tell you, it was not a challenge at all. There is also damage reduction on bosses when there's still dialogue left for them or your party to let out. This is another change made from the original game, and it's honestly a really good one. In the original NieR, you could actually skip past dialogue and boss phases. This is not good because the game is very easy, and a lot of incredibly important and emotionally impactful dialogue is delivered while in combat. Now, we can't really skip those phases like before, so we're made to watch those scenes. I say this all with the caveat that I was playing the game on normal difficulty. You can make the game harder if you really want, but the base difficulty really is way too easy. There really just isn't a lot of challenge to be had here. There's also the fact that the magic bar really isn't useful. When you spend magic by using spells, it just immediately charges itself back up, so there's really no point for it being there at all. That being said, I can't say that the system itself isn't well polished or fun. There definitely could have been a larger amount of variety here to keep people interested, but it's still not bad. There's definitely nothing egregious here, and there isn't anything super impressive either. But if you compare it to the previous Drakengard games, then it's absolutely stunning. There are many things that will be introduced to the combat system throughout the game, as NieR really likes to drip feed us mechanics and systems, but we'll get to those as they come. As we fight the small shades and try to break down the barrier between us and Yona, Vice tells us that his memory has seemed to fail. He doesn't remember much about why he is an all-powerful being, just that he is. He begins to regain some of his lost powers by defeating the enemies that we contend with. Then the 2 statues come to life, and we have our first boss fight. We have to manage both of these enemies at once, but they make it easy on us by one going into defense mode while we attack the other one. We get the Dark Lance attack during this battle, which allows us to fire a stronger, more damaging lance that takes a bit more magic to use. We end up killing one of the armored statues, which greatly angers the other. We take that one out as well and wake up Yona. The siblings apologize to each other as the shrine begins to crumble around them. The group heads out and the front entrance is blocked behind them. Yona feels like a failure. She couldn't get the lunar tear she wanted. She just wanted to help. Seeing her brother try so hard to cure her disease has caused her to feel like a burden on him. NieR feels bad about this as well. He just wants his sister to be safe and is doing everything he can to make sure she isn't hurt. The black scrawl begins to appear on her skin, a manifestation of the sickness that she carries.
NieR and Vice's conversation tells us more about the disease. It appeared on Yona a month ago, and the Black Scrawl is fatal. There is no known cure for it as of yet. We head to talk to Devila, Popola's twin. She's heard of Grimoire Vice before. He's known as the White Book, and he's in the Song of the Ancients, a classic ballad that tells the story of a black book that begins to spread disease across the land. The White Book shows up and saves the world. She says that Popola could have some more information on the subject, so we seek out her guidance. She too recognizes Vice, who is overjoyed that someone finally appreciates his power. Popola tells us of a story, one of Grimoire Noir taking over the world, bringing destruction. Grimoire Vice, the White Book, will bring his sealed verses and destroy Grimoire Noir, removing the evil from the world. The sealed verses that Vice is supposed to bring are some sort of magic, the spells that we can cast using him. NieR is excited at this prospect. Maybe the sealed verses could help Yona. Popola thinks this is just a legend, but NieR is ready to kill every shade they can so that they might be able to gather the sealed verses. She tells us to go speak to the chief of the Eyrie, a neighboring village in the northern plains. This is the point in the game where side quests become available. Here we can take on requests from other villagers and complete tasks for them to gain gold, items, or weapons. Now, these are, for the most part, a weak point of the game. This isn't to say that there aren't good side quests in NieR, it's just that there are far too many. Half of the side quests are fetch quests that send you to the other side of the map, which takes forever, just to grab a material and then return it for a small reward. A few of the quests do have genuinely interesting stories, though, that tie into the overall theme of the game without spoiling it or shoving it into your face too much. If the total amount of quests wasn't overly bloated, then these would actually be a highlight of the game. The good news is they aren't all really necessary. There are definitely some that you'll want to do for extra gold to buy weapons, but we definitely don't need to do every single one. I know I'm not the only one that feels this way because while I was researching the Drakengard/NieR timeline for these videos, I stumbled upon this flowchart. Someone thought it was an issue enough to make a flowchart for reference, so it's gotta be pretty bad. For now, most of the stuff is pretty simple. Get mutton, find chicken eggs, and the like. There is a quest we get pretty early on to defeat a large boar in the northern plains. This is incredibly useful because we will get access to a boar that we can ride when outside of town. This makes travel quite a bit faster in certain areas, which is very helpful for obvious reasons. When we get to the Eyrie, we immediately notice its very strange layout. The Eyrie is not a traditional town. Its homes are built on platforms that jut out of the side of nearby rocks. Wooden floors hang above a near bottomless canyon. The citizens shroud themselves in small steel boxes, which keep them from the outside world. They are afraid of people that don't call the Eyrie their home, afraid of the shades that roam outside, afraid of most everything, really. The shades have made their way into this village as well, and we have to contend with them as we make our way to the chief. He also has holed himself up in his home. He doesn't want to speak with us and tells NieR to kick rocks. As we head out of the village, our protagonist spots a shining crown of flowers sitting in a small hovel just outside of town. It's a ring of lunar tears, but before we can grab them, a scantily clad woman shows up. NieR almost thinks that she's a shade because of the shadows around her hands. We then have to fight her. She's quick and puts up a decent battle unless we can knock her down. This will open her up for damage. She summons some sort of magic around her and begins to fight again. Once we defeat her, a massive shade appears over the crest of the mountain above. Like most bosses in NieR, this one is pretty easy. We have to attack the shade's legs while it stomps on the ground. These stomps cause shockwaves to release, and we have to time our jumps or dodges to avoid taking damage. The shade will spit more shades out of its mouth that we have to attack. Most larger enemies or bosses will have timers on them once we deal a certain amount of damage. We have to defeat these timers before they run out to progress the battle. Towards the end of the fight, the shade will spit out massive waves of magic at us. We attack its head to take its sealed verse and end the fight, causing the shade to attack once more, but Kaine saves us from sure death. She keeps saying that this shade is hers to deal with. She has some sort of qualm with it. When the fight is over, she fades into unconsciousness, and the symbols on her skin disappear. Vice claims that she's possessed by a shade, somewhere in between human and beast. She's not very appreciative of our help. She does tell us her name, though, Kaine. She's vulgar and crude, but she tells us that it won't be good for us if we stay with her. She tells us to stay away from the shade that escaped us, and the two head out. When Popola hears that our protagonist thinks his weapons are too weak, she tells him that he can find 2 brothers in the junk heap who can upgrade our equipment for a price. She says we'll need around 1,000 gold, which we can get by taking jobs at the tavern. Devila happens to be there playing music for the small crowd. This is really just a way to convince us to do more side quests, grabbing medicinal herbs for people, returning orders that weren't delivered. You know the drill. Classic RPG side quest stuff. Eventually, we head to the junk heap. The 2 brothers that we heard of before are running a small shop at the entrance. Jacob owns the shop and his brother, Gideon, helps him out. The 2 scour the junk heap, a rumored derelict military base for supplies. Their mother has been gone for days looking for supplies. The brothers need materials, and we need weapon upgrades, so we enter into a deal. If we get them 3 titanium alloys from inside, they'll upgrade our weapons. So, of course, we head inside. The dilapidated walls of the junk heap hold more than just scrap. They house rogue robots that seem dead set on taking us out. These enemies either attack with a close-range lightning bolt or long-range blasts. They also have flying variations and stationary turrets that will fire at us. Each of these enemies will drop some form of junk, scrap, or useful material. The junk heap is an incredibly valuable place for farming materials, either for upgrading weapons or completing quests. The place is pretty large, and clearing out the first floor will give us what we need to take back to the brothers. Jacob upgrades our first weapon for free. This unlocks the weapon upgrading system for NieR. Here we can provide materials in exchange for another level on our weapon. This will increase the damage output of the weapons. Like I said before though, this is mostly unnecessary, especially on normal mode. The game is just simply too easy to require anything like this. The materials needed to upgrade weapons are also just so much that it's an incredible grind to get what we need. It's therefore too costly and not necessary enough for us to need it. I will say that upgrading the weapons does provide more information from the weapon stories system, small stories that each weapon carries. This is something we'll talk about a lot more in depth once covering the supplementary material on the series. Jacob is insistent that their mother will be back, but NieR and Weiss decide to venture inside to find the woman. Jacob gives us access to the elevator inside so that we can access the lower levels of the facility. Once we reach the lower levels, we encounter a massive robot that serves as our next boss battle. Here we have to shoot the hands of the machine. These hands will shoot out lasers at us. This attack is very simple to dodge, and just attacking with our dark blast will take the hands down easily. The machine will summon tons of robots to fight us and then begin its attacks with missiles. We can then throw bombs into its mouth to damage it. Once done 3 times, the beast goes down. Arriving in the next room, we find the 2 brothers' mother. She was with a man with a good collection of cash and clothes. It seems like she was leaving her children to be with her lover, but her tale didn't end very well. The game lets us decide what to tell her children, whether we decide to tell them the truth or not. This doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. It won't affect anything in our playthrough. It's not meant as a branch to split off pathways for different experiences on the end of the user. It's meant to reflect the user itself. It's meant to show us who we are and who we want to be in this world. It's also meant to reflect the world onto us, to show us how bleak things have truly become. When Gideon learns of his mother's fate, he runs away from the news. Jacob had already known about her lover and has made peace with it. He's just happy that his mother was with the one that she loved at the end. He forgives easily, ready to let things go at the end. This is in stark contrast to his brother. He has to be strong for him, hold up in the face of tragedy, a reflection of the relationship between NieR and Yona. When we arrive back in the village, Yona is very sick. She's in pain and needs help. Our protagonist responds in the only way he knows how, to head out and grab some medicine. Yona can't help but worry about him, though. We seek out Popola for help. She says finding a shaman fish might assist in relieving some of her pain. These fish are located in Seafront, so we have to head out through the southern gate to make our way there. This town, just like others, has a distinct design reflecting the environment that it was built in. It takes much from its name in that it is in front of the sea. It's a trading village that has a lot of opportunity for purchase and sale. It's also clearly abundant in fish. Its most prominent structure is the lighthouse that stands at shore's edge, guarding the waters and the town itself. When we arrive, we can talk to the local fishermen who will teach us how to fish.
This is a mini-game in NieR that will allow us to catch wildlife from many different waters across the world. Using bait, we can attract different kinds of fish, and near the end game, this will become the best source of gold if we need it. We can level up our fishing by completing the Fisherman's Gambit quest line, which has a large number of parts. Each quest sees us catching a specific type and amount of fish for the local fishermen. These can be quite difficult depending on the game. The task itself is usually pretty simple though. Cast our line, wait for a bite, and then reel it in. And honestly, any project with a fishing minigame in it gets automatic points in my book. Once we get the shaman fish, we head back towards town, but an old woman stops us. She's very rude and an impolite lady, but she says that her mail hasn't arrived yet. She needs someone to go pick it up, and because of NieR's good-natured self, we take on this task. We find out that the postman has a leg injury and hasn't been able to deliver the mail on time. We can deliver the lighthouse lady's letter and even read it to realize that her impatience was because she was waiting on a letter from her lover. He is stranded, taken on by an illness in a foreign land. We bring the letter to her and she rewards us for our troubles. We eventually bring the shaman fish back to Yona and she seems to be feeling a bit better. She's even given a pet name to Vice, Vicey. She wants to make stew for us and asks us to track down the ingredients. This is actually a side quest, but I think it's important to point out here because of Yona's character. It's very easy in games for the reliant, technically useless character to feel like a burden, and like I said before, this is even how Yona herself feels, but she never really feels like this to the player. This is probably due in part to her apologetic nature. Taro is very good at crafting these characters, ones that we are sympathetic to, but also we don't feel like we're forced to take care of. The game makes us want to take care of Yona, not feel like we have to. This is important because it creates a very specific distinction. We are not taking care of Yona because the game creates an objective forcing us to do this before we move on. We are doing it because we feel that we are NieR. We are the character that is taking care of Yona. This is because of both NieR's optimism and bright disposition in the face of bleak adversity, as well as Yona's steadfast nature. She believes there will be a cure, and so does NieR. Both of these characters know that she will get better, and that we're going to make it happen. But the player knows there's an underlying chance that this may not happen. Because of all these elements combined together, we feel for these characters. We are partly aware of the tragic tale that is taking place before our very eyes, and we want to help to make that tale less tragic, as much as we can. We don't view Yona as a burden, we view her as our sister. I should also note here that each loading screen normally contains letters from Yona's diary. Different entries may mention us and how she wishes we would be home spending time with her. They may also detail different events, such as Devila and Popola visiting her. These are also sometimes replaced by gray pages that mention other events, completely different and separate from Yona's inner thoughts, but no less important to the secret story going on underneath. When Yona inevitably does make a meal for NieR, it's not great. It's clear she isn't great at cooking, but the point is that she tried. When we talk to Popola, she tells NieR that the mayor of Seafront has spotted a horde of shades in the Eyrie. Once we head there, we're confronted with the shade from before, the one that Kaine was very adamant was off limits. We fight the beasts throughout the entirety of the Eyrie, jumping across platforms and moving the battle to different locations across the floating town. Eventually, Kaine is mesmerized by a voice that she hears, one of her grandmother. She quickly realizes that this doesn't quite sound like the grandma that she knew. We defeat the beast and Kaine falls into an unconsciousness. She wonders if she can rest now, but she's pulled back to life by NieR.
You're going to live, Kaine!
Live. What for?
What?
I had my revenge, and now it's over.
Oh, now, see here, this is rich.
Vice?
We help you in some mad quest for vengeance, and now you think to bid us adieu? How can a fighter so skilled be cursed with such a thick head? A true warrior would fight. They would give all in the service of their friends.
Friends?
That's right. He's right. Kaine, we're friends now.
See here, that was hardly the point.
Okay, then what is the point?
She decides to pledge her swords to us, with no other place to put them. Kaine knows a king living in a city nearby. He's been trying to find a cure for the Black Scrawl for a while, and his people may have found something.
As we head into town, Kaine decides not to enter into any of the nearby cities with us. She doesn't think that she would be welcome. We head through our village and over to the neighboring kingdom of Facade, the place that Kaine believes may have had an end to the Black Scrawl. Once we arrive, the guards don't allow us to enter until they see that Kaine is with us. Facade is a desert city built in an unorthodox way with many walkways and levels across a small area. Flowing sand rivers run throughout the town that the citizens use to travel across its uneven landscape. As we'll see soon, the city has also a pretty strict form of government. The people that live in Facade have thousands of rules they must follow and adhere to. These mostly get in the way of daily life, obstructing the citizens from living normally. New rules are developed all the time, forcing new laws on the people. The people of the city also speak in a foreign tongue, one not known to our adventurers. Kaine tells us that she saved a child from a pack of wolves a while back. The girl happened to live in Facade, and since then the people have always accepted her. When we journey to the king's palace, we can't get in because we're not sure how to talk to the guards. On our way back, we see a girl who has fallen, and we help her up. Her name is Fira, and she can't speak. Because she uses hand signals to talk, Vice can understand her communications. She takes us on a tour of the town, showing us the shops and explaining some of the strict rules of Facade. At the end of the tour, she sees Kaine, the person that saved her. The guards rush to tell us that the prince has gone missing in the barren temple nearby. Their rules forbid them from entering the temple because they aren't nobility, but the rules also state that they must look for the prince right away. Because of this contradiction, NieR offers to go look for them. Fira guides us to the temple through a nearby never-ending sandstorm. Inside, the temple is broken up into a variety of different rooms. Each room has separate rules, mirroring the city of Facade. We must complete the challenges in these rooms while adhering to the rules. In certain places, we can't jump, or run, or use magic. As we begin to complete these rooms, we see the prince, who is captured by one of the temple boxes and taken further into the fortress. Kaine is also kidnapped in a similar way. Once we reach the lowest part of the temple, we encounter a new boss. This is a monster that is formed from the boxes defending the place. We mostly use ranged attacks to defeat this enemy. We can attack the pink cubes when they're lit up and slowly disassemble the creature. Eventually, it takes a more humanoid-type shape, though, and Kaine joins back into the fight. We eventually take the beast down, and the prince has found his mask that he was looking for. The king of Facade recently fell to his illness, the Black Scrawl. The prince was looking for the royal mask so that he could take his father's place and become the ruler of Facade. The prince tells us that Facade owes us a great debt. NieR tells him to create a Rule 0 that allows the people of the city to vote to change a rule if they don't like it. The prince gives us a sword as a gift, and before we leave, we ask him about the Black Scrawl. He tells us that he never found a cure for his father's disease. We promise to return once again soon. With this, we head back to Popola, who gives us a letter she received from the Forest of Myth. The text trails off into repeating the word dream halfway through the writing. At this point, there was a side quest available for the Lighthouse Lady. This was probably one of my favorite side quests in the game, mostly because it spans a couple different sections and carries a heavier weight than some of the other ones. It also happens to tie into the theme of the game. The postman ends up contacting us to deliver more mail to the Lighthouse Lady. At first, we think this is just another dumb delivery quest. We take the mail to the Lighthouse Lady, and it's another letter from her lover. He is still ill and cannot come to see her. All she wants is to look upon him once again. She decides to leave Seafront and stop caring for the lighthouse, but the postman can't let that happen. They don't have anyone else that can take care of the building, so she has to stay. Eventually, it's revealed that her lover has been dead for many years. The letters that the woman has been receiving were a fabrication made by the postmen. They did this because they didn't want to break the woman's heart, and she did so much for the town by caring for the building that they decided to put in the work to keep her dream alive, even if it was a farce. We then get the option to either tell her the truth or lie to her. I always decided to tell the truth in situations like this because it reveals more about the characters. In this case, the Lighthouse Lady is thankful. She had suspicions anyways, but she respects the people of the town for caring for her enough to keep up the lie. She requests that we tell the postman that she doesn't know about the ruse, and I obliged.
This is a theme that runs through the roots of NieR, like an aged tree, permeating the soil and earth that surround it. When we start this quest, we think it's insane that the postman would lie to the old woman like that. She's been living a lie all this time. But once we deliver her the truth, she makes us see the other side of things, better than we could have if we talked to the postman himself. Seeing the other perspective is something that comes up quite often in this game, and it's something we'll get into heavily later in the tale. But no one shows us the other side like NieR. Once we arrive at the incredibly small village in the Forest of Myth, it is quiet. When we find the mayor, he tells us to beware the words. It seems that he's under some sort of spell. Suddenly, the gameplay of NieR changes. We are no longer battling monsters with swords and magic, but solving puzzles through text. This reflects the contagious words that have infected the village. This is the death dream, and it has taken hold of the entire place. We solve a few very simple riddles and relieve the mayor of his death dream, but he says something peculiar, that he saw a version of NieR that was not himself. We end up heading into the other villagers' dreams as well, pulling them from their slumber. In one is a location-based puzzle where we have to keep track of the direction we're going and choose new ways from a list of cardinal directions. We save the woman from a great castle as the place collapses behind us. In the other dream, we encounter a lost city of art and a puzzle of statues that are mostly made up of liars. We have to figure out the simple riddle of which statue is telling the truth. Once we do this, the village is freed from the death dream and we can head out. I really do like this section, and it's such a refreshing surprise as we're getting deeper into the game. NieR is never afraid to switch up its gameplay style, its structure, its formula, or even its view. As you can tell, the game already employs a clever use of camera angles to show us the important parts of a scene. In later sections, we will even take an isometric view to deliver a different perspective on the battle. The game is never afraid to switch things up and try out something new. This is something I really respect with a game, and it shows that the team either wanted to create a variety in gameplay or that they were trying to get around other limitations. Popola tells us that a new canal is being worked on, but the man that's supposed to be running it has gone missing. We find him in Seafront, but he's worried because he can't find his wife. He tells us that she has a matching red bag, and we find a similar bag on a shade nearby. We go to deliver the news to him, but his wife arrives. This couple is known in the town for their arguing, so much so that they have become a spectacle in the village. One of these arguments starts in front of us because the man ate one of the woman's apples. We then get put in the middle of their argument. They eventually make up, and this allows the canal project to be underway. We visit Yona because she wants us to do a favor for her. NieR is shocked to find out that she has a pen pal that she's been writing to, a boy that lives in a mansion nearby. He's apparently sick and in trouble, so we have to go help him. We arrive at this mansion with big wrought iron gates out front. When we enter, the world goes dark. The color is sapped from our vision. There's a butler out front that guides us into his house. We begin exploring the place and come back to find Kaine gone. Heading further into the building, we can find various keys that allow us entry into otherwise locked doors. In one of these rooms, we meet Emil, the boy that calls this place his home. He wears a mask over his eyes, but can still tell who's coming from the sound of their footsteps.
Then I suppose I should tell you about my friend Weiss.
I only heard one set of footsteps.
Grimoire Weiss does not strut about like a common land mammal.
He has to wear the mask because anyone he looks at will turn to stone. He doesn't know anything about the letters that Yona has been receiving. He gives us a map and we head further into the building. We see many troubling sights along the way, making this place seem even creepier than it was before. When we meet the butler, he tells us that he has been sending letters to Yona. He originally messaged us because he wanted to help Emil and get our assistance with it, but Yona was the one that responded. The butler was only trying to help Emil get his sight back, some way to stop him from having to wear the mask. Apparently the cure to Emil's condition is in the manor, and the butler wants us to seek it out. Emil comes with us as we defeat the shades deeper within. Inside the library, we have to fight a flying book. We simply have to attack it and avoid its flipping pages. When it summons a big shield around it, we avoid its rolls and break its shield to get damage on the boss. During the fight, Emil feels incredibly bad that we're helping him. He wants us to leave and let him handle it because he doesn't want us to die for him. When the book is defeated, we find a research report on petrification. The key to the document is written in a code, though. The butler decides he is going to deconstruct the cipher no matter what. Before we leave the manor, Kaine talks to Emil. She tells him to not be ashamed of his eyes. They are a part of him.
Your eyes are not a sin. Don't ever be ashamed of them. They're a vital part of you. Do you understand?
She recognizes something in the child, something of herself, and decides to let down her standoffish demeanor to give him some words of encouragement. She says that she has found purpose even after she found her revenge, a reason to keep going on, to live. She whispers something in Emil's ear, something we aren't privy to. We head out back to the village and we get a long hanging cutscene over the area. This reflection on our home, the place that we've called home for most of the game, will have its reasons in a moment. It is the calm before the storm. One last look at the place as it was in the before. NieR lays Yona down to bed in their home. She says that she doesn't want her brother to hate her because of her disease. She again feels like a burden on the ones that care for her. We head to get some medicine from Popola, and she wants some vapor moss in return. As we head out, we see Emil limping through the southern gate. He delivers a warning, and NieR takes him back to the library. He tells us to get out of the village. At that moment, the shades begin to attack. Outside, a massive shade has begun to run rampant in the village. We have a massive boss battle here across the entire town. We have to attack its arms as it slams its fists toward us. We can sever its limbs, but it just regenerates too quickly. It moves across the open area and starts heading towards the library. Every time we deal damage to it, it just seems to keep coming back. We finally put an end to the beast before it reaches the library. Inside, we defeat the shades that are attacking the building, and a larger one shows up. This tentacle shade requires us to attack each of its limbs and then its head. It's very strong, but NieR manages to push the shade into the lower room of the library, and Kaine holds it off inside. Just then, our protagonist is stabbed by a powerful-looking shade, the Shadow Lord. He has Yona captive and begins to summon more shades. Then we see that Weiss is transported to an ethereal area with another book that looks similar to him. This is Grimoire Noir, who tells him that their purpose is to serve the Shadow Lord. This seems to jog some of Weiss's memories. He seems to succumb to the influence of the Shadow Lord and Noir for a moment, but the voices of his companions rouse something in him.
It's okay. I'll understand. I'll understand if you forget us. But I promise I won't forget you. I'll remember you, no matter what. I'll keep the memory of Grimoire Weiss alive forever. And that's not all I'll do. You hear me? I'll chase you till the end of time, and I'll bring you back to us. So Weiss, please come back!
Damn it, we need to stop him! If we don't do something, that black book will absorb Weiss!
Black, white, black, white.
Images of black and white, the black and white of the books, the good and evil of the battle that is being fought. Weiss manages to shake this possession and overcome the power of the Shadow Lord. We fight Noir in a boss battle, but Weiss is about to be stabbed, and NieR jumps in front of the spell. Noir tells them that they will understand in time, and the group flies away with Yona in tow. Our heroes can do nothing to stop them. But there's still the matter of the giant shade that Kaine is blocking from entering the library. She realizes that this is her time, this is her purpose. The shade is too strong for them to defeat. They only have one option. Emil has to petrify Kaine, blocking the door off forever and sealing the shade inside. Emil resists this, but ultimately makes the tough decision. I really enjoy this whole sequence. Throughout the course of the game, it's only felt like we were making progress, but we never had a real goal. The goal so far was to cure Yona, and sure, we had an idea of how to save her and an idea of who our bad guy was, but this gives the group true purpose. They know that they have to defeat the Shadow Lord and Grimoire Noir and save Yona, but the group is also given motivation. This loss is huge for them. Kaine is now gone. She's not a part of the group anymore, and anytime that NieR has to visit Popola, the reminder of Kaine's absence stares him in the face. Emil had to use his power to do this, making him feel like he had to kill one of his own friends. NieR's failure to save his sister has affected him greatly in the years after this, causing him to lose his youthful, upbeat optimism and take on a jaded view of the world. Not only that, but he is now utterly convinced that shades are meant to be exterminated, incredibly evil beasts that are only there to be killed. The game picks up 5 years later, and NieR has grown. With this, gameplay has also greatly changed.
We can now use 2 extra weapon types, two-handed swords and spears. The daggers that we've currently been using are fast weapons with a middle range. Two-handed swords generally have a longer range, deal much more damage, and are slower. The spears have a longer range and deal a decent amount of damage depending on which one we use. For this playthrough, I mostly found use in daggers and two-handed swords. I didn't use spears very much until one of the final battles. This just lent itself closer to my playstyle. The time skip really does change combat overall too, though, because Shades have now upgraded their abilities as well. Some of them have stronger armor, requiring us to break through their defenses before we can deal damage to them. This is easier done with two-handed swords than anything else. We will also have to maneuver around enemies to be able to defeat them. It is a wildly different change to combat and actually adds some complexity and challenge to the second half of the game. We save a nearby woman who was being attacked by Shades. NieR then fills us in on the last 5 years. The world is dying even faster than before. The Shades and the Black Scrawl are killing off everyone. NieR has spent the last 5 years looking for his sister, but it has led to nothing. This again has created a much darker and more blunt protagonist who now doesn't even know if this journey will ever end, if he will ever succeed in his goal. His resolute demeanor is still there though, just presented in a different way. We end up heading to Popola. She has a letter from Emil who says that he may have a lead on getting Kaine out of her petrification. We head over to the mansion and Emil hasn't aged at all. Apparently he just doesn't age for whatever reason. He found a document in the mansion that mentions a room beneath the house that will cancel all forms of magic. He thinks he may be able to harness this and stop Kaine's petrification. In the courtyard, we find an entrance to an underground facility of sorts located beneath the mansion. Down here, there are quite a lot of shades, but most of the technology seems to be more modern than we're used to. Emil also seems to negatively react to the place as soon as he gets there. Venturing through the place, we have to find different key cards to access the next areas. We find a discarded document talking about number 6, a weapon that this facility was working on. It was the top priority for the research facility. Further in, we find another document stating that number 6 needs to be stored, and the team wants to know the progress on number 7. They also decided to disguise the upper part of the facility as a mansion. Emil is clearly pictured below, and he begins to get worse as his headaches increase. Halua was the name of the donor body used for number 6, and Emil also seemed to be a donor body for number 7. At this point, Emil realizes that he is some sort of weapon, but he can't remember anything. NieR tells him that he will support him no matter what. His past doesn't matter to the group. We reach the final room of the facility and find a massive beast chained and nailed to the wall. Emil then has flashbacks to his time in this place with his sister, Halua. They were regular kids before they came here. The research facility used magic to experiment on them and create the perfect weapon, number 6, Emil's sister. They lost control of number 6 and create Emil to petrify and seal it away. NieR doesn't see Emil as a weapon, he's just Emil. Emil realizes that he needs his sister's power to get rid of Kaine's petrification. He makes NieR promise that if Emil loses himself, then he will end his life to ensure he doesn't hurt anyone. Emil is swallowed up and we have to defeat number 6. Another very easy fight here where we mostly just avoid the projectiles and continually fire ranged attacks. Once we pin the beast down, we see Emil in a dream. He sees his sister and says she'll always watch over him. Then Emil shows up. He thinks he can control his abilities now. He reveals his new form, warped once he took on his new powers. A massive head with skeletal arms and legs. This moment is incredibly tragic. Emil hates the way he looks. Because of his new form, he thinks that people won't accept him, that he has no place in a world with his friends because he is lesser. But that's not the case. NieR is willing to accept him in any light. He'll always be his friend, no matter what.
Welcome back, Emil. You've been through a lot.
But my body... I can't stand to be with you when I look like this.
What'd I tell you? We're here for you, no matter what.
Even with this, he still hopes that Kaine isn't terrified when she looks at him. The group heads back to the library to try and reverse the spell. It works, and Kaine is brought back, but the shade is also released from its holding place, so we have to fight it once again. This time, though, we're a lot stronger and have the ability to take it down for good. The group gets Kaine to wake up. She recognizes Emil immediately, which takes him by surprise. This is another shock because he thinks that he looks so grotesque. There's no way someone could see him for who he really is, but Kaine does. She is also taken aback by NieR's new appearance. He brought her a lunar tear to replace the ones from her grandmother, which she takes as a massive show of respect and care.
Kaine waking from her long petrified sleep. Emil's unflagging kindness. Our reunion was a happy one, and we let it wash over us like rain. That is, until Devila and Popola had to go and ruin it all.
At this point, Devila and Popola tell the group that Emil and Kaine cannot stay in the village. They have to sleep outside because the townsfolk are scared of them. NieR does not agree with this. He can't just let his friends sleep outside. Emil understands. He knows why people would be scared of him, and Kaine is used to sleeping outside, so they go willingly. NieR feels selfish because he never once thought about the situation of his friends, but he ultimately understands the twins' reasoning and apologizes to them the next day. Popola seems to think the Shadow Lord is connected to the lost shrine somehow. Since the canal has now opened up, the boat can take us back to the entrance of the lost shrine. This boat actually acts as a fast travel system of sorts. It won't let us travel to very specific areas like the desert travel point. Will still require some walking to get to Facade, but it gets us closer than before and reduces quite a bit of walking/rolling time. Heading through the lost shrine, we take a similar path as before to get to the top. This time, though, we have to complete some box puzzles to get through the rooms. On the way to the roof, NieR tells the group that he's going to stay outside with them from now on. He doesn't think it's right that they can't sleep in the village, so he doesn't want to either. When we get to the roof, we come back to the same room where we saved Yona in the beginning of the game. The shade that we took out before is there, and it seems like he wants revenge. We have to fight him again, also fighting shades while he protects himself. Eventually we take him down, and Kaine gets impaled by a spear. Her skin begins to crawl with the letters, and she fully transforms into a shade. We have to take her down without killing her. We seem to have stopped it for now. Emil tells Kaine how he really feels. He needs her. He can't let her go.
Kaine!
Kaine! I couldn't hold it back. I can't be with...
We're always going to be together, Kaine. If you transform again, we'll just stop it again. As many times as it takes. I like sleeping outside because I'm with you, Kaine. I'm able to ignore my appearance and keep going because of you. I'm weak, and I'm sad, and I'm lonely, but you make me strong.
With that, we find some sort of fragment by the altar. We take this back to Popola, who tells us that it's part of a larger key that may have something to do with the Shadow Lord. We have to find 4 others. The Law of Robotics and the Memory Tree clearly refer to the Junk Heap and Forest of Myth. From here, we can choose where to go. I chose the Junk Heap first. When we get there, we see a flashback of the 2 brothers scouring the place for materials. A robot approaches them, though, and after Gideon trips on a pipe, the place collapses, causing Jacob to be killed. Gideon has gone through a similar transition as NieR, though he's gone a bit further. He wants nothing but to destroy robots. He's grown jaded and callous in these last 5 years. He only lives for revenge now. He gives us a weapon that we can use, but he needs to repair it with a memory alloy. We get one inside from defeating Shades. We have to head all the way back through, which is something we're going to have to get used to. Once we get the alloy, Gideon says that he'll send a letter once the weapon is ready. We decide to head back to Popola, and she needs us to check on her ferryman again. He's been skipping out on work. He's nowhere to be found, but our search eventually leads us down to the beach where a ship has been wrecked. Inside, we have a side-scrolling section where we investigate the vessel. There's evidence that the ship was used to transport slaves. We also encounter a ghost-like girl that's wandering the place. We find a red bag on the ship, which doesn't spell good for the ferryman. Towards the end, we find a massacre underneath the floorboards, bodies piled up inside the boat. We then find the girl, and the postman arrives. The girl then turns into a shade, a massive one that we have to fight on the deck of the ship. We have to destroy both of its tentacles. When on the ground, we stop all manner of attacks and try to do as much damage as we can. It seems that the postman and this girl had some sort of friendship. Kaine exploits this weakness, and this allows Emil to deal a blow to the beast. We cut the beast in half, but it puts itself back together. There's a timer that we have to destroy, but we don't have the strength to do it. The group is about to be defeated when the postman starts attacking the girl. This stops her and distracts her for a moment. This is just enough time for NieR to finish her off.
Afterwards, the red bag woman shows up and we have to tell her the bad news about her husband. At this point, the King of Facade invites us to his wedding. He's getting married and he wants the group to be there. We head to the desert town where the king reveals that his wife is to be Fira, the girl we met all those years ago. In true character, Kaine is not excited for the wedding, and Emil is overly excited. The next day, the king is married, but during the ceremony, wolves attack. They're led by a larger shade wolf, who we now have to fend off before he runs away. In the process of this attack, Fira was killed. This sends the king into a rage. He's ready to get revenge on the wolves and take them out for good. We end up assisting him and defeat the wolves in their den. With this, we gain the Loyal Cerberus fragment. We end up getting a letter saying that our weapon is done, so we return to Gideon. He tells us that there is a shade and a robot working together in the junk heap, so the group decides to take them out. Once again, we have to journey through the heap and fight the robot in its lair. It seems like the shade is giving orders to the robot, and the thing even tries to escape halfway through the fight when it begins to air her out. Gideon arrives and begins kicking the dead robot, laughing maniacally. In my opinion, this moment is a time for NieR to see a reflection of who he has become, or what he will become if he keeps down this path. This is clearly a much worse off version of him, someone who has gone so far for revenge and has grown massive amounts of hatred for shades, or robots in this case. This gives us the Law of Robotics key fragment and only leaves one more place for us to visit, the Forest of Myth. Here, the mayor tells us that he feels a strange presence at the Divine Tree. This is a tree at the heart of the village. When we investigate the tree, we get another text adventure. It tells us that it once remembered everything about the world. This was its reason for existing. He shows us some of these memories. A memory of a boy falling sick and succumbing to illness. He meets a woman that changes his world before he passes. Another of these memories is about a female warrior who lives for battle. Her comrades have fallen around her, and she is the only one left. She too falls to the beast. He tells us of one final memory, one that he can't fully recall, a memory of a red dragon falling from the heavens, but this one has been lost. If you're familiar with the first Drakengard, you'll know what this is a reference to. The tree's memories have begun to fade, though. We end up encountering a shade that can speak, that has sentience. The trees ask us to recall details about the memories he spoke to us, and then he asks us one final question. What is the most important thing in the world? All three answers are correct. With this, we gain the key fragment for this area. We have one last fragment to obtain, and when we talk to Popola, she tells us that the Aerie has finally decided to open itself up to the other villages. They are finally willing to trade and have opened shops. In addition to this, a villager may know what sacrifice the last key fragment's name is in reference to. When we get there, we find shops open on the main platform, and we speak to one of the guards there. When we tell him that our goal is to kill all the shades, he begins to transform into a shade himself. Half the village does this at this point, and the place is attacked. We have a battle with a massive circle-shaped shade. As we move across platforms, a child sees his sister fall to the shades. He then accuses us of being the monsters. But we couldn't be monsters, right? We have to target the shade's center to defeat it. Emil distracts it while we circle around back. The shade proves far too powerful though, and to defeat the shade, Emil goes nuclear, unable to fully control the power that he harnesses. This completely decimates the Aerie. The town is fully wiped out, not a soul left in sight, only a massive crater standing where it once was. Emil weeps for the town, cries for what he has done. He feels the weight, the guilt, the burden of the lives that he has taken at this point. But NieR thinks this was for the greater good. They can't look back. With this, we have all the keys we need, and can head to the Lost Shrine once again.
There are a lot more shades here than before, and once we get to the top, we find a portal at the altar. We enter this portal and are transported to the Shadow Lord's castle. Once we reach the place, we are confronted with questions from two birds. This acts as sort of a password to the place. Why did humans disappear from the world? Because of a black disease. How can humans extend their lives? By separating body from soul. What is the destination of souls? They are placed in their corresponding shells. With this, we enter the next room and find a very unexpected sight. Devila and Popola are already here. They tell us to turn back, that we shouldn't be here. They were working with the Shadow Lord all along. They were the origins of the very power that we use. This is a massive betrayal to NieR. Not only were Devila and Popola his friends, they were basically his parents. NieR had nothing as a child and has always had to fend for himself, for him and Yona. Devila and Popola were there. They were a support network, something to fall back on, a net in case they failed. This is the worst thing that could happen to NieR, that someone would side with the people that stole his sister from him. I think this betrayal, though, also goes along with the theme of growing. As NieR grows in character throughout the story, he loses his innocence. This is the final step in that, the final loss that leads him away from childhood. After we defeat the pair, they get away and we're told that the answers to our questions lie inside the castle. Weiss begins to malfunction at this point. His speech is distorted and something is clearly wrong. We find a ballroom nearby and have to defeat tons of shades. More of the circular shades show up and we destroy them before we're attacked by a massive boar. We can take this thing out, but it just keeps regenerating. It chases us upstairs and we fight it once more. Then the guard from Facade shows up, led by the king himself. The group decides to distract the boar while we head forward, something NieR definitely doesn't want to do. We encounter Devila and Popola once again. They give us some exposition to explain themselves. 1300 years ago, humanity was on the brink of extinction and began research into Project Gestalt. We are shown flashing documents. Then the big reveal. We aren't human. No one in the room currently is human. The only humans left are now called Shades. The twins serve the true humans. This ultimately comes down to a difference of motives for them. We begin our final battle with them. The twins fight independently, with one attacking from the stage and the other attacking on the ground. We defeat Devila and Popola rushes to her side. Devila says that the two are twins because they were born without souls, the world too lonely for one without a soul. They are two parts of the same. They are one. With that, Popola's other half dies, and she's angry. We have another battle against her as she spits out a constant stream of projectiles. She then goes nuclear, destroying the bridge nearby. Emil sends the group up high in a protective bubble. Emil explains himself. He has always hated something about himself, but now he's proud of who he is. In one of the most tearful scenes in the game, Emil sacrifices himself.
No! Now get going, okay?
Emil.
Don't worry about me. I'm gonna be fine.
Emil! Emil!
Emil! You jackass, get back here! Emil!
Oh dear. Kaine's so unstable, and Weiss can't stop arguing with people. I hope they can hold it together once I'm gone. Well, I guess they'll just have to learn. I want to see you again. I want to see all of you again. Just one more time. I'm scared. I don't want to die.
The weapon has turned into a protector. We see the Shadow Lord looking over Yona, and we see the aftermath and the grief in Kaine after Emil's death. From here, we can actually view the documents that we saw flashing on the screen before the fight with the twins. This will explain quite a bit, and I'm not going to get into the entire backstory or timeline right now. I'll be saving that for later when we talk about all of the supplementary material and the full timeline in the series retrospective. A brief cliff notes, though, is that humanity was facing a battle against a disease called WCS, or White Chlorination Syndrome. This began in 2003 after the battle with the Queen in Ending E of Drakengard. Project Gestalt was created to separate human souls from their bodies. The two would be reunited once WCS went away. Bodies were created for the humans from their genetic data. These were called replicants. The souls left from the humans were called gestalts. The first and original gestalt was the Shadow Lord himself. Gestalts can have something called relapse, which is when they reject their replicants. This causes the black scrawl disease to appear in those replicants and causes the gestalt to become hostile. The original plan was once WCS was gone from the world, Grimoire Weiss and NieR would be used to fuse Gestalt and Replicant, creating true humans again and reuniting their souls to their bodies. But clearly, this plan did not work out. NieR makes his way through the castle and arrives at the Shadow Lord's chambers. We have to fight Grimoire Noir, a very simple battle that resembles the fight we had in the library of the mansion. Once we face him, we face the Shadow Lord himself. He moves very quickly and attacks from all angles: sky, ground, ranged, melee. We have to avoid his attacks and get in damage when he's open. After this, Yona is awake and calls out to her brother, but ends up heading to the Shadow Lord instead of NieR. She says she doesn't want to do this. It seems there are two voices inside Yona, and our Yona wants to see NieR. Shadow Lord's Yona tries to convince him to stop, that this isn't right, and she can't see him anymore. Yona puts herself into the sunlight, and it seems that the shade that possessed her sacrificed herself, fading off into the sunlight. We have another battle against the Shadow Lord that is mostly similar to the last. Weiss begins to malfunction. He has enough energy left, though, to stop the Shadow Lord. He decides to sacrifice himself as well to complete NieR's journey. He heads off and gives us a chance to take out the Shadow Lord. With this, we finally defeat him. There's a wisp of Weiss left. His voice still remains. We need to call Yona back to tell her that we're still here and that our lives still have meaning. She begins to ask us what her favorite things are. And then, her final question. Who does she love more than anyone? We have to input the name of our save file here. This is one of the things that NieR does best. It's metagame, and I'd like to talk about this for a bit. At the beginning of NieR, we are asked to put in our name. This at first is an innocuous choice. We don't think anything of it. Most will put their own name or the name they normally use for games like this, but NieR isn't a blank slate character RPG. We aren't going to be creating a personality here and applying it to the character that we're playing. We're playing an established character, but we are meant to supplant ourselves in their shoes. This isn't the first time a game has done something like this, but the game takes this a step further. It asks us to make choices in its world, mostly around telling the truth. When met with these crossroads in the world, we're asked whether we should deliver the hard news to the person or not. This choice is incredibly important because we are being lied to about the world currently, and we don't know it yet. This is not to say that NieR is being lied to about the world, but the player is as well. We will see both options in the end, but in this first run-through, we have no idea what's actually going on. On top of that, our goals and motivations line up with the character that we're currently playing. During the first part of that game, we want to cure Yona. Most of us will naturally care for her character. Seeing a sick and innocent young woman be so conflicted with being forced to stay bedridden and be helped by those around her makes us only want to care for her more. When she is stolen away before part 2, we, along with NieR, become jaded and want to take out every shade to get her back. The idea that we may have failed at our journey in a game where it seems like we have been succeeding is not something that we want to face. In the end, we aren't a new character that we've supplanted our own personality onto, or even a fantasy personality. We are the protagonist, and we naturally align with him as much as we can. So when this question pops up, who do I love more than anyone, it hits like a freight train. This impact is only hardened by the fact that we just recently learned that this whole thing, the whole journey to find Yona, might not exactly be the best thing for the world, and we may have done wrong on our way to get here.
When we input this name, Yona awakens. She sees her brother and stands up. The siblings reunite and Kaine heads off to leave. NieR offers for her to stay with them, but she knows this is never possible. She's possessed. There's a shade inside of her. The two stare out at the sky, and Yona reflects on the voice that she heard before, of the shade wanting to see light. We then see a flashback of the two out in the grass, as NieR gives Yona a lunar tear. The two children are happy to be together in the sun, in the sky. We then see the Shadow Lord and his sister reunited as well. The first playthrough and ending of NieR is fantastic. It drip feeds us enough information to keep us interested. It tells us a story through its dialogue and cutscenes, but in the background, another story is brewing, another one unseen. We can feel it, and we even get hints of it throughout our journey. We know that something here isn't right, and as we make our way to saving the princess, we get the feeling that maybe we're doing something wrong. But even just as a story on its own, NieR succeeds in telling an incredibly emotionally deep tale about a group of troubled adventurers trying to find their way. NieR, our protagonist, starts out as a starry-eyed boy who wants nothing more than to take care of his sick sister. He will do anything to meet this goal and spends most of his days completing tasks for others to make this a reality. When Yona is stolen, though, he feels like a failure. For this first time in his life, he really knows what it's like to miss the mark. This creates a change in him, and spending the next 5 years looking for her, only to have that hope and optimism slowly fade away with time, creates someone who is jaded and quiet. He becomes angry at the Shades, and is on less of a journey to save his sister, and more of one to murder every being that he deems evil in his presence. This journey comes full circle when he is betrayed by his family, the only family that he's ever known. He realizes that the life he's been living is a lie, and this all happens right before he is about to meet his goal. Imagine climbing a mountain, dreaming of reaching the top, spending weeks imagining what it will be like to stand on the peak, only to be told mere seconds before you arrive that the mountain is a living being, and with every step taken you have caused it pain. You're seconds away from the top, so why not complete your goal? But the journey will have been lessened by this revelation. Kaine and Emil both have their own tragic tales, ones of loss, revenge, hatred, forgiveness, and acceptance. But like I said before, the first playthrough of NieR is really only half of the story. What we just saw was ending A of the game, but I really only consider this the halfway point of the experience. So let's talk about the other endings, shall we? Beating NieR for the first time will unlock ending B, which will allow us to experience Kaine's side of the story. Now, I do have one big qualm with this route, even though I think it's probably the best route in the game. I think we should have actually played Kaine during this playthrough. This whole route adds another element that we'll get into in a moment, but it's an element that Kaine has been experiencing the whole time. This drastically changes the story when we look at it from her perspective, and it makes us completely reevaluate the tale when we look at it through her eyes. Because of this, it really would have made more sense for us to play this route with her, experiencing the story through her eyes fully. I can understand why the original game didn't include it, but I really wish the remake would have. There's already a section later in the game where we play as her, so it would have just made sense for this version of the game. This route is actually not an alternate ending, but the same story and ending as before, but with different context. That being said, we begin this route where all routes will begin after A, from the moment that Kaine is taken out of her petrification. Here, Kaine doesn't immediately wake up. We begin seeing text appear on the screen. Kaine's full backstory is presented to us. This novella takes place when Kaine was still a child in the Eyrie. She was ostracized from the community and bullied by a lot of the people there. Demo, a local bully, would band together with others and throw rocks at her. The reason she was ostracized is because she was made different than everyone else. She was born both male and female, and for this, the community looked down on her. The only person she has in her life is her grandmother. She protects her, takes care of her, and tries to raise her well. At first, their relationship is rocky, with her grandmother acting quite a lot like the Kaine we know does. But over time, the two grow to bond and butt heads less. As time goes on, Kaine's grandmother begins to show her age, though, and it becomes more difficult for her to complete the daily tasks that the two need to survive. Kaine has to travel to town for her and meets an apothecary who treats her with kindness. She draws a portrait of her grandmother so that she'll always live on. One day, Kaine goes to get some rocks and some fruits, and when she comes back, her grandmother has been attacked by a shade. She is killed during the exchange, and Kaine is brought to the brink of death. She is then possessed by a shade named Tehran. He is vindictive and feeds on hate and fear. He can give her the power to survive this ordeal, but he'll be forever in her mind, feeding off the killing that she does, whether shade or human. This reveals many things about Kaine. First is that her vulgar and standoffish nature result from her being raised by her grandmother. She took those traits on from her because she was the only person in her life that she respected, and the only one that cared for her. She also keeps people at a distance because she could never trust anyone in her childhood. Everyone was trying to run her away and keep her out. This explains a lot about her personality and how she got to be here. But Tehran is an incredibly important part of this next playthrough. Since we'll be seeing the story through Kaine's eyes, we will now be able to hear shades talk. This is because Tehran is in Kaine's mind, therefore Kaine can hear what they say. This doesn't mean Emil, Weiss, or NieR are privy to this information, but we, the player, are, and it greatly changes how we view the story. Other small moments will be recontextualized as well, like when NieR gives Kaine a lunar tear after she is awoken. This clearly means a lot more than we originally thought, and Kaine having a group of people around her that genuinely care for her no matter what is everything. We also immediately come to the issue of the group sleeping outside. It means a lot more now that NieR realizes Kaine has always slept outside. Before we thought of this as just our protagonist caring for her, but now we realize that Kaine sleeping outside doesn't mean lack of comfort, it means being ostracized from society, from community, from family. We then see a new scene with Emil and Kaine camping. Kaine opens up a bit to Emil, and Emil is dedicated to finding a cure for both Kaine's possession and Emil's new look. I should note here that with this second playthrough, we now have access to the diary of NieR's mother. This is called the Diary of the Recycled Vessel, and was something that was added for the Replicant remaster. Here we play through short combat sequences as Father NieR, the one from the Western version of the game. We can get a few weapons as rewards for playing through these fights. There's also some brief and interesting references to the Drakengard series as well. During the second playthrough, we go through the story just as we did the last time. We have to head to the Lost Shrine to search for a remnant of the Shadow Lord. This time, though, we see flashbacks from the bosses that we're about to fight. Gretel, the surviving statue from our first encounter here, is grieving over the loss of their companion. The shades nearby, who are defective gestalts, end up growing a bond with Gretel. Gretel swears to protect them, and of course, we attack. Our perception of this fight now changes, as Gretel is really only here to protect the ones that they care for, something that NieR is doing as well. During this fight, Gretel screams out repeatedly to stop killing his friends, to not do this, and suddenly we feel like the invaders here. We kill Gretel and Kaine goes berserk once again. In addition to hearing the Shade's voices, we now also hear Tehran constantly berating Kaine. He's begging her to kill everything around her, to kill and to feed his lusts. With this, we grab the first key fragment and retrace our steps to grab the others. When we arrive at the junk heap, we see a flashback to a shade and its mother. They're trapped in the junk heap and people are coming after them. The mother sacrifices themselves to save their child. The child weeps alone in a room, lost by themselves. Just then, a robot arrives, P-33. The robot is about to eliminate the intruder when it realizes that its creator is also dead. It has something in common with the Shade. It takes pity on him. The two become friends, and when Gideon and Jacob are ransacking the place, Jacob dies after Gideon trips on a pipe. We see that the structure collapsed because of the intruders. The P-33 and his friend never wanted to harm the boys. We then journey through the junk heap to find another memory alloy. We see P-33 and the Shade spending time together. They dream of leaving the place, seeing the outside world, living a life together. After Gideon has completed our weapon, we return here to seek out the robot Shade team themselves. This time, though, of course, we can hear the two speaking during the battle. At first, it isn't bad, but as the two realize they are losing, the Shade tells P-33 to leave and get out of here. P-33 promises to protect the Shade, and the two try and escape during the battle. They want to see the outside world, like they promised each other, but they can't get away. This is worsened when the Shade jumps off of P-33 and we murder him. This battle turns from a boss fight into a massacre. We head to the Forest of Myth as usual, but not much is different here with seeing it from Kaine's perspective. We head to the Eyrie and have our boss fight with the Shade that's attacking the place. Emil wipes out the village and we then see his story, his thoughts and feelings. This story tells of how Emil was treated in the labs, how he was handled by the assistants and shown no care or worth. They were scared of him and treated him as a delicate weapon rather than a real human. It also shows when Emil petrifies his sister to try and stop her from causing any more damage. It wasn't something that he wanted to do, but something that he had to do. This causes Emil to see his sister's memories, remembering the life that they had together. This reinforces the belief that Emil holds, that he is a weapon, that he is made to destroy. We then head to Seafront to look for the ferryman. Here we see flashbacks to the wrecked ship when the postman first met the girl inside. He wasn't yet aware that she was a Shade, he just thought she was lost and scared. He began to feed her and take care of her as his own. He even taught her to sing, bonding over something with her. Before we reach her, we see Louise alone. She has grown to care for the man and wants to stay human, but she's slowly changing into a Shade. She thinks if she can eat more people, then she will stay human. Of course, we end up fighting her, and we hear her begging to be human throughout the ordeal. The postman arrives, and it becomes clear why she was distracted. She doesn't understand, though. She wanted to be with him, and he taught her to sing. She's just doing what she showed him to do. Louise, like Emil, reflects on her hideous form, a lack of perfection present in her eyes. We then see Kaine with a letter that Louise wrote for the postman. She tears the letter up, though, while Tehran belittles her. We have one more key left to retrieve, in the desert. When we head there, we see the main wolf talking to his brothers. The desert used to be a massive lush and green forest, but now it has become a wasteland due to the human invasion. Before the wedding, the guards hunt down the wolves and slaughter them at their den so that there isn't an intervention during the ceremony. This act of violence, of course, causes the very death that they were trying to prevent. The wolf is sick of seeing his kin slaughtered like this and kills Fira at the wedding. The wolves are low in numbers after the attack and decide to stand their ground, dying with honor rather than escaping. When we kill the wolves, they wonder what they did to deserve such a fate. We then see the wolf thinking of a man, one that took care of him, someone that he called friend. We then head back to the village, and NieR says that he wants to leave Emil and Kaine behind. He thinks it would be too dangerous and that they might die in the process. He wants to spare them this, but they aren't having it. They want to stand by their friend and rescue his sister. We finally head to the Lost Shrine and make our way into the Shadow Lord's castle. We fight Devila and Popola and head into the ballroom. Here the Shades are making their last stand to protect their sanctuary. They fight for their home, and when the door opens and the Ball Shades flood in, we realize that these are children. The other Shades beg us to stop, beg us to end the senseless murder, but we don't listen. We can't even listen. Then the boar shows up. He is angry, frustrated that we've slaughtered so many, that their cause will die here. This is when Kaine confronts Tehran. She tells him that he's hiding his insecurities under violence and hate, that they are both the same. This is Kaine contending with herself, making peace with her own faults. The King of Facade then sacrifices himself to let us go on. Events mostly proceed the same until the final fights. Tehran has noticed a change in Kaine. He realizes that she's doing this for him, for us, for NieR. She pledges her sword for him once more. This time the Shadow Lord begs his sister to stop what she's doing, to stop her sacrifice for these people. He grieves his sister, and in his last moments, he finds peace that he will soon join her. We then see him weeping in a white space. He weeps for his failure, and that he only brought his sister pain all these years. We then jump back to the first scene from the game, playing as the original humans that would become the Shadow Lord and Yona. She tries to convince him to share a cookie with her. We then see the two reunited in something of an afterlife, as they originally were. After the credits, we see an odd scene. Emil's head bounces through the deserts. He ended up transferring to his sister's body, but only has a head now. He needs to find a new body, and he rolls off into the sand. The second playthrough of NieR is fantastic, and is really what took this game from something great to an untouchable piece of art. It's an amazing work, and seeing the story again, but through the eyes of those we've fought, gives us a completely different perspective. It fulfills that goal that Yoko Taro was trying to meet.
Seeing this from the perspectives of the enemies makes us consider the fact that we might be the villains here. Everyone we killed have had families, lives, children, parents. They had their own reasons and motivations for fighting, their own reasons to battle us. They weren't mindless beings, they were souls. The Shadow Lord himself is a perfect example. He is a parallel of NieR because he is the Gestalt version of him. He wants the exact same thing that NieR does, to save his sister. He fights for the same reason and does things for the same reason, yet we call him our enemy. Perhaps the most moving of the fights is the one with P-33. Seeing the young Shade bond with the robot over time, seeing their relationship develop, seeing these two innocents scorned by the world come together to develop a friendship, only to then have Gideon blame his brother's death on them. Gideon was truly the one that caused his brother to perish, but he takes it out on these innocents. We then act as his sword because it furthers our goal of rescuing Yona. They are slaughtered in the Junk Heap as they try to escape and beg for their lives. They only wanted to be together, to see the outside world, and they never got the chance because of us. There really isn't a lot of new stuff included in the playthroughs to get endings C and D, which is why I'm lumping them together here. These are the first routes and endings that we will encounter that are actually different endings, alternate to paths A and B, which were the same story just told differently. There are some slight additional dialogue here and there, but for the most part the ending is different, and that's it. We get 2 extra sequences throughout the story. We do have to obtain all 33 weapons in the game before we can witness Ending C. This actually really isn't that much of a chore. It's a staple in Yoko Taro games to hide certain endings behind obtaining all the weapons, but this one is probably the easiest to do it in. Most of the weapons are found in the world, bought from stores, rewards from side quests, or earned through the story. There are a couple that are locked behind the recycled world challenges, but they aren't that difficult. The gameplay is mostly the same as our second playthrough, up until the seafront section. We fight the boss the same as before, but now during the section where we couldn't beat the timer, we're powerful enough to be able to complete this. We end up running up the side of the boss and defeating it head on. We then see Kaine give the letter from Louise to the postman afterwards. It affects him in a way that he can't understand. Even after realizing she was a killer and a monster, he can't stop thinking about her. We then collect all of the fragments just as before. This is the part of the game that will become a slog for most people because we're really repeating a lot of content. You can actually skip most scenes at this point, and especially on the 4th playthrough to make it go a little faster. You can really get the method down pretty quickly as well and make this only take a few hours. When we finally reach the Shadow Lord's castle and defeat Devila and Popola, we see a new text memory from Emil. He recalls being with his sister, and the only woman that took care of them when they were in the facility. He recalls the good times and birthdays and the snacks. He then talks to Halua after his sacrifice, and she offers him her body so that he can go on living for the both of them. This is assumingly how Emil got to be the disembodied head at the end of Ending B. We once again fight the Shadow Lord and defeat him. Kaine then begins to succumb to the Shade possession. Tehran begins to feel the emptiness of the killing that he and Kaine took part in. She's started to rub off on him. We then talk to her, and she's about to go berserk. With Emil gone, there's no one to stop her. She asks us to take her life before it comes to that. We have to fight her, or really just avoid her attacks for a period. Tehran fully takes over, and we have to battle Kaine. He tells us that there is a way to save her life, but we'll have to make a tough decision. Tehran will take control and pin her down, and we have to stab her in the heart. After we defeat her, Tehran tells us that we can free Kaine by killing her, give her the peace of death and stop her existence, or we can return her to being a normal human again, but in this, we have to sacrifice ourselves. Ending C takes place when we choose to free Kaine from her burden. She is killed, and NieR kisses her as she fades from this world. Tehran tells NieR that she is truly free. He knows her better than anyone. NieR reflects on Kaine as he holds a lunar tear in his hands. Ending D is the other choice that we can make. This is really the last ending that we can get in the original game, and is the true ending to the story. Here we choose to sacrifice our own existence to return Kaine to her mortal life. Everyone will forget NieR. All memory of him will be wiped from existence. The game asks us 4 times if we're sure when we make this choice. We then have to input the name of our character. We slowly watch as every single thing from our menu fades away. Every item that we picked up, every word we collected, every weapon, document, tutorial, map, everything. It all goes away as the world forgets about us. Our save data is erased and Kaine wakes up beside Yona as she thanks the woman for saving her. Kaine thinks that something is certainly off, but she can't place what. With this, the menu changes, and we only have one more ending to talk about. This ending was actually introduced with the remaster. This was originally published as a short story called The Lost World in Grimoire NieR, a strategy and world guide published for the game. Here we have to start back from the beginning of the game with a new character name. We can't input our old one. This is a fresh start. We play through part 1 of the game completely normally, rescuing Yona, meeting Kaine, heading to the junk heap, helping the lighthouse lady, and eventually defending the Aerie from the shade that killed Kaine's grandmother. When Kaine fades and the group tries to wake her up, we realize this is a dream that she's having of the adventures with her friends. It's been 3 years since she saved Yona after ending D, and she's been plagued by these nightmares. She thought this was the end, but the shades left after the Shadow Lord's death have begun to attack replicants to try and get their bodies back. She heads out to kill some shades and finds a guard that's in danger. He was trying to make his way to the Forest of Myth because the village has lost contact with them. Inside, we find the inhabitants dead, and robots are pouring out of the tree at its center. The tree opens up and we can head inside. Kaine has a slightly different moveset to that of NieR. We control her much the same though, and the only real difference is that we use the magic buttons to charge and upward attack. Voices begin to speak with us as we move further down the tree. This tree is really a machine that has been recording memories of the world. Inside we find 2 android-like children. Kaine kills them immediately, but they just reappear. They summon a large robot that we have to fight. It's a lot faster than the likes of P-33, but has similar attacks. The girl and boy say that they have been watching for a long time, the voice of a recycled world. They want to see Kaine's potential. They want entertainment. Kaine defeats the robot and heads deeper inside. There, they have recreated versions of Kaine at her best in battle. We have to defeat waves of them. Emil shows up when things begin to get dire. He now has 4 arms, but assists Kaine in opening up a path forward. They reveal a doorway inside. The children say that what is lost lies ahead. Inside, we find some sort of energy source and are transported deeper within. Memories that have been sealed away begin to appear as the enemies that we fought in the main game. We fight them, and finally Kaine's nemesis appears, the shade that she cannot escape. There's something she can't remember. Someone else was here fighting with them. Kaine ends up failing and falling to the assault of the shades. Kaine is then back in the Aerie, reliving her horrors and warped versions of her memories. A voice then begins calling out to her to wake her up. It's Vice, who then assists in the battle. His magic helps us take down the beast, and the figures of children are shown the potential of replicants. Just then, memories of NieR begin flooding into her head. She calls him back. She wants to be his sword again. We approach NieR's body, and we're asked to once again recall the name of the first character we made. We slowly see as everything is restored. Our saves, our items, weapons, stats, everything is back. Kaine succeeded. We then see one final scene. A massive, large flower blooms over the land, and Kaine holds NieR in her arms. The camera pans out to show that the flower is a giant lunar tear. Now, I don't normally do this, but I do feel obligated to create a separate section for NieR's music. This is mostly because it has such critical acclaim, especially with the new arrangements for the Replicant remaster. It's also just because I love it so much, I feel like it deserves its own section. The entire soundtrack is beautiful. Both versions are a masterpiece of music and fit the entire game incredibly well. Every track and every sound amplifies the world, environments, and moments that we are experiencing. Its choral voices and orchestral instrumentation give the game a grand, illustrious feeling, as if we're hearing a tale about the far past told from someone in our time. It evokes the feeling of looking back. As we talked about with the development section, the entire thing is also dripping with sadness, a melancholic tone across the soundtrack that adds to the emotion that the game seeks to pull from the tale and the player.
Now, I will say here, both soundtracks offer a different experience. I honestly can't and don't really want to choose which one I like more. In some cases, the updates and new arrangements of the remaster feel better, more clean, and evoke more emotion, but in other cases, the original soundtrack works much better, and its stripped-back feel lends to the song. Because of that, in certain cases, I will be talking about the original versions of these songs when I feel that they are better. The Wretched Automatons is one of those tracks that works much better in the original game. The song is a rhythmic, thumping track, introducing us slowly to the industrial sounds of a factory. The beat slowly progresses over the beginning of the song as new elements are introduced. When the chopped and modulated voices start coming through and the beating rhythms in the background come together to form an absolute groove, this thing hits its crescendo. The choral voices and beautiful singing only add to this track. I do think it works better in the original version of the soundtrack. Here it sounds much more stripped back and grimy, juxtaposing the industrial with the clean sound of the angelic voices. The new version sounds a little too clean overall. Snow in Summer is a song that I think works better in the remaster. Most of the voice-heavy tracks and more choral-feeling songs work a lot better in the new version of the game. This intro just sets the tone for the song, angelic voices lilting through. You can feel the voices drift down from heaven, a beautiful light streaming from above. When the rest of the track joins in, it begins its build and never stops until it hits a beautiful peak. This track is a gorgeous wonder, and its new version is stunningly impressive. Shadow Lord is another track that works very well with the remastered version. It's similar to the last track, but with a much more somber and dark feeling. We get the emotion of the character through the introduction, the pain of a long journey unfulfilled. The pain of loss and regret, sadness and worry. When the song builds in its center, we get the full scope of the final epic battle the character is about to fight. The drums in the background hit beautifully, and every time they are stressed, you can feel it in your bones. Emil's Sacrifice is one of the saddest songs on the entire soundtrack, and is one that, in my opinion, works better on the original OST. The newer version is much too clean and feels a lot more emotionless than the first track. The song opens with some beautiful instrumentation that gives you chills. But when the voices come through, you almost feel as if Emil himself is singing this song. It feels like a goodbye to friends, a parting thank you, a reflection on the journey. The vocals done by Emmy Evans here are just beautiful. The emotion is genuinely conveyed here wonderfully. You can feel it in every single word and note. This whole soundtrack is just fantastic. It is an absolute treat and a step above the rest. While both versions are amazing, you will be hard-pressed to find a song that does not impress on either of these. NieR is one of my favorite games of all time, and it's an experience that you can only truly have once. It tells a wonderful story just through the baseline playthrough. It weaves narratives and characters together in such a compelling way. The group that we travel through the game with all have their reasons for fighting, their reasons for being there. Some want acceptance, others want to be the hero, some just want to help. The characters are very well thought out, and their journeys build them up, not only changing them as time goes on, but revealing more about them that we didn't know. The game's meta elements also push through just the story and involve the player themselves. This forces the player to align with the character so that the things that the character feels are felt more deeply by the player. The player is therefore interwoven with the game from the very beginning. We aren't just along for the ride, we're in the driver's seat. Any bumps that come along the way are ours to solve, ours to contend with, ours to answer. but the second playthrough of the story and its second ending show a complete other side. It isn't just that this game has good characters and an interesting world and a well-crafted story. It suddenly changes. The game is now asking us difficult questions and making us feel uncomfortable. We don't want to do this. We suddenly don't want to kill these shades. When the bosses are begging to be spared and protecting their children, we just want it to stop. But suddenly we become disconnected from that character. We can't stop them. We have to just let it happen. These events have already played out. They are already written in history, carved in stone, and we can't change them. We have to live with being uncomfortable, with seeing the horrific actions that our characters are committing through others' eyes. This is to say, though, that the game delivers its point incredibly well. As Taro said before, he realized that you didn't need to be insane to kill. You just had to think you were right. Our characters think they are right, and through most of the story, we think they are right as well. We come out on the other side not really knowing what to think. We can see both sides of the situation and understand both points, but there really is no black or white. Everything is a true shade of gray, and in this case, no one is the victor. Both sides lose. NieR sold all right in Japan, with the Replicant version specifically selling 60,000 units in its first week, and 121,000 units by the end of May 2010. Yoko Taro stated later that the game wasn't incredibly successful, but it wasn't a disaster either. The game received mixed reviews, with most outlets criticizing the visuals as being quite lackluster. The original game currently sits at a 68 on Metacritic for the PS3 version of the game. The remaster fared much better upon release, with the PS4 version getting a 84 on Metacritic and shipping over 1 million copies worldwide by June 2021. As we already know, after NieR, Yoko Taro would go on to make Drakengard 3. But after this, the director would then release his most critically acclaimed and best-selling game to date. After the development and release of NieR, Yoko Taro and series producer Yosuke Saito immediately wanted to make another entry in the series. The hopes for the sequel were quickly dashed by Yuki Yokohama, the assistant producer, who did not want to work on the next game because of the low sales of the first one. Despite this, NieR was well received among fans. This led Square Enix to greenlight another entry in the series. The original staff was on board as well, but wanted to have a more action-oriented gameplay and better combat systems in general for the next game. This was based on the feedback that fans gave about the first game's slow and less varied combat. The action could definitely be better, and to this end, Taro and his team decided to work with Platinum Games on this entry. Platinum Games is known for developing action games. They're known for quick, speedy, and responsive combat, specifically on games like The Wonderful 101, Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance, and Bayonetta. Platinum wanted to provide Automata with a much speedier and polished battle system compared to the previous entries in the series. They began by taking the combat system of NieR and expanding upon it, while also trying to stay true to the original. Taro had felt that working with Platinum gave them the ability to make the best game that they could. Despite this, Taro had difficulties adjusting to working with Platinum. The team had a 9:30 a.m. start time, and this almost caused the project to be cancelled because Taro couldn't wake up that early. One of the larger concepts for the game was to nudge the player in the right direction, but give them the freedom to make the wrong or right choices. This even extended to the story, where there was no wrong or right choice. Taro felt that it was up to the players to decide how to frame the narrative in their heads. To this end, Taro tried to not think about themes too much when writing Automata. He wanted the players to create and interpret themes out of what he had given them. In comparison to NieR, Taro felt that the first game was more of a wet kind of story, where Automata was much more dry, depicting the unfairness of the world and the harsh realities of life. Emi Evans would return to work on the game's soundtrack, as well as Keiichi Okabe, working with Monica once again. This time around, the team stuck with the melancholy feeling that they achieved with NieR, but wanted a more industrial feel to the songs. Akihiko Yoshida worked on character design this time through, replacing DK, who did the character designs on the first NieR.
He joined the project later than others, and Taro generally didn't give direction on character design, but because of the late start, he pushed Yoshida in the direction of sleek designs with a dominant black color. NieR Automata was delayed to prevent launching around other games that might affect its sales. This gave the team more time to polish systems and remove bugs. NieR Automata was released in Japan for the PlayStation 4 on February 23rd, 2017, and in North America on March 7th, 2017. A few notes before we get into things. The first is on the platform that I played NieR Automata on. I played Automata on the PlayStation 5. This was mostly because of its ease and availability of recording. The game ran mostly great, though I still did get a couple crashes through my around 60 hours of playtime on the game. It did achieve good frame rates though, and I never noticed any drops or issues. The game itself does have some problems with texture pop-in, but it's something really unnoticeable unless you're paying a ton of attention. The second note is on the structure of this review. If you've seen my previous videos on the Drakengard or NieR series or played any of these games, then you'll know that Yoko Taro is a fan of multiple endings. Automata, of course, follows this trend, but the multiple endings, aside from 2, are really just different stop-off points of the same timeline. It really ends up being a continuation of the main game, but because some of the endings show different perspectives and see us playing other characters, I will be splitting each one up into different sections. We'll first go through the main route of the game, ending A, and then venture back to talk about each of the other endings. I will talk about some of the joke endings in the game, but not every single one, as there are a total of 21 joke endings in the total tale. NieR Automata begins with our main character speaking to us. We are told that life is cyclical, that it is a never-ending cycle. Our character, though, takes a cynical approach to this cycle and vengeful disposition towards the one that has placed them into this cycle. We are taking part in an attack on Earth, on the machines that inhabit the planet. We are tasked with piloting one of the ships that is participating in this mission. This introduces us to the first of the many different types of gameplay that NieR Automata will offer. Like its predecessor, the game doesn't shy away from switching things up and shifting the combat of the game in a different direction. But this time, it isn't just different angles and views, it's a complete change in elements. I love this type of variety. It truly keeps the player engaged and makes us feel constantly in control of the situations happening to us. We feel, again, as if we are the character rather than a player controlling a video game. As we try to avoid and survive the onslaught of anti-air systems on Earth, our entire squadron begins to go down around us. We are the last one left, and we get a very stylish and awesome scene where our main character jumps out of their machine and heads towards the ground. This is 2B and who we will be controlling for the beginning portion of the game. We are tasked with destroying a large group of machines that are ready to tear us limb from limb. I suppose that now is a good time as any to talk about the combat of NieR Automata. The core of Automata is very much the same as NieR. We can of course do light and heavy attacks, swapping them in and out to pull off different combos. We can also use our pod to shoot enemies a la Grimoire Vice, and this is really the bread and butter of most of our combat. We can also equip programs to our pod that are a more powerful type of action that will have a cooldown each time we use them. These can be large bombs, shields that we can equip to defend us from attacks, or massive powerful blows to the enemy forces. Of course, because it's a Drakengard NieR game, we have a ton of weapons at our disposal. We can find many throughout the game and they each function differently. Each have their own weight, attack, animations, and combos. As we upgrade these weapons through the system that we'll gain access to very early in the game, we'll also gain access to more abilities with those weapons, speed upgrades, deflecting enemy projectiles, and even store discounts. This is one of the strongest parts of Automata's system, and one of the parts that isn't talked about enough. It has a ton of variety in combat and choice, but a lot of that variety can't be seen from the surface. We can actually equip a weapon in our light slot and our heavy slot, binding each to their respective buttons. Each weapon combination will have a different combo based on where they're equipped and what upgrade level they're at. Multiplying this by all of the weapons available in the game gives us a massive variety in combos and attacks. Now, of course, this isn't necessary to use in the game unless we're playing on a higher difficulty. The game can easily be completed by just using simple combos and introductory weapons, but for the interested player that decides to delve deeper, there's a lot of fun to be had here. I should also note that one of my favorite visual parts of the system is that our weapons float on our back due to a system that the androids use. Swapping in and out of weapons looks very cool and adds a ton of style to combat in general. The whole game is very subtly flashy. It's reserved, but also as gaudy as it wants to be. The other huge system that makes its debut in Automata is chips. The chip system acts as a replacement for words. In NieR, we could equip words to alter our stats and change the way our weapons or abilities worked. In Automata, we can equip chips to do the same thing. In NieR, these upgrades felt pretty small and mostly unnoticeable. In Automata, this is the exact opposite. Chips will make or break a battle and can completely change the way that the game is played. We begin the game with our basic chips equipped, the ones that give us access to our HUD and damage meters on enemies. This is also a nice touch because these can actually be taken out. Taro specifically wanted this in the game because he wanted to give players the ability to mess up. He trusted players to know what to do and gives them the freedom to explore these systems fully. Each chip takes up a certain amount of slots on a board that sits off to the right. When equipping a chip, it will give us some sort of stat boost. There are a lot of different chips in the game. Basic stat upgrades like experience, HP, weapon attack, ranged attack, but the system extends itself into more complex abilities like Last Stand that increases our damage when low on health, or Shockwave which adds a blast to our weapon attacks, or Auto Heal which replenishes our health after a few seconds of not taking damage. All of these chips can be fused with others to increase their potency all the way up to +8. With the massive variety in chips in the game and abilities at our disposal, there is a huge amount of room to play around with the system and see what works. You will not only see, but feel a huge difference between equipping a bad chipset and one that just melts all of the enemies in front of you. It's a great system and just works so well. There's also the scarcity that's introduced. We only have so much space here since each chip takes up a certain amount of space. Therefore, we can't just upgrade everything to the max and become the most powerful fighter ever. We have to think about how much space we have and sacrifice certain things for others. In Automata, I really chose a damage-focused chipset, trying to max out exactly how much damage I could do and not focusing on HP or defense. This changed my playstyle for the entire game because when things got really hard, I had to just not get hit. There was no second line of defense that made it so I could take a brutish approach. I had to be fast and have quick reflexes. But you could absolutely make a safer build, one where you take things slow and whittle enemies down over time, but that's just no fun. There's also a massive amount of enemy variety in Automata, something that hasn't truly been present in the series. There was some show of this in NieR, but Automata is where it really starts to shine through. Small robots, big robots, electric robots, all manner of robots. The whole combat system just works though. Dodging has an incredibly tactile feel. The combination of the animation, sound design, and gameplay makes evading an enemy's attacks just so satisfying to pull off. It isn't incredibly difficult, as it can be spammed near infinitely, but the picture that we get of flipping out of the way of a shot or ducking a massive sword swing just always gives us a boost in our combat confidence. The scale of the world and enemies also lends to making the system feel amazing. We contend with massive foes, huge machines that really make us feel small in the world. Not to mention we're always walking around towering skyscrapers or deserts that run as far as the eye can see. When we feel small, we have to be able to do big things. We have to be able to match ourselves with these towering giants, and when we fell them, it feels all the better. Automata's combat is not just a great system that works well with its parts, it's also a part of everything that came before it. Only when we have journeyed through the Drakengard AND NieR series can we see the bones of the previous games inside of Automata. We can only see how this game could be possible once we have seen those. Every single game that came before was a stepping stone. It created a path to something great. Sure, there were missteps along the way, ankles got twisted, toes got stubbed, but it was all in favor of creating Automata, the pinnacle of the series' gameplay in every possible way. The systems do also change slightly based on the character that we're playing, but since we won't be playing those characters for a bit, we'll talk about those later. As 2B, we destroy the approaching machines and we are attacked by a massive machine arm, the Marks. Since we're still really in the tutorial for the game, it's a very simple fight, as we just have to dodge its lunges and wait for an opening. We can actually destroy the teeth on the boss, taking them away one by one. When we win the fight, the enemy isn't yet destroyed. Someone else comes in and finishes it off. This is 9S, who will act as our companion for the game. For a little bit of backstory, 2B and 9S are androids. They are a part of Yorha, soldiers that are dedicated to fight for humanity. Earth is now mostly desolate, invaded by machines sent by a race of aliens. Because of this invasion, humans have been sent to the moon, forced to evacuate their homeworld. As Yorha, we fight for the humans in a massive war to take back their planet. 2B is really just a unit and type designation, Unit 2, Type B, as is 9S. The story itself actually takes place thousands and thousands of years after the events of NieR, which explains the highly advanced technology that we're seeing. 9S heads out to search around the perimeter, and 2B heads into the facility. Inside of the facility, we find out that the machines have been using the factory to begin reproducing and manufacturing more machines. If we don't destroy the place, they'll just keep coming. We also begin to hear a voice over the loudspeaker, but 9S says the machines have just repurposed information from the old world. There's no purpose behind what the machines do, it's just recycled information.
It's just accessing random, nonsensical data from the old world. There's no actual meaning behind anything machines do.
As we head outside of the facility, we find a massive bridge ahead. 9S says the intel he has says there is another facility down the way. Before we can head across, though, we have another boss fight against 2 Marks. We do mostly the same thing, just dodging more as to avoid the attacks from both bosses. After the fight, the machines move out of the way, and a massive Goliath appears, using the saw machines as arms. We begin a huge fight, avoiding projectile fire and massive mammoth slams from the Goliath's weapon hands. The machine pushes us back toward the facility, but eventually 9S begins to help out. He uses his suit to deflect an attack that's about to kill us and is knocked out on top of the machine. We take this opportunity to walk up the boss, fighting smaller enemies as we go. 9S is unconscious above and we come to his rescue, defending him from the onslaught of machines. Our pod recommends against trying to repair him as 9S is in critical condition. He tells us to leave him and he offers us his flight unit. We use the flight suit to attack the machine in another shooter section. We eventually sever its arm and use it as our own weapon. 2B launches a final attack but is launched back on top of the Goliath. The situation for the 2 androids seems pretty dire, and they choose to execute any android's last-ditch effort. They use their black boxes, a sort of core that exists at the center of every android, and self-destruct, destroying the approaching Goliaths in the process. As 2B once again, we wake back up on the bunker, a floating space station that acts as Yorha headquarters. When an android's body is destroyed, sometimes their memories and personality can be uploaded to a new body on the bunker, allowing them to continue on as if nothing happened. This was the case for 2B this time, but not entirely for 9S. His memories were uploaded, but not entirely. He can only remember up until the rendezvous. 9S heads off a little different than when we last met him. We then get a bit of backstory from Yorha itself, the official history, so to speak, spurring the android's signature salute, glory to mankind. We then have a calibration session for the new body with 9S, one where we actually have to interact with the menus, adjusting our brightness, our volume, most of our settings. The whole sequence is being recorded, by the way, something that we'll see has a more interesting point much later. 9S is a scanner unit and is in charge of our maintenance from now on. He regularly calls us ma'am, but 2B tells him to not be so formal.
We then head to talk to the commander, who has some choice words for the risky move we pulled off down on Earth. She also has a new mission for us, to head back to Earth and meet up with the Resistance efforts on the planet below. There already is a dedicated contact for the Resistance, but they've gone dark. There's also something not quite right because 2B is a combat model. Recon should be a job for 9S. We contend with another shooting section and some more flying machines as we make our way planetside. We get our first view of the world below, at least the open environments that we'll be seeing for most of the game. This is another huge upgrade from the previous entries in the series. The first pro that Automata has over its predecessor is that its environments are particularly large scale. They often make us feel small in their presence. Though this world is desolate, long forgotten, mostly inhabited by machines, its massive towering skyscrapers stand tall above us. Not only does this properly give us a wake-up call, a smack in the face to tell us that we are nothing in the face of the things that came before us, it is also a constant reminder of the world that was lost. It's a warning, a danger sign. It never lets us forget what our enemies have done to the humans, the ones that we fight for. The world itself is a reason to fight. The environments also have a freshness breathed into them, a new life. The variety in areas gives each its own distinct and unique identity. The amusement park that we'll visit soon is a dark place, but lit up by streetlights and fireworks off in the distance, and the characters that inhabit it leave a sinister vibe in the background. The desert is a massive wandering wasteland. It's a remnant of the past, something that used to exist here long before. The Forest Kingdom is a wooded maze with rolling trees and waterfalls as far as the eye can see. All of these places have great designs. They look beautiful and they feel like history as we walk through them. They also have story implications, and there's more lore to be had here, but we'll get to that later. Traveling around the world, we can actually use transporters. These will allow us to save our game, check emails, and fast travel around the world. The fast travel system isn't available right from the get-go, but it is incredibly useful once we get it, especially since the open world, quote-unquote, in Automata requires taking some specific and narrow pathways to travel from one area to the next. Speaking of transporters, we should also talk about the way that death works in Automata. When we die, we don't just start back from a checkpoint. Our body actually stays where we died, and we have to take our new body back there to regain our items, experience, and chips. If we die while trying to gather our stuff, we lost all of it. This is an incredible pain, and while it doesn't happen often and it isn't very hard to get our equipment back, it's still tedious. I will say that I never once lost all of my equipment. I never died on my way to get to my previous body, but I still don't think the mechanic really fits in with the game, at least in terms of gameplay. I will say though that thematically and as far as the story goes, it fits very well. Of course, it ties in with the narrative that when androids' bodies are destroyed, their personality and memories are transferred over. But it also fits in with the idea, or rather the question, of what makes you you. You've lost your body, transferred to another one, your broken corpse lies on the battlefield. Was that you, or is this you? Or is the thing that was you transferred over? What part of us, or of these androids, makes them the person that persists? Eventually, we arrive at the Resistance camp and meet its leader, Anemone. She gives us free rein to ask the Resistance members around the camp for information. Each of these people give us a small side quest to complete so that we can open up their services. The weapons dealer repairs equipment from the old world and needs his tools fixed. The strange Resistance woman is, well, strange and will answer some questions we have about the game. And the supply trader needs materials to be able to sell plug-in chips. Once we head out to complete these small tasks, Operator 6-0 contacts us. She is the operator in control of 2B and will check in regularly on our status. As we're completing tasks, 9S also begins to complain about the monotony of the jobs. This is clearly a normal complaint, just a general statement to make while doing boring work, but 2B doesn't share this sentiment. This is what they were meant to do, and they shouldn't complain about doing it. Once we head back to the camp, Anemone tells us that there have been reports of dangerous machines in the desert. It could be a sign of something more sinister, so she wants us to head out there and meet with the Resistance contacts in the sand-filled valley. We head through the city and make our way to the desert. On the way, we get a message from the Council of Humanity. This is a morale boost broadcast, one meant to rally the androids, to inspire something in them to fight harder and win the war against the machines.
The Council Council of Humanity has a message for all of our brave androids fighting on the surface. Currently, our struggle against the machine lifeforms is at a stalemate. This battle has raged for far too long. I am sure all of you find the effort grueling. But now is not the time to give up. Now, more than ever, we must forge on. Remember that several 100,000 humans on the moon want nothing more than a return to Earth. Glory to mankind.
In the desert, we find a woman named Jackass. She's a resistance soldier that opens the way into the desert using explosives. In the desert, we find some interesting machines. One's wearing very familiar masks if you've played the first NieR game. We destroy a few groups of machines and find one machine that runs away from battle. Certainly odd behavior for a machine. Our pod marks the target and we chase it further into the desert, finding an abandoned apartment complex inside. We're forced to destroy some larger machines while chasing the cowardly one. We eventually find a large structure in the ground, or rather a caved-in building located deep within the desert. The machines inside seem to be housing children that they're rocking in cribs. This doesn't make sense because the machines shouldn't be able to raise children or bear them. They don't even have feelings. They're just imitating humans, but this doesn't make it any less unsettling when we begin slaughtering them. After destroying hordes of them, the remaining machines begin to crawl and form a larger hole. From this formation, a man falls out, or rather, an android. Or is it machine? We aren't entirely sure, but we have to fight it. As we begin to deal damage, it starts to level up, evolving its abilities throughout the battle, and its capability to speak. The battle gets harder and harder until we eventually defeat it, running the mystery machine through with a sword. From the machine's corpse, another one is spawned. This one is angry though, and its shouts begin to collapse the room around us. It seems to grieve its fallen brother, and we make our escape. Once we get outside, we tell Command about the oddity that we just encountered, and 9S uploads the data from our fight to the bunker. Once back in the city ruins, we return to the camp to speak with Anemone. She offers us a room at the camp while our mission continues. We can sleep in here and take a rest from the wastelands outside. Once we leave the city, 9S's operator tells us that we have a message from the commander. They've lost contact with some androids on the surface. Their black boxes are online though, so we need to head out and look for them. We have to head through some nearby sewers and make our way into the amusement park. Here, the machines are mimicking clowns and attendants of the attractions. Heading deeper into the park, we're confronted with a tank, one with mounted turrets shooting massive waves of projectiles in every direction. These are separate parts of the boss and can be destroyed. The tank itself will also try to ram us and directly attack us. The fight is still pretty simple though, and defeating the boss will give us a machine core. These are the things that make up the center of the machine, similar in structure to a plant cell. They can be sold for quite a bit of money at the local vendors. We then have to stand on top of a roller coaster defending ourselves from the enemies attacking us. While fighting off the machines, 9S tells 2B that it would be alright if she called him Nines. This is what people usually call him, and is a lot less formal, but 2B's reserved nature keeps her from doing this. The roller coaster drops us off inside the main building of the park, the Opera House. Inside, a massive machine, Beauvoir, begins a battle with us. The bosses in Automata are usually very well themed. Their attacks reflect the area that they're in and the personality of the boss itself. It's something that the game does very well, and Beauvoir's singing ring attacks reflect this. She will bombard us with missiles, shoot projectiles, and shoot out piercing sonic rings from her body. As the fight progresses, we eventually get attacked by one of these rings, forcing us to play a small mini-game to stop the hack. Beauvoir then summons the corpses of the lost androids, or what we at first think are corpses. It turns out they're actually alive and have been turned into weapons that will attack us. We have to defeat our corrupted brethren while also fending off the boss trying to kill us. After a long battle, we destroy the boss. 2B's pod blasts a hole through its center, and we see a quick flash of Beauvoir and something else. We check the androids nearby, and they can't be recovered. They were being kept alive by the machine. 9S points out afterwards that the machine that we just fought had some odd things to say. It seems like the machine actually had emotion, but 2B dismisses this. As 9S himself said, the machines can't have emotions.
As we head outside, a machine waves a white flag and invites us into the village. It thanks us for destroying the broken machine, and we follow it ahead. It opens a secret passage in the park that leads into the forest. As we head deeper inside, we see a resupply operation being executed, sending components up to the bunker and the moon. 2B also posits an interesting thought here. Why haven't the aliens attacked the bunker directly, or the moon, since they came from outer space in the first place? But 9S doesn't really have a good answer. When we arrive at the machine village, all of the residents are waving white flags. The leader of the village, Pascal, tells us that they are not our enemies. He tells us to talk to the people in his village and see that they are not hostile. Here we can actually begin to gather side quests. There are many side quests throughout the game, and a good majority of them are actually pretty good. Of course, just like NieR, some of them can be unnecessary and a slog, but far fewer than the previous game. There are actually genuinely good stories here that will color our interpretation of the world. There is a lot of them though, and they work better when viewed with story developments in hindsight, so we'll be talking about them in a bit. Pascal actually reveals that he already deals with the resistance camp. They make trades sometimes because they both need supplies, and have entered into some sort of peace deal. He wants us to deliver something to Anemone. As we head back, Operator 6-0 contacts 2B to complain about relationship issues. Another operator she likes turned her down. Of course, 2B thinks this is trivial and has nothing to do with the mission at hand. Once we reach Anemone, we deliver the fuel filter. She gives us a viscous oil to take back to Pascal, and confirms that they have been trading with the village because they're harmless. Pascal then begins directly transmitting to 2B and 9S. 9S immediately dismisses Pascal because he doesn't have a heart. He clearly thinks machines are not to be trusted and are different than androids, something separate, something lesser. When we bring the oil back to Pascal, 9S even says that androids and machines will never live peacefully together. Just then we hear an explosion, and our operator tells us that a Goliath-class enemy has been spotted in the ruins. 9S thinks this must have been a trap orchestrated by the machines in Pascal's village, but he denies this. When we head over to the ruins, the place has been covered in a gray overcast. We have to make our way to new flight units that have been deployed to us from Yorha. On our way, we're stopped by a Goliath, which holds a similar fight to the one from before, but now we can actually defeat it. We take out another Goliath in a shooting exchange, but it begins to recharge. This causes a massive explosion and levels half the city, leaving a crater in its wake. We then see the commander say that the aliens, the ones on the other side of the war, that haven't revealed themselves in hundreds of years, have been hiding underground. When we land back on the ground, we're tasked with heading to the signal that we've detected from the aliens. Data collection is top priority. Of course, the city has now been drastically changed. There's a massive crater where the center of the ruins used to be. A new enemy type spawns here, possibly the most annoying one in the entire game. The linked sphere type machine is like a floating snake. It will shoot projectiles at us and weave its way around the battlefield. It tries to cut off our path, and its only weak point is the lit up sphere that moves around the length of its body. Like I said, they're very annoying, and I mostly tried to avoid them until I absolutely had to fight. With the crater, a new passageway has opened up in the center of the city. The passage connects to a cave network below. Once we venture into the caves, we find advanced technology. Inside, we realize it is a creation of the aliens, but they are dead inside, and their motherships are destroyed. The aliens are gone and have been dead for a while. Two of the machines from earlier show up at this point, Adam and Eve. They tell us that centuries ago, the machines overtook the aliens. They are capable of evolution, becoming aware and growing stronger. At a certain point, the machines grew smarter and stronger than their creators. Adam and Eve think humans are an enigma, and they want to unravel the mystery of their species. They want us to help them, to bring the humans out from the moon and let them dissect and analyze the creatures. While we learn this information, we fight Adam and Eve. We can't really win this battle, as it is possible to destroy them, but they just immediately come back. Once the two realize we won't join their side, they disappear. 2B and 9S head to the bunker, and on the way we gain access to the fast travel system that we talked about before. Once we talk to the commander and report what we found on Earth, she tells us that the Council needs time to formulate a new plan. Our new mission is to gather information on Pascal. He's a unique individual, and getting data on these types is essential for the mission. We eventually talk to Pascal, who wants us to investigate the Forest Kingdom for him. This is a nearby area that is swarmed with machines protecting the area from outsiders. To get there, we have to head through a facility that seems like it was a mall or a shopping center at some point. Machines attack us and we destroy them, but one of their heads rolls off, and inside is Emil, who is very confused. If you neglected to watch my previous video on NieR, this character is a big part of that game. It's not entirely necessary to know who he is, just know he was a child who was turned into a weapon and given the power of petrification and sacrificed himself to save his friends before accepting his sister's body to stay in the mortal world. See? Super simple. Emil rolls away quickly, though, opening the way for us to move forward. We head into the Forest Kingdom to find the machines acting strange. Most of them are armored and mimicking ancient human battle formations. Once we make our way further in, we find a castle at the center of the forest. This gives us a side-scrolling section where we have to weave through the massive halls of this fallen structure. Once we reach the top room, we find a baby machine lying in a bassinet, and NieR posits that this is their king. Just then, A2 arrives, another android that's gone rogue. She attacks us, beginning our next boss battle. She is pretty strong and fast. Most of our large attacks constitute moving off-screen and flashing back by dropping from above or from the side. These are easily dodged, though, and we can get a lot of damage on her once she recovers from them. Once we get her health down far enough, NieR asks why she betrayed Yorha. She tells him that Command is the one who betrayed them. We head after her as she runs away, but we lose her. The commander tells us that A2 is incredibly powerful and we should try and keep our distance moving forward. She won't tell us why A2 deserted Yorha in the first place, though. Classified information. NieR suggests asking Pascal for more information on A2. We head off to his village where we transfer the data of our battle with A2 to him. He doesn't tell us much, only that she's dangerous and has never visited the village. 2B is disappointed that NieR wanted to question Pascal without contacting Command. Operator 6-0 then checks in once again, and she tells us about flowers she was researching. She seems obsessed with Earth life since she's all cooped up in the bunker. A particular flower caught her eye, though, the lunar tear. We can actually find a lunar tear back in the commercial facility, which will cause Emil to arrive and jog his memories a bit. Emil has gained a new body, one attached to a vehicle. He asks us to look for more of these flowers. Each one we find jogs Emil's memories a bit more. He recalls things that seem to have happened in NieR, but also fighting against the aliens to save Earth. There was something he wanted to protect. During this fight, Emil created multiples of himself to help with the battle. Once we find the last flower, Emil tells us we helped him remember a special place, a place that was special to him, not Emil, someone else. We can then visit this place via an elevator in the commercial area. Downstairs we find the special place, covered in lunar tears. It seems to be Kaine's home. Emil then tells us his backstory. He was created to be a weapon. He copied himself to fight off the aliens. This Emil is just one of many Emils. As more were created, the memories of the original began to fade away. This Emil doesn't even know where the original is. There were so many that they just became one mind in the end. This is actually a side quest in the game and not part of the main story, but it clearly holds such significance, I decided to talk about it now, and it's obviously a huge link to the previous game. Emil is a special character as well, because he isn't just a person in the story, he's also a vendor. Now that he has his little roaming car, we can find him circling around the city ruins. He will spawn randomly at multiple different locations, or not at all. He will either sell materials or chips. These can be of varying quality based on the location that Emil spawns. He is incredibly useful though, because he can sell us some very high quality chips that will increase our build greatly for quite a while. Eventually, we head over to the flooded city, an area that's characterized by its, well, city that's flooded. We fight some machines in the area, and a massive one has been spotted off in the distance. We're asked to provide backup and are sent in flight units. We have a pretty long shooting sequence here, destroying waves of enemies and even some small mini-bosses in the sky. Just then, the massive machine in the water is sighted. It's immune to our attacks, so 9S and 2B make their way to the back of the machine. We target its weak point, destroying it and ideally leaving the machine vulnerable. But when it's attacked, we realize that there's an electromagnetic barrier across its entire body. A hunter squadron shows up and tells us to back off, that they can take it from here. We head out and we use a gunner to assist from the ground. The railgun can be shot into its mouth 3 times. The being seems destroyed, but then it rises out of the water, showing that this was only the tip of the iceberg. Pascal comes to our aid with safety and information. This machine is an ancient weapon, one that Pascal remembers from the machine network. We once again begin attacking its weak points, and a missile launch destroys the weapon. A massive explosion wipes out our vision. The commander tells 2B and 9S to hold on. We wake up in the flooded city. Operator 60 contacts us to tell us that the machine was downed, but the EMP strike caused communications to go out in the local areas. 9S is currently lost, but there's a faint black box reading in the area. We need a dynamic scanner to track down 9S. When we head back to the camp, Anemone introduces us to some red-haired androids that are just back from a mission. The two are Devila and Popola, twin androids, ones that we'll be very familiar with if you played NieR. They give us a scanner, a new pod program that we can equip. This will replace our special attack on one of our pods, but it is incredibly useful. The scanner will detect nearby hidden items that we can find throughout the world, and there are a lot of them. We can use it to find a still alive android that saw 9S falling during the battle. We can head to his location, which leads us underground, near the area where we found the dead aliens. We find ourselves in a strange space, completely white and constructed under the earth. Deep within, we find Adam. He tells us that he is incredibly interested in humans. He created this area to try and understand humans more. His goal is to learn and adopt every facet of humanity. In this search, Adam realized that humanity is made up of conflict, to kill and fight. Adam is a machine and exists on their network, making him basically immortal. He has no concept of death, but here he wants to risk himself in battle to make himself more human. He has severed his connection to the network to make himself more vulnerable.
This city is one of many areas I created out of a desire to understand, to know humans. It's grand, don't you think? Almost spiritual. And yet it's currently nothing more than an android graveyard.
This battle has multiple phases and can be kind of a difficulty spike for the game. If we have the right chips equipped though, it won't be too hard. There is one aspect of combat that I didn't really talk about before though, and that's taunt. Taunt was incredibly useful to me in my playthrough and is something that the game doesn't really specifically teach you until way further in. As 2B and later 9S, we can mash the left stick to turn our flashlight on and off. This will taunt enemies, increasing their damage taken and our damage taken. We can increase this damage by equipping chips, allowing us to just melt enemies before us. I used this in the battle with Adam, and it helped curve to this little difficulty spike. Further into the battle, Adam is enjoying himself. He reveals that he has 9S captured, impaled by blocks. He's seemingly trying to give 2B a reason to fight. He aims to become human through true battle, through hate. Once we defeat Adam, 2B runs him through with her sword. Again, since he was disconnected from the network, he truly dies. There's nothing after this.
So dark. So cold.
2B rescues 9S, picking him up and taking him out of the mysterious place as it crumbles around them. We arrive back at the Resistance camp, and Command wants to speak with us. The commander says Adam was responsible for managing half of the network. Destroying him should be a massive blow to the machines. 9S is in recovery, undergoing a full memory overhaul. The commander then wants us to gather more intel on the machines that are disconnected from the network. We then contact Pascal about new behaviors among the machines. He says that he was contacted recently by machines disconnected from the network. They are planning to build a colony of their own in the abandoned factory. We have to meet up with Pascal at the factory to find the machines. Inside, we find out that they are dressed strangely in a sort of ritual or spiritual garb. The leader of the machines tries to bow to us, but his head falls off. The machines think that he has become a god and start to go crazy.
His wondrous grace has become a god. His wondrous grace has become a god. Become a god. His wondrous grace has become a god. Become a god. We as well shall become as gods. Become as gods. We as well shall become as gods. Become as gods.
We destroy them and head out. On the other side, 9S has taken control of a machine to help us through the facility. We have to make our way through this place, mostly a massive side-scrolling section, defeating hordes of enemies as we push on. Eventually, we reach an area with a massive machine, spider-like with 4 legs. We can't attack it though because it has a shield. 9S hacks in and takes out its shield, helping us to defeat the thing. We take out its legs and destroy it, and as we head outside, the machines have begun to plunge themselves into the lava in the factory. They think that sacrificing themselves will make them gods. Outside, we see Eve grieving the death of his brother Adam. As we head back towards the Resistance camp, we can't seem to get into contact with the bunker. At the camp, the machines have turned into ravenous beasts and have begun eating the members of the Resistance. We defeat the machines and Anemone thanks us for helping her. Outside, we fight another huge boss with an electric shield called Bokushi. Once we defeat the boss, Eve shows up and small machines form a shield around him. We have to defeat him by getting rid of the shield and dealing direct damage. He isn't completely destroyed because he forms a massive snake of machines that flies throughout the ruins. We have to destroy this once again, and Eve heads to the crater. He waits for us there for our final battle. He tells us that the world is meaningless, clearly grief-stricken from the loss of Adam. Because of his loss, he must destroy the world and us. Eve is very strong, and we have to deal tons of damage on him while not getting hit by his incredibly quick attacks. We also have to chase him onto platforms to hurt him. Eventually, he begins to sap the life force of the beings around him, regenerating his health. 9S decides to hack into Eve, though, and cut him off from the network. 9S distracts him, and we cut through his arm. We can attack Eve directly, but 2B is heavily damaged during the fight. We have to destroy the last part of him as she limps around the battlefield. Once he's destroyed, he calls out for his brother as 2B ends his life. We then see 9S has red eyes. Something is wrong. He was corrupted when Eve lost his connection to the network. 9S says it's fine because he can access his backup data from the bunker, but 2B doesn't want that. He'll lose the part of him that makes him 9S. He'll lose the you that he is right now. 9S realizes that there is no other way. He needs 2B to kill him. She puts her hands around his throat and takes the life from him. It's a long, sad, and torturous scene as 2B weeps over his body, a personal and emotional sequence, delivering a lot in the way of feeling. Just then, 2B sees that machine heads all over have begun flashing green. A nearby machine crawls out of the wreckage, but it's 9S. He left his personal data on the machine side. He gives a long-winded technical explanation, but 2B is just glad that he's alive. This is the first ending to NieR Automata, Flowers for Machines. The first playthrough is great. It develops the world, introduces the characters, and it gives us an important base to work off of. It's a compelling story, one that makes us want to learn more, but like I said before, this is really just the beginning. With Ending A, we haven't even seen half of what the game has to offer. It doesn't really matter that the credits are rolling here. They could have easily just stuck a chapter end screen here, and we could have moved on to the next part of the story. NieR Automata is also much more clear about this fact with the player. We get a screen after beating it that strongly encourages that we play through the game again to see what else there is to offer. Ending B actually sees us playing through the same story, but from the perspective of 9S. This is a huge upgrade from NieR, and was really what I felt that game needed. One of the biggest complaints that I and a lot of other people had with NieR was that it could be a bit repetitive. There was an amazing story there, a spectacular one, but it took some grinding and some work to find. Here, each playthrough and ending will actually give us a unique experience and rarely sees us retreading old ground. We will have to fight a few of the same bosses again, but it's never something that makes us feel like we're playing the exact same experience over. It always feels new. This playthrough begins with a machine begging its brother to wake up. We have to play as the machine for a moment, grabbing a bucket of oil to try and revive the dead companion. This is clearly incredibly sad, seeing this being, one that clearly does not yet understand death, try to fight against the natural tidal wave that is the afterlife, only to fail, is miserable.
Brother. Please start moving. Brother.
9S views this with much less emotion, though, as he is watching over the situation from a crane. He sees 2B's group heading down to Earth and is told by his operator to disable the defense systems of the base so they can make their way in. 9S has a different operator in his playthrough, Operator 210. As we saw in 2B's playthrough, her operator was very bubbly, upbeat, and emotional. She wanted to see the world, wanted to have experiences. 9S's operator is the opposite. She's more closed off, tactical, and ready to direct conversation back to the mission immediately. As 9S, we fly through the factory and begin to take out its defenses. Here, we're also introduced to the hacking minigame that will represent a large change for the gameplay of 9S. 9S can hack enemies, which can allow us to take them over and control them if they're weak enough, or just damage them if we so choose. He can also hack larger enemies, which will damage them. Each of these minigames mostly sees us trying to destroy a black sphere at the center. The more difficult ones require us to first destroy other defenses to reveal the sphere before taking it out. This can be useful for a multitude of different reasons. Some stronger enemies can be hacked to open them up for attacks, or just to get some more reliable damage on them. I didn't really take enemies over too much outside of the times when it was necessary for the story, though. 9S can also hack chests around the world. We could see these chests during our first playthrough, but couldn't do anything with them until now. 9S will also have to hack many different things just based around the story, which we'll see as we get further into his playthrough. As we destroy the defenses of the machine base, we eventually rendezvous with 2B as she is fighting the Mark's arm. We head forward to help her destroy the Goliath she's looking for and end up defeating more waves of enemies. As we fight the Goliath, we begin to hack into it to use its systems against it, assisting 2B in the process. As you can see, this playthrough will fully show us the other side of what we experienced before. We will be seeing the whole story from 9S's perspective, not just the character's emotions in the story. 9S is of course damaged during the battle and forced to manually reactivate all of his systems. 9S tells 2B to leave him behind and offers her his flight suit. We then have to use our pod to hold off the machine forces attacking 9S as he is laying near dead on the ground. We then help 2B hack into the enemy's arm. The two then make the decision to self-destruct and take out the Goliaths. We then play as 9S back on the bunker, mostly reinstated. We then head to 2B to check in for her regular maintenance. We see the recording from before, the one of us adjusting settings at the beginning of our first playthrough. Such a genius little trick here that the game does, but the sequence was actually being recorded. It wasn't just for show. We are now seeing our inputs as the other character through 9S's eyes. This is such a small moment in the game, but one that really fully tells the player that they are controlling someone else. This fully cements the idea that we will be seeing the story through another's eyes, as we are seeing what we've literally done before through 9S. I love it. The two then head to the commander, who tasks them with heading to Earth and checking into the resistance camp. When we meet Anemone, she seems to already know 2B, at least at first. We're tasked with heading into the desert once again, and we find the machine that runs. This time, though, we see a storybook. It tells a story of a volcano eruption, a god emerging from the fire. The god told the machines of emotion, the meaning of life. We then make our way into the desert once again and defeat Adam. We alert command and once again head back into the resistance camp. On our way to the amusement park, we get another new scene. One of the two pods talking, the ones that help and follow 9S and 2B. They are now exchanging combat data between each other for efficiency. As we enter the amusement park, we also see another storybook.
They were found by the machines. The machines called them treasures. Each treasure had a different shape. Each treasure had a different shape.
We once again enter the facility and face off against Beauvoir, but this time, halfway through the fight, we see memories. A machine, called Beauvoir, wants to be beautiful and thinks that adding more adornments will achieve that. We then get a novel section at the end of the battle. This machine that we've fought wants to be beautiful for someone else. It bases its concept of beauty off of the research of old human ideals, pretty skin, nice clothes. The machine searches for a jewel that will make it beautiful and eventually resorts to consuming androids to try and become more pretty. It doesn't work, and the machine is left alone. We once again leave and head toward Pascal's village. On the way, we see Adam and Eve talking. Eve wonders why they do the things they do, why they wear undergarments and eat apples. The things they do are also based on what the humans of the old world did. Adam specifically says that humans gained great intelligence from eating fruit, clearly a misreading of the book of Genesis. We return to the resistance camp and make the delivery for Pascal before dealing with Goliaths in the city ruins. The Goliath makes the crater, and we head to investigate the alien ruins, where we fight Adam and Eve once again. This time, as 9S, we actually fight Adam instead of Eve, which I thought was a good touch. We see another storybook depicting a machine repeating the same phrases over and over. I killed my father, I killed my mother. We end up speaking with Pascal once again, who sends us to the Forest Kingdom. We meet Emile and begin to see flashbacks to the creation of the kingdom. The machines there were urged to create a group, something like a family. This furthers the idea that the machines did not know what they were doing, and most likely still don't. They just do it because that is what they understand. We once again defeat A2 and leave the castle. Before asking Pascal about her, we see another scene, a baby being risen up by machines. We're then tasked with helping out the missile supply mission again. Eve is tired of reading, but Adam tells him that just transferring the data would not put the information into his heart like reading would. Eve is more focused on having fun. Learning is boring to him. Adam seems like the more responsible figure, wanting to learn, adapt, and get better to complete their mission. We once again have to fight the large machine in the water, but this time the second half goes a little different. Controlling 9S, we actually have to maneuver the weapon that's launched at the enemy. We see another storybook and a conversation between the pods. They want to share situational data now more regularly. We're now controlling 9S after the blast. He's maneuvering through a digital maze, trying to gain his memories back, trying to hang on to the him that was him. Inside this, though, 9S begins to find the machine's records. They were studying politics, philosophies, everything they could from humankind, but the machines never created anything new, never started anything, just imitated human behavior. They even fail repeatedly. They try something, and if it fails, then they try it again in the exact same way. Adam tries to convert us through this to the side of hatred, to the side of violence. The next storybook ties the treasure theme from before back to Adam.
Treasured family above all else. Another treasured its older sibling. Another treasured its own beauty. But one more machine treasured something unique above all else. Hate.
We see this just as Adam is being killed by 2B. We once again are rescued by 2B and have to try and regain 9S's memories. This time, though, he accesses the main server. Here, he finds quite a few interesting records. Some tell him that the shipping containers sending supplies to the moon were empty, that android bodies had been lost, and finally, a record about how the Council of Humanity was formed as a part of Project Yorha. This doesn't make sense, though, because Yorha should have been created by humanity, not the other way around. 2B then makes a backup request and we have to get out. This point is where we assist 2B in the factory. We have to take control of different machines by hacking them and making our way through the facility. Eventually, we track all the way backwards and let 2B inside. We also have to open the gates for her, which allows us to find some interesting Project Gestalt reports on the server. These talk of a red dragon and the rise of white chlorination syndrome. We then play a hacking minigame to help 2B get the shield down for the boss we fought earlier. 9S confronts the commander about the records he found on the server. She confirms 9S's worst fears. Mankind has been extinct for a long time. Humans never made it to the moon. A server was installed on the surface to make it look like they were alive. Humans were already gone when the aliens attacked. The commander says that this is all to give the androids a reason to fight. We then see Eve grieving over the loss of his brother. There's an all alert at the bunker and 9S escapes back to Earth to assist in helping out 2B. We fight Eve a few different times once again and have to hack him in the final battle. We have to chase him through different sections before arriving at a house with Eve's memories. He wanted to travel to a home, somewhere quiet with him, but clearly this didn't happen. We defeat Eve once more and 2B kills 9S. This time there are some hologram girls standing by. 9S, of course, comes back once again. This ending is or not to be. During the credits, we play as 2B once again and head to 9S's room. He gives us some items and is about to say something before telling us to be careful on our mission. We then head to our own room and see a preview of the next two endings. I do really enjoy this playthrough of Automata, mostly because it once again allows us to see another side to things. It really reminds me of NieR in many different ways. I think that there's a lot more here than in NieR though, and the next playthrough will definitely solidify it as its own different concept, but this does a lot that the previous game did. 9S is also my favorite character to play in the game, so getting to play through it with him is always a treat.
The best thing this playthrough does, though, is break down our preconceived notions thematically. I view the way that Yoko Taro creates stories as a fight. The player from the beginning always has their guard up. This is not exclusive to Yoko Taro games either. Anytime we play a game or experience a story, our hands are in front of our face. We're used to being lied to, used to being twisted on. We expect something coming, but at the same time, we generally take what the story says at face value, unless there's a reason to mistrust the person telling it to us. The goal of the storyteller in my eyes is to get the player to let down their guard so they can deliver a hook to the jaw. This ultimately is what most want from a story, especially in a genre like this, to be knocked out. The only way to pull down the barriers, though, is to break down what the player believes. Here, Taro almost establishes the guard through the first playthrough. He tells us that we are warring with the machines, that the machines are weapons of an alien race, that they have no feelings. But at the same time, we are told that not all machines are bad. Some are good and helpful and kind. But truly, at the end of the day, the machines are only basing their personalities and habits off of human data. That's all they can do. And in the second playthrough, we're also told that these machines have lives, that they genuinely do believe they have families and care for others. The other thing we haven't really talked about is machine and android. The definition of a machine is a mechanically, electrically, or electronically operated device for performing a task. A very technical definition, a methodical one, no room for emotion here. The definition of an android is a mobile robot, usually with a human form. Again, a technical definition with very little room for emotion. Now, obviously there is reason for a difference here, especially because a machine can be many things, including a generator, and is not always a walking humanoid attempting to be a human, but humor me here. When I started the game, my immediate thought was that it's quite ironic that 9S speaks so low of the machines, when androids are technically machines themselves. In our mind, as a player from the real world, both of these things are really robots. They are humanoid things made of equipment, steel and wires and mechanics. They have no soul, not truly. They are not like us. They don't have hearts. From an outsider's perspective, we see them as the same. Not only are they both mechanical and far from organic, they are both weapons that were made to fight a war that isn't theirs. Sure, the androids feel a little more than the machines do, and seemingly don't base their actions off of human record, but that's not entirely true either. When you're not looking at this situation from the outside, it becomes a lot easier to see the distinction. The androids themselves believe that they were created for a purpose, to fight the machines and eventually defeat the aliens, taking back Earth for the humans. They are more advanced than the machines that they fight. They have feelings. They don't just mindlessly wander around, repeating the same events over and over. They aren't quite human, but they are closer to human than machines. When we find out that the aliens are dead, we realize that at this point, the androids are fighting a war against the machines for the humans. When we find out the humans are dead, we realize that the androids are fighting a meaningless war against the machines for nothing. They are fighting other beings just like them, with almost no difference, for no one else but themselves, for just the point of war. This is Taro breaking down our guard, pulling down our hands so he can deliver a knockout punch. We'll get back to these points later, but it feels important to establish these themes here, because they are a current that runs through this game. Once we obtain ending B, we can start the game once again and work on ending C. This is not a retread of what we've seen before, like ending B. This part of the game actually begins after ending A and B. The machine's chain of command have been thrown into chaos after the death of Adam and Eve. Because of this, Yorha has decided to launch an all-out attack on the machines, taking this opportunity to strike the weakened enemy. 2B is now suited up in a military outfit. We then get to play as 9S down on Earth. We'll be swapping back and forth between characters for just about the rest of the game. The scanners are now tasked with hacking into the anti-air systems to get ready for the assault. We have to hack into different machines around the area. We then control 2B and head down to the ruins, where we begin the assault against the machines. It doesn't work out like we expected though, as the enemies begin to start multiplying. We join up with some other squadrons and have to fight many machines that have EMP fields around them. These fields can take out our sight systems or even our ability to fight. Once we defeat them, the Yorha soldiers fighting with us begin to writhe in pain. We manage to save 2B, but the rest are infected with a logic virus. We have to fight off the Yorha soldiers attacking us. The two are attacked and decide to once again self-destruct their black boxes. Back on the bunker, the commander thinks our claims are ludicrous, but the virus begins to infect the soldiers on the station as well. The bunker is taken over and we have to fight our way out. Once we escape, the commander sacrifices herself to let us leave, and we head back to Earth, now cut off from the bunker for good. During this, we see a full, almost opening credits sequence for Automata, as if this is just the beginning. 2B and 9S are separated on their descent, and 2B is infected with the logic virus. She can't use any of her systems, and we see a bar slowly tick up as she is fully taken over. We make it just to the shopping center before two androids fall upon us like moths to a flame. Just then, A2 arrives and we control her as we save 2B from them. But 2B realizes the futility of her position as her eyes begin to turn red. We then head to 2B's position as 9S, and he sees her killed by A2's sword. She then cuts her own hair off, and 9S screams out, rushing toward the android before falling into the cavern below. Because the androids are cut off from the bunker, this is a true death. There's no coming back from this one, and just before that, she finally called him Nines.
I'll kill you!
Massive towers begin to rise around the world, and we see the title of the game once more. We then see the two pods from before talking once again. They confirm that both A2 and 9S are ready for reactivation. Their only course of action left is to support the remaining androids, as they are what is left of Yorha. We then have a choice, whether we want to support 9S or A2. We will see both of their stories in the end. This just determines in which order we will experience them. We'll talk about 9S's story first. I should point out here that a very large gameplay change has now taken effect for both of our characters that will stay for the rest of the game. The system that was present in the beginning, when we die, our body sticks around and we can pick up all our items again, is gone because the bunker is gone. The androids can no longer upload their data to another body. If they die, they're just dead. This clearly has story implications as well, but it also changes the way we play the game. When we die, we have to restart from a save. We don't keep the slight progress we made along the way. It changes the way we play the game, but it also changes the way that the characters act in the story. They're now a lot less safe and should be less reckless. 9S wakes up back in the Resistance camp, overseen by Devila and Popola. He was rescued by the twins after his fall. He puts his visor back on and figures out that he's been gone for 2 weeks. The twins say that there used to be more of their models in the past, but now the records from that era are deleted, and their model went berserk a long time ago, so they aren't sure what happened. When we head out of the Resistance camp, we see the massive structures that have popped up from underground. The center seems to have some sort of elevator, and our new goal is to head forward and hack it. I should also point out that as 2B was descending to Earth, she left a message for 9S.
If anyone is listening to this, there's something I need you to do. If you ever meet up with Yorha Unit 9S, I want him... I'm sorry. Please just give him the following message. 9S. The time I was able to spend with you, it was like memories of pure light. Thank you. 9.
Once we try to hack the tower, we can't get access. It seems to be inviting us in, though, with an announcement system over a loudspeaker. We need special authorization, which we have to get from different towers throughout the area. 9S's goal here, though, is to get access to the mystery tower, but also to find A2 and kill her. He wants revenge for the death of 2B. He didn't realize that she was infected and clearly thinks the murder was in cold blood. He would have had to do the same in that situation, but wasn't yet aware of all the details. He heads to the first tower in the Forest Kingdom. There's angelic writing outside that says Meat Box. Each level of this tower will challenge us with defeating groups of enemies. It gets harder and harder as we move up the building. Once we reach the top, we find a core that's powering the place. 9S destroys this, and we get the access key for one of the towers in the crater. A machine nearby is begging to be killed, heavily injured, and wants to be put out of its misery. 9S obliges, taking his anger for the machines out on this one. At this point, we can switch to A2 to see her side of the story during this same time, but we'll finish up 9S's story first. 9S then heads to the flooded city to find another tower standing off to the side. This one has writing that says Soul Box above its entrance. This tower requires us to complete hacking puzzles on each level. We can find many different optional reports on our way up. One of the most interesting ones we can find details Project Yorha. Specifically, it talks about the fact that the black boxes, the core of the androids, are actually created from reused cores of machines. This effectively breaks down the final barrier between the machines and the androids. Not only are they similar from the outside looking in, they are made of the same material. When we arrive at the top of the tower, we have another hacking section. This time we're actually playing 9S, and we head to another platform to find 2B, or at least her memory. 9S's memories of her are surrounding us on holographic screens. 9S has to do this, of course, but he doesn't want to. He fights 2B and kills her, stabbing her lifeless body over and over, only to reveal that he's stabbing the core. 9S gets the second key to the towers, and we see the pods speaking again. They are worried about 9S's mental state. We then switch over to A2. She wakes up in the city and is assisted by Pod 042. She doesn't want the help, but can't override the order. A2's goal is a little different from 9S. She really just wants to kill every machine she can, wiping them out. We head to the desert, and there we immediately contend with a boss named Hegel. Before we talk about Hegel, we should talk about the way that A2 plays, because she also has a huge shift in gameplay. She has an additional ability called Berserk, which replaces A2 and 9S's self-destruct. Normally, with those characters, we can hold down a button and cause them to explode, bringing their health to 0 but damaging enemies in a radius around them. A2 can do the same thing, but go into Berserk mode instead. This increases her damage output by a lot and also increases the damage she receives. Her health will slowly deplete while Berserk mode is active until she's at 1 HP, at which point Berserk mode will end. Of course, there is an easy way to use this to our advantage. We can just equip very good auto-heal chips to extend Berserk mode and do a ton of damage to enemies. It's a very useful skill and makes boss battles an incredibly simple task. A2's taunt is also changed. She no longer has to rely on the pod's light to do it for her. It's a much better and reliable taunt than the one that the previous characters used, mostly because it has a better range. Overall, A2 is incredibly powerful to use, and her upgrades and changes feel a lot more true to her character. Defeating Hegel is pretty simple. He is a mass of different spheres that will disconnect themselves and attack us in all different directions. We have to destroy each of the spheres to take him down. Once we defeat the machine, we are attacked with an EMP blast. This causes damage to A2's memories. The enemy's memories have begun to merge with hers, and we also find 2B's memory data inside. We see some short snippets of A2's memories as well, someone thanking her for her help. She then destroys a memory that cries for its mother, and a wisp of 2B tries to tell her that they are the same, but she rejects this, returning to the real world. The pods once again share information on A2's memory. Because A2 pushed herself in battle so hard, she needs to replace some parts and heads to the resistance camp. Outside, Pascal is being attacked and we save the machine. Once we talk to Anemone, we realize that she already knows A2. A2 tells her of 2B's fate. A2 is also resistant to the idea that the camp is trading with Pascal. She then tells A2 that she stored the memories of their times together on a computer behind her. We can go here to view these memories and get a novel of the backstory of Anemone and A2. This story takes place years ago during massive battles that Anemone's squad was part of. They were older android models, and when fighting in the machine war, they ended up coming across some new models, which A2 was a part of. The groups eventually bond, become friends, and learn to help each other out. One of the older androids, Lily, is taken over by a logic virus, and they manage to save her from it. The rest of her squad dies in a mission where they are overtaken by machines. Anemone is the only one from her squad to survive. A2 did survive in the end as well, but she was branded a traitor by the commander. Our new goal is to head to Pascal's village. If we help them out, then we can get the oil filter we need to fix A2. We get the materials and we do a favor for Pascal in return. There's a machine that's been attacking the children below and we defeat it.
We leave and deliver supplies to Anemone before heading back to Pascal's village. Before we get there, we see him teaching the children of the village to grow up well. Pascal cares about their future, cares about shaping them in a way that will mean well for them. It should also be pointed out here that Pascal is interested in philosophy. This is an interesting point because, as you may already know, there are many characters in NieR named after philosophical figures. There's a ton of obvious ones like Jean-Paul, a philosopher machine that people have begun to follow in Pascal's village. He's clearly named after Jean-Paul Sartre, a philosopher famed for writing Nausea and Being and Nothingness. He posited the idea that everything we do as humans reflects what we think they should be, or I am what I do. Pascal himself is named after Blaise Pascal, who wrote the Pensées. He originally was trying to bring readers of his philosophy to God by creating the most futile picture of life on earth that he could. Beauvoir is named after Simone de Beauvoir, who wrote The Second Sex. She was heavily focused on gender and tried to break down what gender meant as a birthright. Boss is named after Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. Hegel, Kierkegaard, even Kant all make an appearance here. But to what end? Well, the philosophers these characters are named after basically are the philosophers themselves. Beauvoir is warning on focusing too much on beauty standards and what it means to be a woman. Pascal warns of living in fear. Marx and Engels are the literal means of production, giant machines that produce in a factory, named after the communists advocating for seizing the means of production. But there is one thing that has always plagued me. These machines are copying the behaviors left over in their records of these humans. This has always begged the question, is the game critical of philosophy, or is it in favor of deeper thought? In my mind, it seems to posit the idea that even the philosophers of this world are based on something else, doomed to repeat the same cycles over and over again. That at the end of the day, the high-minded thinkers are still the same as the androids and the machines. Now that we've learned androids are essentially at their core machines. Pascal himself criticizes Nietzsche while he reads it. There's also the machines that we can find from around the world, intelligent ones that have thought so hard they've decided to throw themselves from high places, taking their own lives. I think this ends up being another open end left by Yoko Taro, one that we are left to interpret. I usually land on the critical end, that philosophy is ultimately impractical. This doesn't go on to say that we shouldn't think about deeper things. We should, and I think Automata itself does this, but the game does seem to point in the direction of criticizing those high-minded individuals in its world's past, because at the end of the day, look at what has become of that very same world. After we see Pascal, we are asked to come to the village because it's in great trouble. We head there to see it on fire, and the machines have begun eating each other. We have to take out the machines in the village and destroy everything in sight. Pascal made it out to the abandoned factory with the children, but everyone else is gone. We head to the factory and meet up with him. Pascal says that they usually store their cores in safe places so that if machines die, they can be regenerated. This time, though, their cores were destroyed along with their bodies, meaning there is no coming back, but at least the children made it out alive. Soon afterward, we are attacked by the rabid machines. We head outside to defend the place and make sure the children survive. Pascal then takes control of a massive Goliath and defeats hordes of machines coming at us. We get to fight another Goliath from a side view, and possibly the most grandiose scene in the game. We defeat the machine and return to the children, only to find them all dead. They took their own lives. This is because Pascal taught them about the concept of fear. He did this to protect them, but this caused them to take their own lives. Pascal then asks us to make a decision. He wants us to erase his memories, and if we can't do that, then he wants us to kill him. This choice doesn't have a huge effect on the story. It will either give us him as a vendor later in the game or not. I chose to delete his memories, though. He was good enough that he still deserved to live on, but I didn't want him to have to live with that. As we delete each of his memories, we hear them ringing out, and this is a difficult affair, not in gameplay, but in will. Having to destroy the fond memories that Pascal has of his time in the village and with the children is very hard, but we know that it's a good thing. We then see the pods talking once again. The enemy machines have begun sharing data. In addition, 9S's psychological state has begun to deteriorate even further. We jump back to 9S at this point. His lack of maintenance and rest has left him with a lack of system usage. We have to limp our way to the resistance camp. Once we get there, Devila and Popola come to our aid. After getting repaired, we head to the last tower in the amusement park. This one has God Box written above it.
I should note here that 9S's deteriorating psychological state that the pods talk about has happened slowly over the course of the game. Of course, when we first saw him, he was mistrusting of machines, but it wasn't any more than your normal android. He is at war with them. It only makes sense. But now he hates them. There is a disdain in his voice, an anger, a hatred, a pure fury. He wants revenge, and he will do anything to get it. At this point, we will begin to jump back and forth between 9S and A2 for the rest of the game. A2 begins to hear the announcements from the tower and heads over there. 9S makes his way up the tower, and we meet Operator 21O. 9S developed a great relationship and attachment to the operator over the course of his journeys. Of course, as I said before, she acts as a mirror to him, just as 2B's operator acted as a mirror to her. She pushed down his more upbeat demeanor and even rejected his advances. Now she shows up here to take him out. This boss was kind of annoying for me. There are two spinning lines of spheres in front of us, with small weak points that we have to attack. We also have to dodge projectiles and lasers that alternate. As we deal damage, though, the attacks get faster and the weak points spin quicker. It becomes harder to hit as we go on, making it pretty difficult to get shots in. Eventually, 210 attacks us herself. She has clearly been taken over by the logic virus. She reveals her personality through the battle, that she was lonely and just wanted a family to be with. She gets up once again, but A2 arrives to defeat her. She then relays the message from 2B that she wanted 9S to become a good person. This angers him and he falls below. A2 then has to defeat Augusta. This boss is pretty simple. We just dodge the bouncing balls and do a ton of damage to the boss. When we defeat it, the machines mourn its passing and seem to bow to A2 as their new brother. A2 destroys them all in one fell swoop, though. We then see a text conversation between the two pods. They have begun using alternate methods to communicate out of concern for transmission interference. This means they're communicating on our loading screen. The pods now have feelings towards the ones that they were meant to protect, 2B, 9S, and A2. They wonder if this is their will, their self-determination. Even the pods seem to have some sort of feeling, some sort of awareness, making them no less than the androids or the machines. Pod 42 tells 153 to not die. 9S wakes up outside of the amusement park. His systems have been reactivated and he seems to have a much more monotone voice. The care and emotion in him is gone. We now have the third key though, so it's time to visit the big tower in the crater. Before we do this, we've recovered the data records for Devila and Popola. We get a novel that tells us their backstory. After the fallout of Project Gestalt, the future models were programmed to feel intense guilt for failing humanity. This is the burden that the twins carry moving forward. Half of their story takes place as the two struggle to survive out in the wilds and are injured. At the resistance camp, the twins were shunned and constantly given the hardest tasks. But this is their assignment, the fate that they both are left to. The two help us enter the tower and sacrifice themselves in doing so. Once we arrive in the tower and begin to make our way to the top, we are assaulted by hostile androids. We eventually arrive in a room full of 2Bs and 9S has a full breakdown. He takes off his mask and destroys all of the androids in front of him.
I'm glad I got to see you here. I truly am. I'll tear you apart. Every last one of you!
A2 then enters the tower herself. She heads to the top and eventually finds a recreation of a library, the same one from NieR that existed in the village. A lot of information inside feeds back into Project Gestalt, but A2 finds something relating to model number 2. A boss then crashes into the facility and 9S is waking up from his fall. He holds a dead 2B in his arms and then fights off a virus in his system. We then are confronted with the girl holograms from before. They want to test us before they give us the information that we seek. Once we defeat the enemies in front of us, we're given a piece of data, and one of the best shots in the entire series. This part really focuses on how grotesque 9S has begun to look. You can see that he's lost his mind in his eyes. The document that he is shown is a disposal record, one that not even the commander was exposed to. Yorha was supposed to be disposed of. The bunker was to be attacked and all the old models were to be replaced with new ones so that the records could be destroyed and they could create the idea that humanity still lived on the moon. All of the androids, including 9S himself, were disposable.
They weren't meant to fight, they were meant to be replaced. We fight some Yorha flight units and take one of our own. A2 then contends with Koshi, another massive spider sphere boss in the library. We are then hacked by the girls in red and forced to contend with them in a digital space. They begin to multiply though, and the pod eventually helps us realize that if we stop fighting, they will multiply until they begin to fight each other, destroying themselves in the process. We then have one of my favorite sequences in the game. 9S fights Roshi, while A2 fights Koshi. Here we swap back and forth constantly to each character, fighting one in the sky and the other on the ground. This is such a great battle because the entire game has been building up to this. We've been switching characters for a while now, and it's gotten so fast that it's in the middle of almost the same fight. It even mirrors the journey that the two characters have had up to this point. We then fight the bosses together as they have joined into one being, swapping back and forth between 9S and A2. Once we destroy the beast, there are just two androids left. 9S and A2 are at an impasse. They are ideologically opposed. Only one of them can come out of this alive. The tower that they stand in is a giant cannon aimed directly at the moon. It is meant to take out the servers that hold the human genome. 9S has begun to be taken over by the logic virus at this point. He's vengeful and full of that fury that we talked about before. He wants to kill A2 and wipe out the machines, as well as the server on the moon. Burn it all down. A2, however, has 2B's memories inside of her. She tells 9S that 2B was actually called 2E. She was not a battler unit, she was an executioner unit. 9S was inquisitive and curious, and because of this, he would always end up finding out the truth about Yorha. The executioner was made to kill 9S whenever he got too close to figuring things out. This angers 9S, and we have a choice. We can decide to play as A2 and kill 9S, or vice versa. Choosing A2 will give us ending C for NieR Automata. A2 severs his arm and hacks into his systems. A2 begins to wipe the virus from his systems, telling her pod to take care of him after she's gone. A2 is left in the tower, and she seems to destroy it as it comes crumbling down around her. Afterwards, we see a moose wandering in the forest when it spots a familiar sword stabbed into a rock. Ending D occurs when we choose 9S during the final battle. This is a side-scroller battle, so the gameplay is changed here just slightly. 9S runs A2 through with a sword, but he falls on her sword in turn. He writhes in pain as he bleeds out. Afterwards, we see a novel, some of 9S's memories, the moment that he was manufactured, his reflections on loneliness, and eventually getting to meet 2B. It is eventually revealed that this tower is not a cannon, but an ark. The machines created to find a new planet to inhabit, and 9S is offered to join them. We can make this choice, and then watch as the inhabitants of Earth see the ark leave the planet behind. This is childhood's end, ending D of NieR Automata. Before we talk about ending E, the final ending of the main story, I'd like to talk about the novel sections for a moment. These text sections were present in NieR and are actually a lot more sparse here than in the first game, but I do think that this works better. These text sections are chosen sparingly and are only present in moments when it delivers a harder emotional punch. During my research, I've also seen a lot of people that don't like them or say they feel unnecessary. I couldn't really find a way to articulate my argument against this until I played Automata. Think about your favorite book, a story that you've read many times and really cherished. One day it's announced that this book has a Netflix adaptation coming. When it releases, it's very bad, and you can't really point out why. The obvious reason here is that some things are better left to the imagination. This is true, certain things look better in your head, and when you're allowed to extrapolate on them in your mind, they turn out a lot more fantastical than you could ever see them on a screen. But there's another reason. Sometimes things just work better in text. Sometimes more emotion comes from the words on the screen than an actor's performance could ever give it. This is no better shown than when we see 9S's reflection. It was like I had a family. This text on the screen, isolated, set to a white background, staring at us, hits much harder than this scene would if it was read out. But with that, we've completed 4 of the endings of NieR Automata. We have only one left. Once we have completed ending C and D, the credits of the most recent ending we completed will be unskippable. This is because pods 042 and 153 will begin speaking to each other during this sequence. Through the conversation, the two pods realize that the final black box is offline, that the Yorha project has concluded.
A data leak begins, causing the memories of 2B, 9S, and A2 to be deleted. Pod 042 feels a massive gratitude towards these androids because they were the ones that allowed him to be able to develop what he calls a will in the first place. He then begins a data salvage to preserve the memories of those lost. In response, a system purge begins. This could cause the end of the pod's consciousness. We have to prevent this purge by playing one last shoot-'em-up minigame, but this time we're defeating the credits. We're wiping out the names of the people that created the masterpiece that we're playing right now. This ending is fantastic in so many ways. First of all, I just want to appreciate the level of ingenuity that it takes to get us to interface with the credits like this. Getting people to watch credits is a very difficult thing. Most people just skip them and rarely care about the names behind the game that they just played. Some games will go as far as to force you to watch the credits, not allowing you to skip at all. I don't think this is a good solution whatsoever, because it really just makes the player annoyed and uninterested. This sequence actually makes us care about the names and pay attention to them, but that is the very smallest thing it does. As we move on, the game becomes incredibly difficult. It gets harder and harder to survive as the bullets are flying around the screen. We are asked multiple times if we want to stop, if we want to quit, if everything is all for nothing, pointless. But the messages begin to grace our screen, one of encouragement. We will soon learn that these are from other players that have completed the process already, and we're allowed to leave messages for us, to cheer us on, to keep us going. Not only that, but the minigame will become so hard at a certain point that we need to accept help from these other people. More shooters will flood the screen and allow us to take more hits and defeat the credits easier. Not only is this just incredibly wholesome, it's just a perfect crescendo to the end of this experience. After toiling for hours in a bleak landscape of death and misery, wondering if life even matters, we are given the joy of community, the support of others, the message that we must lean on someone to get through and bear this wretched landscape of life. After we reach the end, we hear one of the pods saying that everything is designed to end, that life is the struggle. The pods now fully have feelings. One of the pods has survivor's guilt. They have developed abstract concepts, though they are still machines. The data salvage restored all of the androids' memories, and they are reassembling them with the same design. We see 9S and 2B on a rooftop, ready to come back and try this whole thing once again, and A2 off in the distance. The pods question whether this is pointless, whether trying this over one more time might be futile. It might just lead to the same result, but there is hope. There is a small possibility of a different outcome, and because of that, they have to try. After this scene, we can choose to delete our save data to provide a message to the other players trying to finish the game. This whole sequence is just beautiful. Yoko Taro made a happy ending here, and it was really shocking to see. Judging from his track record, he really only focuses on the bleak, the tired, the weary, and the hopeless. But here, he inspires hope. To be honest, it is an open ending, and I could see how you could interpret this ending as futile, nihilistic, the same cycle of life, death, and failure over and over. But I would argue that the game is telling us that this is the point. That this is the point of everything, to try again and fail over and over. Not until you succeed, because success isn't the point. The point is in the trying. Upon watching the final scene, I couldn't help but think back to the records of the androids that 9S had found, the ones detailing that they based their personalities and habits on human behavior. If something didn't work, they just tried it again, in the same way, and never adapted. I would argue that this is the most human thing that they could have done, making the machines the most human of all. This still isn't truly the end of NieR Automata. There are still some adventures to be had in this world, and this game is actually the most friendly to going back and picking it up again, as there's actually a post-game. We can go back to the game through chapter select, and we still keep our levels, weapons, chips, and items. We can also, of course, go back and do any side content that we missed. One of the biggest things that we can do first is fighting the secret bosses. This will only happen when Emil invites us back to his home. He does this the first time that we meet him to get access to his shop. We can find his home connected to the crater in the city ruins. There are different levels to this place, but Emil's home is at the bottom. Once we get there, we can find some interesting stuff, specifically a mask that we can take.
When we talk to Emil on the surface, he says that someone has been stealing his stuff, so he's locked it in a chest. We can head down again to hack the chest and grab one of Emil's heads. When we go to leave, Emil realizes that it was us and decides to defend his home. We have to battle him, but if we do this after the main story, it isn't really a challenge. This gives us the Emil Head's weapon. The only other secret boss after this requires a lot of work to get to. We have to first collect every single weapon in the game. This will be a lot of backtracking to other chapters and completing quests if we weren't gathering them during our original playthroughs. After that, we have to upgrade each one to level 4, which requires a ton of material farming and buying. Once we do this, we can fight Emil in the desert, which is virtually the same fight as Hegel, but just with Emil heads instead. There's some quite disturbing dialogue here, though, that makes it a lot different. If we don't complete the battle, we will get ending Y, which tells us that the Emils caused the planet to explode and destroyed it entirely. If we beat it, then Emil will perish, remembering his companions from before, happy that he gets to see them in the end. There are some particularly interesting side quests in NieR Automata that I'd like to talk about quickly. There are many side quests in the game, and like I said before, some of them really help to flesh out the world and make for a richer story. Yorha Betrayers sees us tracking down some android deserters who are wanted by the organization. As we track them down, we begin to question why they're wanted in the first place. We don't end up getting an answer, but it starts to make us question command, and clearly that was a correct line of thought in the end. There is an interesting quest that has us collect plug-in chips for an android in the Resistance camp. We then deliver them to him, only to realize that the android was trying to construct a family out of other machine life forms. This is quite clearly strange to our characters, but in hindsight, it's almost kind of touching. Amnesia is probably one of my favorite quests in the game. We find a Resistance woman in the city ruins, and she seems to have lost her memories. She has a pod that belonged to her dead friend, and wants us to find out who killed her. We hack the pod and reveal the perp had a red hood. We track down the red hooded person only to be led back to the Resistance woman who gave us the quest. Once we get the final information from the pod, we realize that the woman herself killed her friend. She was a Yorha soldier, a Type E executioner. She killed her friend and was racked with guilt, so she wiped her own memories to forget. This obviously foreshadows a lot of things from the story. For one, the existence of Type E androids, the designation that we would later learn belongs to 2B and her tragic story, but also the idea of wiping one's memories to forget some guilt, which Pascal would later become a victim of. It is also quite tragic, though, because the character wanted their memories wiped. They wanted to forget, but their curiosity got the better of them, and they're back in the same place they were before. A lot of these quests are really good, and most of them are worth your time. There are some, like the race quests, for example, that aren't really necessary to this story, but can be a little fun challenge. It's just a massive step up in terms of content from previous entries in the series. There was one story-related DLC released for NieR Automata called 3C3C1D119440927. It was released on May 2nd, 2017 for the PlayStation 4. It adds a bunch of different costumes that serve as references to NieR Replicant, but it also adds 3 new areas that we can partake in challenges in. The first that we'll venture into is the desert. Here the machines ask us to take part in a few different trials. Each trial has a different rule that we'll have to follow to complete it. Sound familiar? Well, it should, because these machines have based themselves on the kingdom in the desert all those years ago in NieR. They follow specific rules because they believe it will lead their lives and society down a better path. After we complete each one, we get a storybook. This deals with the balance between rules, or chains, and freedom. We can venture to another arena in the flooded city, which will see us completing challenges against formidable foes. Through this one, though, we are shown a magnified version of how machines are treated by androids, forced to fight, forced to be slaves and do their bidding, and when they don't act correctly, they are tortured or killed. The storybook contains the fitting quote that to consider someone else a friend is to consider someone else an enemy. The last one takes place in the Forest Kingdom and sees us taking control of machines to fight against others. This one offers us the machines that we've already taken control of throughout the game. This one shows off the struggle of a machine to become stronger. After this, we can find our final challenge, to journey through the memories of a machine named Plato 17 to 8. It details his struggle, his failure to be good enough, to always be worse than everyone around him. This again furthers the idea that this is what it means to be human. The DLC also allows us to take on some extra challenges at each of the game arenas. In one, we can even battle the CEO of Square Enix and the CEO of Platinum Games. I do think this DLC was interesting and probably warranted. It was a good implementation of the medium. It wasn't an extension to the story, at least not directly, but it furthers the world so much and extends the style and the storytelling more than anything else. It doesn't need to tell us more about the story or the characters. That part is done. It gives us more good combat and more context to the place that these stories are being told in. Before we move on, I'd like to talk about the music of NieR Automata. I gave this part its own section because I really do think the music is something special, just like in NieR, and it deserves to be focused on. The whole soundtrack is gorgeous and is a lot more varied than the previous ones. There's a lot of different sounds here to accommodate for the different environments of the game. I will say that there is still that thread of sadness in most of the songs. The entire project does really feel melancholic, a deep tragedy bleeding through the entire thing. But of course, it wouldn't be a Yoko Taro project without it. One of the most recognizable tracks for me is the amusement park theme. This track is just as noticeable the first time you hear it. It's one of those songs that you feel like you've already heard before. The slow thumping piano offers an almost foreboding element to the track. The whole thing is beautiful, but with this undercurrent of threat, fear, and danger. The flittering tones at the beginning give the song a whimsical feel as well, and it fits perfectly with its environment. When you listen to this song, you can't help but picture the cramped streets of the park and the weaving roller coaster, fireworks in the background. The Weight of the World is perhaps one of the most sad songs on the track list. The guitar and piano come together in the beginning of the song, working in tandem as a beautiful duo, making magic. There's a melancholy here, a sadness that stands at the forefront. The voices are beautiful. The singing is filled with genuine emotion. A sad ballad that expands past this game and becomes its own piece that can work in any other circumstance. It transcends the medium of game, but also reflects the characters in the game and their story incredibly well.
I feel like I'm losing hope in my body and my soul and the sky.
The City Ruins theme is another song that fits its area very well. The high piano stands prominent in the background over the sad vocals. The song feels like it's telling a story of a long-lost past, a world that's been lost and lives that were once here. But it also feels like a beginning, a readying for adventure. It feels like purpose, reason, motivation, a sunrise just on the horizon, a new day beginning. Vague Hope is another incredibly sad song. The best part about this track, though, is the beginning piano. The writing here is just incredible. The composers made it truly feel like the instrument itself is speaking, adding another layer to this song. When the song hits its soft crescendo, the drums come in and the thumping reverberates. You feel it deep down, the emotion hits you, and a picture is painted in your mind. The Copied City is a pretty special track, as it feels very choral for this OST. It clearly again fits the area that it was composed for. The angelic voices raise the song up, elevating it to new heights. The piano creates an almost anxious melody, one of the unknown and battle to be fought, one that can only end in death, so there's a sadness there as well. The Voice of No Return is one of my favorite tracks, mostly because it opens with a very simple guitar and only vocals to accompany it. It's a very stripped back song, but this is one of the more upbeat tracks in my opinion. The voice here is sad, but it really paints a picture of hope, happiness, even an empty field somewhere, the sun shining down. Birth of a Wish is one of the more epic tracks on the OST. The thumping drums and deep voices feel very battle-like. It doesn't feel like a grand war, though. It almost has a covert feeling to it. We can feel through the song that one person is fighting this battle, but against a formidable foe. It's grand, but it's a one-sided type of grandiosity. Possessed by Disease is probably one of the most experimental tracks on the list. There's a lot of moving parts here, almost an overwhelming amount, but the violins and modulated voices at the beginning give the track a science fiction feel, but one that's draped in spirituality. The song results in a massive thumping climax, incorporating all of the elements to create something very large in scale and some type of beauty in the process. Overall, the NieR Automata soundtrack is fantastic, just beautiful, and there's not much more I can really say about it. NieR Automata is a beautiful piece of work. It begins to transcend even the word game at this point. Not that that is a bad thing. It just rises to something higher, above a form of media. It's just art. The physical parts of the game work incredibly well. We've gotten to a point in the series where the combat is actually very good, and fun enough to play that I keep going back to the game even while writing this review. The systems are something that I just love to interface with, and the tactile feel of the controls makes fighting enemies incredibly satisfying. The depth of the system is something to be praised as well. Coming from such humble beginnings as Drakengard, the fact that the systems have advanced enough to reach this point is astounding. There's so much variety in combos and equipment, in ways that you can play the game or fight the enemies. The game and its systems trust you enough to give you the freedom to fully interface with them. That being said, most of that variety is optional, and only exists if you really want to see it. The complexity isn't necessary, and if you want to interact with NieR on simple terms, then the option is there. This is a perfect balancing act of variety for more inclined players that want that sort of thing, and ease of use for people that just want to see the story. The world is also a highlight in NieR Automata, a sprawling and interesting place with a ton of variety in areas and landscapes. Each place feels unique and like it has its own story behind it. It feels like every color, every plant, every room was designed specifically for the area that we are in. The world itself also has a story to tell. It has progressed much further since we last saw it. There are pieces of that here, and they start to begin to bridge the gap between the previous tales and the one that we're playing now. But obviously the part of NieR Automata that shines the brightest is its story. On one level, Automata tells a compelling narrative, one of broken people trying to survive. Not only that, but pushing further past that, trying to find out why they should even survive in the first place. 2B is a tragic figure, one that is doomed to take care of the very person that she must kill. She's meant to stop him from finding out the hard and secret truths of the world, but ends up caring about that person more than she wants to kill him. 9S is on the other end of this. He's lonely, he wants someone to care for, and someone to care for him. Once he finds that, he only realizes the betrayal in this, that the world would swipe away this reward from him, one final irony in the tragedy. 9S then stakes his life to get vengeance for 2B's death. This journey is wrought with rage, anger, and fury, but when he reaches his goal, he realizes the ultimate truth, that 2B was meant to kill him. Another tragedy on the other side, but 9S is so lost at this point that it doesn't even matter. A2 as a character has struggled and managed to survive for years after losing everyone that she even came close to caring about. She's now a wall that no emotion is allowed to pass through. She's just trying to do right by what she sees, and when we meet her, do right by 2B. These stories are all interwoven through the narrative backdrop of the machines and the androids. Of course, we have the twists and the turns, realizing the aliens are dead and eventually the humans are both shocks to the system. We don't really see these coming. We don't realize the true futility of this war. But the true ingenuity here is the presentation of the story. This game is the culmination of everything that came before it. It feels like every game in the series was just a prototype for NieR Automata. The multiple sides of the same story, the choice in endings, the interactive credits sequence, everything pushes a boundary just slightly. The game pushes just a bit outside of the screen to involve the player into what it's doing. It doesn't force itself into the real world fully, but you can tell there's a few inches of difference between this and some generic AAA blockbuster. But that's where the second, deeper layer of the game comes in. This game asks the player many questions. During research for this video, Yoko Taro said a lot of things about the game's endings and story. The main takeaway, though, was that he wanted it to be open-ended. He wanted fans to interpret what happened, or take away things from the games by making their own decisions. This is a mirror of his ideas relating to the game's systems as well. Freedom and choice creates a better outcome. We come to our own conclusions. We find the narrative within on our own, without the game pushing us in one direction, but just slight guidance. In my opinion, Automata is a story that's truly about hope and what it means to be human. Ultimately, humanity does things that make no sense. From an outside perspective, you could watch humans living their daily lives, trying things over and over, and failing miserably, but still getting back up just to fail again. This is how we feel when we watch the machines, even when the androids watch the machines. But that is what it means to be human. Being human is failure. It is tragedy. It is sadness. It is misery. But it's also happiness. It's fulfillment, satisfaction, and most of all, hope. In the end, that's what we're left with. A happy ending where our characters get another chance to do this thing all over again. Isn't that the best we can hope for? Another chance? NieR Automata was a huge success on release. It sold almost 200,000 copies in Japan during its first week of release, and reached #1 on the sales charts. By May 2019, it had sold over 4 million copies worldwide. It was the first massive critical success that Taro was allowed to see. He wouldn't get to immediately bask in the glow because Taro had to start working on stage plays soon after, so he didn't get to soak in the rewards until much later. The game was given positive reviews from most outlets, with its highest score, a 90 on Metacritic, for the Xbox One version of the game. Famitsu gave the game a near-perfect score, touting its themes and gameplay as its best parts. The game was nominated for tons of awards like Best Storytelling at the Golden Joystick Awards, Best Narrative at the Game Awards, and Game of the Year at the GDC Awards. This would be the last mainline entry in the Drakengard and NieR series, but we technically haven't even scratched the surface when it comes to lore, supplementary material, and side games. There was a mobile game made for the NieR series called NieR Reincarnation. This was originally pitched by Square Enix to try and target casual players. The game was developed by Applybot and Square Enix. Yoko Taro and Yosuke Saito actually returned to direct and produce, respectively. The original approach for the game was to try and appeal to Western audiences more. Now, I won't really be talking about the game super in-depth. First of all, it is a mobile game that can mostly be played on auto mode. I will say it's probably one of the better mobile games that I've played, though I generally try to avoid them like the plague. It still has a mechanic dump at the beginning with dozens of menus, pop-ups, chests you can open. There's just so much junk on the screen that you get pretty overwhelmed. Second of all, the game isn't really finished yet and is still being updated. It's also not really quite clear where the game fits in the overall narrative or timeline of the series. The game, though, is pretty simple in concept. Our main character is in a place called the Cage and works through different memories of weapons. Each time we play a few sequences as another character and have to fix the memories by making sure they aren't adjusted by an outside force. These short stories are generally pretty good, and some of them do seem to have an overall impact on the universe at large. Again, I will say that I think this game is sort of a step above the general muck of mobile games. It's definitely not something that I would recommend you to run out and try right now, though. But I guess if your power goes out for a few hours and you don't have anything else to do, you could check it out. Something I haven't really talked about at all throughout the entirety of the series has been weapon stories. I was really saving this for the end because I wanted to talk about specific ones and have all of the stories of the games in context before we talked about the weapon stories in general. The concept is that each weapon in every game since Drakengard has a story associated with it. Each time you level a weapon up all the way to level 4, you will unlock another small part of this story. A lot of these stories are self-contained tales, sometimes interesting, sometimes tragic, sometimes disturbed, sometimes heartwarming. They are tales of the people that inhabit this world, the people that struggle, the people that survive, the people that love and live. But sometimes these stories give context to the world, detailing more interesting parts of the lore, or even the characters that our stories are centered around. Some weapons are carried through the entirety of the series, showing up in every single entry, like Iron Will. Some of these only show up in 1 or 2 entries, but they're all worthy of looking at. I will say that I do love the way this concept persists throughout the games. It's just another way that these games further the personalization of war and death.
Each weapon has its own story, because it is not just a tool. It isn't just a piece of steel, sharpened and honed to take lives. Taking these lives has some sort of impact, some persistence in the world, in the universe, in this variable, ever-changing place. Through this section, I will point out some of these weapon stories that I think are worthy of paying attention to. Captain's Guard is a neat little story that only appears in Drakengard 3. I have gladly pledged loyalty to the king across time. No matter how hellish the fight or reckless the order, I have risked all to protect king and country. But the king has lost his life in battle. He was young and newly crowned lord. He left behind no descendants. Who will I ever serve now? Wailing over such things will achieve nothing. My only job is to protect my country. My only mission is to serve my king. So I search. I search for a new body to replace the long-shattered muscle and bone that resided in this armor. I search for a new king worthy of wearing me. At first, we assume the narrator is a knight in the service of a king. At the end of the story, we realize that it is actually a suit of armor. Pretty clever. In the first game, Khaim's sword tells of how his father gave it to him, and how eventually his father fell to the Black Dragon. The second game has this weapon as well, but mostly recaps the story from the first game. In general, I'm not a big fan of the weapon stories from the second game. It seems to take a lot of the stories from the first game and just try to one-up them. It doesn't really seem like that game understood the appeal of them in the first place. The third game also has Khaim's sword, but explains his story very poetically. There was once an awkward prince who found love, politics, and even general interactions difficult. His only comfort was practicing swordplay in the courtyard. After 100 days of practice, he began to feel stronger. As this strength turned to confidence and washed away his anxieties, the prince devoted himself to mastering the sword. After 1,000 days of practice, he forgot the stress of politics and intrigue. Such things brought only lies and betrayal, but his sword never did. After 10,000 days of practice, he realized his sword might free him from all stress if he entrusted everything to it. Alas, he was only running away from his problems. Fury Eye's dagger in Drakengard 3 details her feelings for Khaim and how they had to be held back. A lot of the weapons in Drakengard 3 that are used by the disciples or the main characters seem to be told from their perspective and try to contextualize their characters further, like Decadus's weapon, masochistic joy showing his delight in the pain that he was receiving from his master. Ariosh's weapon in the third game, Morning Thorn, adds a lot to the character, showing her thought process after her child perished. The weapon story for Zero's blade is particularly tragic, tapping into the less often seen emotional side of the character. From the moment I was born, there was nothing. That's how I wound up with the name Zero. I tried and failed to find value in my life. Even religion failed me, for I would have sooner fought and killed for a god than pray to it. I took lives and felt nothing. I killed without regret. Right? Wrong? Sin? Redemption? I couldn't even work up the emerge to care. Like a child, I waited and hoped for the moment when this sad shell of a life would finally be over. Some of the weapons from Automata are particularly interesting. Cruel Blood Oath seems to describe the relationship between 2B and 9S from her side. I'll never forget the time we met. I knew ours was a love that would last for eternity. But even when by his side, his feelings were a mystery. It was painful not to know what he was thinking. So painful. When I was close, I hurt him, yet being distant hurt him more. I finally found my place in life, a place where I am as close as possible, yet eternally distant. The Emil Head's weapon story seems to speak of the future, after NieR Automata has taken place. 9-2-12-422. I confirmed that the machine lifeforms released by the aliens have reconstructed their network. I've started to see units with gravity-controlling capabilities again as well. I was spawned about a week ago, so I don't have clear recollections of anything before that. Say, I wonder where the original disappeared to all those millennia ago. I confirmed that the 25th one born after me has stopped his biological activity. Although we're technically immortal, since we can respawn indefinitely and all, we're still not exempt from death. Our memories are only copies, so they're pretty vague. That android wearing black, I have the feeling that I've met her before. She had a complicated look on her face, but I can't remember anything. This seems to line up with ending E of the game. There are a ton more weapon stories, and way too many for me to go over here. I obviously can't just go through and list every single one because it is way outside of the scope of this video. I think the writing here is, for the most part, genuinely good outside of Drakengard 2. The whole concept is just fantastic as well. It leaves little bits of optional story behind leveling up weapons. This creates a challenge for very die-hard and interested fans that want to see every single facet of the story. Just a fantastic idea, and a lot of really cool little tales to be found here. The Drakengard AND NieR series has quite a lot of supplementary material to it. Novellas, manga series, audio dramas, stage plays, all of this material adds up over time, but it does contain a lot of really crucial information that's vital to developing a timeline around the universe. It also delves deeper into certain characters, their motivations and backstories. But because of the very large amount of side information, I'm going to be approaching this differently than I do in my normal full series videos. Instead of just running through the list of published novellas and stage plays and reviewing each one while explaining it, I think it would be better to present all of this information in a timeline of sorts. This does two things. It covers the information presented, but also focuses on relevancy and wraps up the entire story, so that you know what happened from A to Z, rather than just scattered information and piecing it together yourself. Before we get to that, we should really talk about the timelines that exist across the entire story. Because there are many different endings across this tale, we will only be talking about the official canon endings when it comes to the timeline. It should also be noted that NieR and Drakengard technically exist on two separate timelines, which cross over during Drakengard, specifically ending E. They are technically a part of the same story, and of course, because of this link, the story in NieR is created. With that, let's start all the way back before Drakengard 3, the first entry in the series, chronologically. The story really starts in the year of 856 AD. The world of Drakengard up until this point was identical to Earth's. That is, until a disease began to spread throughout Europe. In addition, earthquakes began to rack the world, killing many people. This resulted in the Cataclysm, an even larger earthquake which shook the Iberian Peninsula. A massive city rose from this disaster, which would later be known as Cathedral City, where many of the events of Drakengard 3 will take place. The Cataclysm also spawned new, powerful beings, dragons, the Watchers, and a black flower. Now, it's not incredibly clear why or where or how Cathedral City appeared. Most seem to think that Cathedral City actually comes from the NieR timeline far in the future. This would effectively result in a cyclical relationship between the NieR timeline and the Drakengard timeline. Where it ends, it begins. Somewhere during this time, the Black Flower that spawned as a part of the Cataclysm was locked away in Cathedral City. The Black Flower is actually sent from this universe's creator, or god, so to speak, to wipe out humanity. Dragons are actually an enemy to the flower and contain the power to destroy it. With lifespans incredibly long, all they have known is war and battle. When they were transported to the Drakengard universe, they became enemies of the humans. Tensions between the two lasted for somewhere around 10 years. Eventually, what was formerly known as Europe left their country statuses behind and joined together to become Midgard. With the chaos in the world and the generally unsafe nature of most areas at this point, a lot of the citizens of Midgard fled to Cathedral City. The otherworldly beings that now roamed the land actually carried something called Maso. This magical substance began to have an effect on the humans around them. This turned them into things like fairies, orcs, and minotaurs. This is how the world gained these beings in the first place. But the Maso also had another effect. It gave people powers or allowed them to use magic. The resulting magicians began to form the Magic Academy. At the same time, a church had begun to form that worshipped people that could complete what they thought were miracles. These two organizations existed as the top brass of this world, forming a bit of a hierarchy. The Lords of the Land were also a huge part of this. They began to take over and rule different areas of Midgard. A massive power gap formed between them and the people that they ruled over. At a later date, an accident at the Magic Academy had occurred. A specific spell that was forbidden by the Academy had been cast. This caused a massive explosion that resembled a giant flower. The city was leveled, mostly destroyed, decimated. Years later, in the year 985, the story of a character we already know had begun. This is A Reign to End and a Flower to Begin, a short novella about Zero before she was zero. This girl, young at this point, had grown up in poverty. She was sold to a brothel at a very young age. No one could escape, and she hated her life there, clearly. But she befriended another girl, one named Indigo. Indigo was the one that gave her a name, Rose, because of the color of her eyes. Indigo was a respite from the terrible world around her. The injustice and degeneracy that she saw in life could at least be slightly quenched by her friendship with Indigo. Eventually, Indigo raised the idea of escape. She wanted to steal money from the brothel, run off with Rose, and live their lives fully. They did this, but as they exited, Rose realized she was being had. Indigo already had a man ready to take her off, and just used Rose to help her steal the money. Rose was supposed to be killed but survived, albeit being taken back to the brothel after being recaptured. She made another attempt to escape later, but this time she was ruthless, killing every single person that could possibly come after her. When she hit the road, Rose realized she needed to kill, steal, cheat, and lie just to survive. She did horrible things, but she had to be able to get through. She eventually contracted a disease that was set to kill her. She had eventually killed so much, though, that she had a bounty on her head. She was then captured for this bounty and was set to be executed. Beside her, 5 other girls were revolting, rebels against local leaders. They were also to be executed and were killed one by one in front of her. Rose was to be burned last, but died from her sickness. Shortly after, though, another being that was weak and dying used Rose to come back. A fragment of the black flower bloomed inside of her and restored itself, and Rose at once. This was the creation of the first intoner, Zero. Once Zero realized that the flower was feeding off of her and that the flower was going to eventually use her to end the world, she tried to take her own life. This resulted in the flower spawning 5 different clones of Zero to ensure that she couldn't take her own life and destroy the flower. These are the sisters that we hunt down in Drakengard 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Each of these girls were partly based on parts of Zero's own personality as Rose, and also girls that Rose had met during her journey. The next part of the timeline goes into Utahime 5, a short manga series about the sisters. After the girls escaped death at the hands of Zero, they went off to form a vigilante superhero group. They traveled the country to see how corrupt the world had become. They saw the horrors of how the lords of the land were treating the country. This led them to try and free the world from these leaders. They first headed to the Land of Sands to tackle Lord Bass. He was using the flesh and bones of children as decorations for his castle, clearly not even respecting human life. This attack on the castle resulted in Bass's head exploding. Partition, Lord Bass's assistant, offered to help the group get more powerful. He tells them that the gate of the Black Flower in Cathedral City holds great power. They head there, and on the way, one is pulled off of the ship into the ocean. She makes it out of the water and meets the dragon Gabriella in the process. An assassin that's tracking the sisters down then shows up. This is Bardis, who is incredibly powerful. He used to be the guard for the Gate of the Black Flower. He's not human, but is incredibly powerful. He attacks one and is defeated, but does not die. He's regenerated as a young boy. After this battle, one fell into a coma for a month. Gabriella was impressed with her battle prowess and decided to take care of her. At the same time all of this was happening, Zero was trying to research the flower that was inside of her in the hopes of destroying it. She ends up meeting Michael, and the two bond, eventually joining together to try and take down the flower together. The lords of the land also have learned of the gate at this point and are trying to open it. Bardis steps up, but there's a voice recognition system, and Bardis isn't a match. He's teleported away, and at the same time, one is reuniting with her sisters after her coma. They then head to Cathedral City. Once at the gate, they are sneak attacked by the lords of the land. All of the sisters are slaughtered except for one. Her voice breaks open the seal, and the Black Flower escapes. It grabs the sisters and puts them back together. The Black Flower then summons all of the sisters' Watchers. The lords are then killed, but Zero and Michael arrive. Michael destroys the flower, and Zero and One battle each other. Before they fight, though, Zero summons 5 white doves to siphon the energy from her sisters. These are clearly the sisters' disciples, or would become them. As Zero and One are fighting, Bardis comes back and jumps in. Zero is knocked out, and Gabriella uses her wish to grant her massive amounts of power, but she becomes a mindless beast. She's going to turn on One, but One creates a pact to turn her back, while taking away One's ability to age. Zero and Michael then leave the battle, wounded. After this, the sisters then each became the leaders of their respective lands across Midgard. This was actually a much better alternative for the people, especially compared to the reign of the lords of the land. They each created new policies, formed their own armies, the world was reshaped, and religion was replaced with worship of the intoners. The monster populations decreased, and the people were generally treated well. The doves eventually took human form because they were siphoning off energy from the sisters. Brother One was formed from One herself, creating the fifth disciple. Of course, the events of Drakengard 3 take place. Both Zero and Mikhail are killed, and Brother One is the only one left. With his goal complete, though, Brother One has lost his purpose, his meaning in life. He wanted his sister to continue living on, so he formed the cult of the Watchers. The symbol became the three-eyed twin. But without the intoners around, poverty and terror began to plague the world. Things became worse than they were with the female leaders looking over the population. Around this time, the seeds of destruction were discovered. The cult designed the seal system that we became very familiar with in the first Drakengard game. Down the line, there were many goddesses that acted as the final seal. Brother One was eventually exiled from the cult, and the organization became warped because of a disease, the Red Eye disease. See, the flower had lived on through One. Zero never killed all of the intoners. Because of this, the flower then manifested itself through the rest of the cult as the Red Eye disease. Eventually, the cult became known as the Empire, and the Union was formed to rebel against them. After One was exiled, he met a woman named Rosa, and they had children together. Down the family tree, his great-great-granddaughter was Mana. Mana was abused as a child because she didn't have the family gift to control golems. She was eventually found by the cult of the Watchers and made their high priestess. The Seeds of Destruction were sort of rebranded as the Seeds of Resurrection. Outside of the Watchers, a group of 3 young kids were forming a bond. This would be Khaim, Inuart, and Fyriai. Khaim and Fyriai were the children of King Gap. He was a very respected king who didn't often wage war. He was so respected that any enemies he might have would often defect to his side. Inuart's father was originally an enemy of King Gap, but defected and became an ally to the king. Khaim was a natural-born warrior, but Inuart was not, finding more interest in poetry and music. Fyriai and Inuart were engaged at this point, having fallen in love, even though secretly Fyriai had feelings for her brother. When Khaim turned 18, the Black Dragon had arrived and killed his parents. This led the country into collapse, and the 3 had to flee. Fyriai then became the goddess of the seal after the mark appeared on her. The group changed heavily after this. Khaim lost his parents, having nothing and enraged. Inuart lost his only love since Fyriai could not marry him once she became the goddess, and Fyriai could have nothing herself. Of course, the events of Drakengard take place, resulting in ending E. Khaim and Angelus chase the Queen Beast into another world, another timeline, the NieR timeline. After they defeat it, Khaim and Angelus are shot down. Angelus's body is impaled on Tokyo Tower. This world that they were transported to is very similar to the Drakengard universe, in that everything up to this event was exactly the same as our world. Nothing changed until this day, June 12th, 2003, or the 6/12 incident as the world would come to know it. Initially, most thought the giant beast and the dragon above the city were an act of terrorism, but suddenly the residents of Tokyo began turning into statues of salt. This disease would come to be known as white chlorination syndrome. Not everyone was turned into a statue, though. Some people actually became aggressive because of WCS and started attacking the people around them. These reactions took place because when the Queen Beast died, the Maso that was inside her entered this universe. This was effectively the Watchers invading this timeline. WCS was actually a type of pact, though. If you accept the pact, you live, but become a tool of the Watchers, or God, and if you deny the pact, you die. WCS was a massive problem for Japan and the world. Shinjuku was cordoned off and the Wall of Jericho was erected. This was a massive structure around the city that would prevent infected individuals from getting out and possibly spreading the disease to the rest of the world. Inside of the walls, a massive white creature was eventually spotted. Around the same time, humans were researching WCS by investigating Angelus's body, which had been retrieved from Tokyo Tower at this point. It was almost stolen in an attack on the facility. The aggressive individuals that accepted the WCS eventually grew smarter. They began to evolve and become a collective, led by one infected named Red Eye. The group was known as Legion. In 2008, the Wall of Jericho was destroyed from the inside, allowing WCS to get past the bounds of Shinjuku. The Legion was eventually pushed back only when the US and Japan formed an alliance against these foes. Ultimately, though, they had to take the nuclear option and the city was destroyed. What they didn't realize was that nuking the city would cause the disease to spread throughout the world, not just Japan. This wasn't known at first because initially it seemed like the Legion was wiped out. Humans began to research Angelus's body and figured out about the existence of another universe where the dragon must have come from. Red Eye and the Legion eventually popped back up. An organized group attacked research bases again and took Angelus's body. At this point, researchers had figured out how to use the Maso to create magic. A massive war began against Red Eye and the Legion. The Hamlin organization had formed around this time to train children to help fight in the war. They were making soldiers from a young age. They used a drug called luciferase that would make them resistant to WCS. At the same time, Project Snow White was developed to create a weapon that could defeat the Legion. Children were taken as test subjects, and a national weapons lab was disguised as a mansion. Halua and Emil were experimented on with Maso. Halua took care of her younger brother, instilling a healthy fear against the staff of the weapons laboratory in him. She eventually was told she had a sickness and was taken in for surgery. She turned into the weapon and broke out on a rampage, killing everyone she could. Emil was of course also turned into a countermeasure to stop her. He petrified his sister, and the experiments were heavily scaled back after the lab deemed it far too dangerous. With this research not working out, the Hamlin organization ended up deploying their Crusade units, the child soldiers that had grown by this point and had been trained in combat. This led to the death of Red Eye in the year 2030 by the leader of the 13th Crusade. After the death of Red Eye, it led the Legion to be less dangerous. They weren't as structured as before, so they were still around, but not as much of a threat. At the same time, researchers were looking for a cure for WCS. They quickly found out that it wasn't possible because of the fact that the disease was actually a pact. Since this was a pact with the soul, the idea was to remove the soul. This was the creation of Project Gestalt. This would allow the pact to effectively be broken since the pact was not in the body and there was no body to inflict punishment onto. Angelus's body was used to create vessels for the souls. 2014 was the first time that a soul was removed from a body and then rejoined. Project Gestalt was the only lead that humans had, the only answer that they had found to their downfall. Replicants were created so that the soul had a place to go back after the bodies had deteriorated. Overseers were also created to ensure that the replicants and the souls survived after WCS was gone. These overseers were Devila and Popola model androids. When replicants died, the overseers would just replace them with a new one. But backup systems were needed to make sure everything went to plan. They needed a system that would force every soul back into its body or vice versa. Hamlin gathered 13 of their most powerful soldiers and locked them in a room together under the guise of monetary reward and freedom from the program. This was not true, of course, and the soldiers had to duke it out until only 2 were left. When the 2 were left, the books that they were given enveloped them, becoming Grimoire Noir and Grimoire Vice. Noir would separate all of the souls from their bodies if needed, and Vice would reunite them. Kaine, the human version of her, was born as a mix between Legion and human DNA. Kali, her grandmother, was a war hero. She was the one that was given credit for killing Red Eye. She didn't actually complete the job, but was given the award. She was very rich and lived with her husband. When Kaine was born, she was treated as her daughter. She assumingly wanted a child that had some Legion genes so that she could protect them in case of an emergency. Kaine was the opposite of her replicant self. She was very soft-spoken, obedient, and quiet. One day, the Legion had begun attacking in Shinjuku. NieR and Yona, their human versions, were separated. Yona stumbled upon Kaine's mansion, and NieR made his way there. At the same time, Emil was in the care of scientists since the incident with his sister. Yura, a hired guard of Kali, had decided to kidnap Emil. Since he was the ultimate weapon, he would be used to protect his boss. During the battle, Kaine's grandfather is stabbed, and Yura forces Emil to use his power. Yura eventually runs away once Emil is out of his control. Kali is swallowed up by a Legion beast, and this causes Kaine to go berserk and destroy the enemy. Kali is luckily still alive inside, but Kaine and Emil are still going berserk. NieR shouts out to them, telling the two to stop. He has some strange connection to the other characters, possibly because of what will become of the group. This stops the two, and the parties all go their separate ways. At this point, most of the souls are in storage. Relapse happens when one of the souls loses its sentience, becoming an aggressive monster. The researchers needed a perfect DNA match to be able to prevent relapses. They began handing out Grimoire Noir all over the country to try and find one. Everyone that wasn't a match and touched the book automatically relapsed. When we first see NieR and Yona, NieR touches the book and is a match, allowing him to use the power of the book. Yona also touched it, though, and began to relapse. NieR was then brought in for testing. Yona was placed in cryosleep, freezing her in her relapsed state. Grimoire Noir was programmed to obey NieR. No cure could be found for Yona, so they had to just wait for Project Gestalt to complete. They had to wait around 1,000 years for WCS to run its course. Yona could be fixed once the project was over. NieR then agreed to become the original Gestalt and help them out. This created the Shadow Lord, which was how the Shades came to know him. Every human underwent the Gestalt process. Replicants were originally given a limited amount of sentience, but gained more and evolved around 700 years into the program. At one point, a young lover had brought his dead wife's corpse to Jerusalem to try and resurrect her. This in turn brought back Red Eye, who gathered all of the Legion forces there. Because they were all centralized, this allowed the Legion to be wiped out entirely, ending the war and completing Project Gestalt. The Replicants are now ready to reunite with their souls, but the Replicants have gained sentience. Because of this, they try to attack the Gestalts when reintegration begins. Devila and Popola tried to influence the Replicants, but it didn't work. It's been 1,200 years at this point, and the Shadow Lord was ready for the project to be complete. And because Yona's soul was in a constant state of relapse, she would always have the Black Scrawl. Shortly before the story of NieR begins, Replicant NieR began taking jobs around town to try and pay for the expensive medicine for Yona. He eventually took a job in Seafront and got lost. He met a man who propositioned him for sex. In return, he would pay him. This was obviously traumatizing for the young boy, but he did it to be able to help his sister. This went on for quite some time, but eventually NieR took a job hunting shades. The same man was on the shade hunting crew, and NieR killed him in a dark cave, taking his revenge. After all of this, the events of NieR Replicant take place, and Kaine brings NieR back after his memory has been erased from the world. Without Project Gestalt in place, all of the replicants and humans go extinct. The only beings alive at this point are robots, androids, and Emil without the ability to age. The rest of the Devila and Popola units, the ones overseeing other villages, were treated as criminals for their failures. Most of their memories were erased. The androids that remained at this time were left with no purpose. They originally were tasked with keeping the Earth ready for humanity's arrival, but now saw no reason in doing so. Some groups of rebels even banded together, not wanting to serve an extinct species. On July 4th, 5012, aliens began to invade the Earth. They quickly took over North and South America and began manufacturing armies of machines. Androids then formed the Army of Humanity. They began quickly losing the war, though, as the machines gained ground very fast. They were concerned that they would lose the records of humanity and stored it on the server on the moon. They also began constructing satellites around this time. Emil joined in the fight and tried to protect the world from the machines, cloning himself millions of times to try and fend off the aliens. He had to fight for Earth because it was the place that his friends called home, and he couldn't lose that. There's also many theories here about Emil and his part in all this. Because the machines look so similar to Emil, it is possible that one of the Emils was captured to create the machines. I've also heard it posited that Emil himself created the machines. There are many theories out there, but at the end of the day, they're all just theories. Eventually, though, P-33, the robot from the Junk Heap in NieR, was reawakened. P-33 was special, and actually a very integral part of the story of both NieR and NieR Automata. Because P-33 had formed a bond with Khalil, the young shade he met in the Heap, he gained sentience. He began to evolve and learn about emotion. When he awakened, he taught this natural sentience to the rest of the machines. Once the machines gained their sentience, because they weren't respected by their creators, they turned on the aliens. Now, something also worthy of pointing out here is that sometime in this universe, the Earth became tidally locked. This meant that there were two sides of the Earth, one side in perpetual day and another side in perpetual night. The side that we see in NieR Automata is clearly always locked in day, but the other side of the world is called the Kingdom of Night. Not much is known about the Kingdom of Night other than the fact that Accord is rumored to be staying there. Also, the Kingdom of Night has developed a new weapon that they call a dragon. This leads some to believe that the entirety of NieR and Drakengard exists in a cycle, one that loops around sometime in the future, that Cathedral City is located somewhere in the Kingdom of Night, and that the dragons originated there, as well as Accord, and even possibly the flower itself. It was then sent back in time to the other universe and starts the events of Drakengard 3 and even before it. We do know that the machines have access to the history of Drakengard's universe. This is because Eve has the symbol of the three-eyed twins on his body during the last boss fight of Route A and B. Speaking of the machines, because they had gained sentience from P-33 leading up to the game, they began to evolve and adapt in combat. Because of the machine network, if machines had been killed in battle, the rest would still learn from their combat data. The machines are an incredibly powerful force. They aren't just strong because there's a lot of them. That is one reason not to overlook, because they can constantly make new ones, but the machines also adapt to combat as well, evolving and constantly becoming stronger. During the initial machine wars, they almost won. They conquered about 80% of the Earth and then just stopped. The only reason that they stopped was because they knew if they won the war, their existence would be meaningless. They wouldn't have a reason to fight anymore, so they artificially kept the war going. Eventually, the machines found humanity and their history. The red girls that we see in-game are a representation or a manifestation of the machine network. The network began many different experiments with different machines. They would release certain groups of machines from the network and base their behaviors off of different human emotions. Examples in Automata are things like Pascal's Village or the amusement park. Eventually, the machines developed the logic virus as a weapon against the androids. It seems like this is based off of the red eye disease from Drakengard's past, and even this timeline's past. This didn't stop the androids from fighting, though. 12 orbital bases were created and 14 machine wars took place. 8 years before the events of NieR Automata began, Zinnia, a male android, created a plan to fix morale. The androids at the time needed a cause to fight for. He wanted to create a god in that of humanity, and make a story that would give them a reason to fight. Yorha androids were new at this point, very experimental. They were separate from the older models. They were the only models with a black box. The first time that number 2 and number 9 were together involved Zinnia. The first time that number 9 found out about the lie, he killed Zinnia and created a backdoor in the bunker that would allow the orbital bases to be destroyed so that the only information that would remain would be the lie that they had fabricated. The bunker then became the 13th orbital base. As we just talked about, the situation between 9S and 2B had happened many times before the events that we see in-game. 2B was an executioner assigned to 9S to make sure that she killed him if he found out the truth. They couldn't get rid of him because he was the best scanner model they had and way too advanced. The first time she got close to him, though, the killing became difficult, and she tried to close herself off from him so that it didn't hurt as much. This didn't work because every single time she just got close to him. After many different repeats of this cycle, she is weary. 9S finds out about her nature and that she has to kill him before the deed is done. She's ready to give up and tells 9S to kill her, but he takes her blade and ends his own life instead. He tells her that even if it means she has to kill him every time, he wants to, because he gets to see her again. 2B made a promise to keep taking a part in this cycle so that she honored the wishes of 9S. This is obviously where the events of our game take place. 2B is killed, A2 and 9S square off, and after everyone's gone and Yorha is wiped out, the pods reconstruct the androids so they can do it all over again. Now, the only real question here is where NieR Reincarnation falls into this whole thing. It's not really certain, mostly because a lot of it is told through memories. The game isn't really over yet, though, so we could still get some more information and unraveling of the mystery throughout that tale. Drakengard NieR is probably one of the best series that I've ever had the pleasure of playing. The tone, style, and stories that these games all tell are masterpieces. The later games introduce difficult themes, complex characters, and interesting worlds. The ideas go so far past killing is bad and further into what it means to be human, what it means to fight, and what it means to live. These themes are only half of the story, though. Taro uses the video game medium as it was meant to be, and in a way that no other medium is able to replicate. This makes these games unmissable experiences. You will never be able to fully experience them in any other form, even this video. That's why I strongly urge you to go play at least Replicant and Automata. It hasn't been all bright along the way, though. The series seems to have really struggled in the beginning. It was trying to find its footing for quite a while. In addition to interference from the publisher, the game also lacked true direction. It seems like the earlier entries weren't really sure what they wanted to be. But even all the way back as far as Drakengard 1, there was a style there. There was something to keep you around, an unnameable soul to the project. It can't really be placed with words, but it just feels so special, so unique. Seeing the series develop over time to the point that the gameplay is actually tight, fun, and engaging is just perfect. NieR Automata is the best case scenario for the series. On top of that, the world never stops. Taro did not just abandon the Drakengard series, he breathed new life into it with NieR. The connections and threads that lead back to the world will always be there. Small breadcrumbs are left for fans to search for along the way. The connections will probably never be certain, always implied, but they're there. The series' music is also just a wonder. The way that gameplay is interweaved with the soundtrack is fantastic. Replicant and Automata would not be what they are without their music. They would be vitally broken if it was removed. It gives every single story beat, character moment, and fight just another boost. It adds to the impact of everything, to take it from an amazing project to something truly beautiful. Drakengard NieR is incredibly special and holds a really distinct place in my heart. I truly love this series, and it was a great joy to be able to experience every bit of these games. But the next entry in the series, or if the series will even continue, isn't really certain at this point. As recent as January of 2023, Taro said that the next game could come tomorrow or 35 years from now. This isn't exactly promising, but he does say in the same interview that he will do anything for money. This at least confirms that the next entry isn't yet in development, so it's probably quite a few years off. But in the end, you can't really rush genius. Bye, Dad.